census, like with random representative sampling for each country.
Oh, here we go.
Who is impatient?
Aaron the skeptic. Aaron the skeptic. Everything that Tidwell says, Aaron has to chime in and be like,
Over here, true. Look over here. There's a parade to rain on.
IQ does my country.
Wait a minute. Is it raining? Holy shit, it just started raining out of nowhere. What the fuck is happening?
Okay, it's past now. Just say something else and it'll come back.
Aaron only cares about planches and shitting on all your dreams. Pretty simple, man.
Anyone watching Sandman?
Damn, he's coming for me now, Antonio.
Tidwell, I want to ask you about Lola. Your thoughts, Lola?
Hey, you think Shinobi smashed?
Tidwell jumped right on that Lola train. Tidwell jumped on
the Lola train now?
Oh, there's a chance to shit on Luke? I mean...
Look, we're not running train, Vic, no.
Wait, you guys are running a train on Lola?
Look, Shinobi's gonna be pissed if he finds out we're talking about his fake girlfriend.
Yeah, well, Shinobi's moving up in the game. He learned how to code. He became a core dev. He took over Adam's Twitter, Samson's Twitter.
He's got a girlfriend.
Bitches now. Like, he's a G.
Yeah.
I think the story is, just because it's been leaked publicly, is that Shinobi and them used to date and they no longer are, or something.
Oh, I thought it was all like just BS. I didn't know they ever dated. She's kind of a character herself.
I can't imagine why she'd ever leave him.
I mean, look, Dave, like they both seem like a great catch for each other.
Shinobi the praying mantis and Lo. Actually, I don't know Lo.
She's I think I've seen her. I don't think she's ugly, but she's not like some model or anything. If you guys are expecting that. It's funny. She didn't always have good OPSEC and stuff, so I still remember her from those early days. And she wasn't always this crazy, and it makes me wonder what the fuck happened. She was like very polite and like respectful, and I think something like fucked her up.
Look, stop talking about Shinobi that way. He doesn't ruin everyone's lives that he touches. It's fucked up.
No, I'm not saying Shinobi fucked her up, but something or someone.
We know what the implication was, and that's fucked up. I consider Shinobi a friend.
And where was she anyway? Like The Rage? I've never heard of this publication.
She just made it. That's her own.
That's her own. Yeah, that's her own thing. Okay.
No. This news outlet has existed for more than just a week. It's existed for at least months.
On the About page, it says journalism isn't OnlyFans. Okay. Donate to Lola. It's .Helen.tips. What about?
Geoff, are you there? Can you hear me?
Who the hell? I can hear you.
Yeah, what's up?
I stole that tweet from you.
Okay.
And it turned out everyone loved it.
Yo, Otto, you missed the most gangsta black random to show up named Roller Cash. He just started cussing up a storm. He wanted to freestyle for us. I asked him where his next mixtape was going to go. He said at the gas station, check it out, my N-word. He was wild.
Pablo, now that you're here, I want to continue my conspiracy theory. You ready?
Yeah, man.
Alright, so new revelations have happened today. Ian and Joe have both gone public with statements finally on what I'm still considering is the nugget that I covered, I guess now 5 days ago. And this is, I think, the actual crux of everything. And it's Ian and Joe debating this on Twitter as of like 4 hours ago. And before that, Ian was not saying anything public. And a lot of those rage screenshots that reference like a lawyer giving advice that was like almost 99% Ian likely is the one saying that this shouldn't be coming from Ocean, stuff like that. So,
dude, well, you know that they're trying to like food compliance departments, right? That's like their goal.
Apparently they've been going around the other compliance departments trying to spook them of different mining pools.
Oh, I know, but before nothing was public, they didn't ever make a public statement. This is as of like 4 hours ago. This is the first time that Ian has come out and said Joe is wrong. Joe, the guy who I think came on Clubhouse a few times.
Oh,
right?
sorry.
Yeah. Real down to earth guy. You know, he made a statement that's saying this is all crap, which is what a lot of lawyers have said, including like someone like Zach. I don't know what Zach's
he's not.
Pedigree is, but
he agrees.
Zach's a Yale trained attorney.
Right. So I don't know exactly what they focus on, but both Zach and Joe, who are like, you know, like two Clubhouse bros that we, you know, like know that like are good.
Zach and Joe also usually disagree.
Right. But
so no, I'm saying the fact that they're in agreement means like there's a lot of validity to it.
Yeah. So Joe came out and said something public today, and then like Ian was saying he's not at the liberty of saying anything. He's like messaging me like DMs, except I'm not screenshotting these DMs and shit. Came out on Twitter and gave this huge response to Joe, and this is where we're at, dude. It's like fucking so crazy that people don't realize what they're supporting. I'm still going off that this is the nugget that the cargo culting has gotten so deep that people didn't even realize what they're supporting when they were talking about knots in the first place. And that's the funniest part about all of this.
Dude, look, you know that they're not supporting knots because they like Luke or they think Bitcoin's at risk or anything. It's because their butt hurt some PRs did or did not get merged. It's like misplaced hate for core. It's not even about knots.
Vic, this is my take from too much research. Maybe I've like convoluted myself into thinking this, but to me it's like very clear. Like I can tell you how I've made these opinions and you can tell me like, hey, this is like a stupid take given like the supporting evidence, but this is like
No, you're right. Like, you're right. Half of the knock army is straight up retarded, like fucking 65 IQ.
Oh, no. Way more than that. It's like 99% of people that follow knots don't realize this is the core talking point is what I'm trying to get at. Like in terms of core talking point, meaning Ian, you know, the lawyer at Ocean, Luke, and Jason, which are really the three people that then talk to people like Mechanic, who then spear this off of second, third, fourth level of cargo culting when it gets to people like Matthew Crater and other people.
Yeah.
So
isn't
what
that
I'm trying to say is like
guy on their board too?
Which guy?
Bob Burnett or whatever.
Yeah, that guy is actually. That guy's like, you know, I like that guy.
I'll be honest, the whole company just seems like fucking amateur hour. Like they don't want to get rich.
Yeah, they're spending all their time focused on bullshit that doesn't make them money.
It's really faggy. They don't know how to this shit.
They don't know how to run a company, Vic. That's why.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
The company was built around the idea that Luke was their prodigy child that would lead them to the promised land. And when you do something like that, you have to respect like kind of like the vision and concerns of said person. And I really do think that people are taking Luke very serious at Ocean. I mean, essentially all the funding from Jack was because of Luke. The company wouldn't exist without Luke. Luke is like the reason why that company exists, why any of those people have jobs.
I always invest on my gut. And I have to say, my gut was like, don't do this one. And that turned out to be correct.
I feel like Luke is like a wild card, Otto. It's like you're at the fucking roulette table, and it's just like, here's like $1 million. What do you want to put it on?
Yeah.
And you're like, here you go, Luke. What do you want to put it on?
I know.
I just don't get that Hollow can come in here charismatically and say what he just said. We're all like, oh yeah, that sounds about right. I fucking say this and get chewed the fuck out.
For what?
Wait.
Hollow just came in and said like, oh, it looks like I fucking dodged that one.
But the ocean mining thing?
Why does that make you feel like you got chewed out if you say that?
Because I did get chewed out.
You got chewed out for that? Who chewed you out?
Joseph.
Oh, I mean,
but he's an investor in it. That's why.
You gotta spit in their face, so like that's like a bitch fighting back, you know.
You gotta know who you're talking to. You're talking to an investor in the company. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I know how much he invested, which is such a small amount for Joseph, in my opinion. Like it's like a rounding error. You know what I mean? Like it's not like enough to be like, oh, I'm willing to fucking get emotional about it.
Well, no, see, that's the thing. It's not about the money. It's about all the gay emotions. Like, it's the fact that it's easily avoidable. It's like, it looks like mismanagement. And then it's like, fuck, am I a bad investor? Oh, no, I'll be a good investor. Roll up my sleeves. It's like, oh, well, fuck no. Then that's my full-time job. I don't want to do that. And, like, they're just, like, kind of handcuffed for the ride. You know? Like, what are they supposed to do? Like,
yeah.
You want Jack to, like, you know, get rid of a founder and then have, like, that tainted look like fucking Bill Gurley or something, you know. It's like a really messy situation.
Well, and also like, I mean, the original sin is giving Luke money. That's the original sin.
We had a freestyle happen earlier, Huddle, and one of the things that came up was, what do you call someone who negs you over and over? What do you call that person?
Yo, he dropped the hard R too. He didn't even manage.
A negative Nilly. Nailed it. Hey, I got enemies. Got a lot of enemies.
Oh, dude. Have you seen the 1960s remix of Many Men? Have you fucking heard of that?
It's so good.
The blue
it's so good.
Oh, it's so good, right?
So good. Amazing.
Dude, I heard them talking about on Joe Rogan. I'm like, fuck it, pausing the episode to like listen to it. Here we go, baby. JC.
Yo, this goes harder than the real song, to be honest.
Dude, fuck yes, dude.
This motherfucker to get.
To, you know, I troll them back because
was
I think it's
white.
funny.
Was that really black?
Oh yeah, she's trolling as a white girl.
Totally black. She was totally black. You can hear it in her lips on the floor. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be racist, but you can totally tell that was a black girl.
She was doing a good job of like talking like she was white. And by the way, a lot of black people can sound white when they want to. And she was doing that, and of course, like, she was the reason why you can often tell the difference between a black and a white person just like listening to them is not, even if they both have like the exact same accent, they both have the same grammar, they're both equally as educated, is mainly what really shapes your voice is going to be your sinus cavities in your nose. And so it's how the sounds reverberate through places, through those areas of your face. It kind of gives it a distinct signature. And so you could probably tell, like, I have a big nose, which I do. My voice is probably not the sexiest voice. That's fine. I'm not trying to be Luther Vandross or whoever the fuck you guys think is a sexy singer. It's just not me. It wasn't my DNA.
Yeah, no, listen, same thing. I'm not racist. I don't have a problem. But when I come on the sap, I've experienced some outright like, hey, you can't be here because you're cracker, pasty. Ludwig, shut the fuck up, bro. Anyway, yeah.
Well, blacks can have their own safety. Like, I actually am okay with that. Like, I'll look at room titles, and I really hate how, like, you scroll, and, like, now, just listening in the hallway, it shows that you're in the audience. It's like, God damn it, dude, I want to look at the fucking title and not be seen in it. But if I see it's like an internal black community type of thing, like, I would not go in those rooms. And so as a cracker, I wouldn't, like, if I have, like, a room, and, of course, yes, I get it, black people will be mad. They're like, it's exclusionary. But, like, if I had, like, a title that was just, like, for white people, yeah, I would be like, dude, I don't want your black ass in here trying to center yourself as, like, a black male or a black woman. Suck a fucking dick. Like, this is literally, between us. And they can do that. Like, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty. During the Charlie Kirk thing, you'd have, black people coming in and being like, you want this shooter to be black so bad. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this isn't about race this time, dude. Like, I think this is about, like, an ideology. Like, what the fuck? Like, the racial... I get tired of the racial, conversations on the sap, I will admit, so... But, whatever.
I'm looking on Twitter right now. It's like, can I even make a topic? Because I wasn't even planning on making a room, but then Rich ended up opening 2 rooms in my house and made a fucking...
Oh, you want a topic, Pepe?
What should the topic be, Ludwig?
The autopsy report of Charlie Kirk is, it's the mat ain't matting.
Why would you need an autopsy report for somebody you saw get shot in the neck?
Bro, are you serious?
No, well, Stevie Wonder saw that he got shot in the neck, but it's about, like, the bullet, right? The damage that has been caused. It should have actually, like, pretty much ripped his head off.
Yeah.
If it was allegedly this certain caliber that does that. So there's a lot of,
I've shot at 30-06. I wouldn't say it would take your head off. It is. I have heard that they said that and I don't know exactly what the bullet did, because it looked like it went through a part of his so it went through a part of your neck that's very thin and fragile. Then I would have guessed from there it would have had to hit his his cervical spine. And that is like where your neck is, and that is the of all of the areas of your body, or your spine, I should say. That is where your vertebrae is the softest, because you have to have a lot of flexibility on your neck. I mean, is it possible? And they said, like, oh, well, his bones or whatever stopped the bullet from going through. I mean, is it plausible that maybe bullets are known for tumbling at times when they hit you? Is it possible that, like, he shot him at a neck at his angle, it ended up ricocheting somewhat off of his cervical spine, and then
not likely, because
was deflected inwards?
That's a soft bone. like flexible part that's moving. Like it's not likely. I'm with Ludwig on this, man. Like
well, I know it sounds weird for 30-6, and even like Charlie Kirk's team at Turning Point USA were saying like, oh, he's a man of steel and all of that, and okay, but hold on a second. Well, hold on a second, because a lot of people are trying. This is where I get mad at conspiracy theorists and stuff. Is that it ends up taking away from not only like the responsibility of the person that did the crime, but at the same time, it ends up like you end up scapegoating another group of people. And then in addition, which is the worst, is it ends up trivializing, the actual event that happened. And I think that doing this to Charlie Kirk's and his memory, I don't want. I think it's tarnishing his legacy to just like.
I think we should be able to question it, though, Pepe, because
you can, but this is retarded.
Hold on, they're not even doing an autopsy on him. Does that not sound fucking strange?
No,
bro. Okay, well, what about this? If you look at it yourself, go on Earth, dude. It's not more than 140 yards away. The shot. If that shot was a 30-6, it would have been a fucking cannon shot. When I listened to the shot, you could hear the Magnum. You could hear the primer shoot, and then you could hear it come out of the bullet. You could hear it break the sound barrier. That bullet had to have been suppressed. Either way, dude. Like
you can't tell that on a cell phone.
I'm telling you, that would have sounded like a fucking cannon, though, dude. It wasn't a cell phone camera. There was many different cameras, bro, and a bunch of people.
It doesn't matter. None of those cameras. First of all, the cameras for detecting things like a sound signature, where you literally are going to. You're going to be able to hear it in stereo and get a true reading. It's like whenever you see gun videos and people shooting, like right up next to you, right? That sound never sounds like what it's like when somebody's shooting right next to you.
Well,
hold on, but even I get it. Sure. Yeah, I've shot a 30-6 before. I get it.
I know, but listen, man. There's three things that don't add up to me: the sound, the fact that the bullet stayed in his fucking
neck. But we don't know the sound, and they didn't say the bullet stayed in his neck. They said the bullet didn't penetrate bone.
No, you could listen. There was a tweet from the surgeon that said, and this was from Turning Point USA. They said that this was an amazing thing, like that his bullet was strong enough to have stopped the round, and it saved a bunch of people's lives. We all know about this.
Sure, but sure, but hold on a second. But once again, stopping. Did the bullet shatter or flatten against his spine? Obviously not. Hold on. Now, could it be that it ended up hitting him in the neck? It hit his cervical spine. Then it ended up like going into his I don't know, his
unlikely.
What the fuck? Hold on a second, dude. I can't even. His what the fuck do you call it? Collarbone, and then it just like went down and finally rested in his hip. It's possible.
It's possible, bro. But if you look,
yes, when you get shot, often people don't realize this. When you get shot, what often happens is you can see sometimes you get clear entry and exit holes. The exit holes are usually far nastier looking.
But you just give me a chance. Give me the floor for
Okay. Yeah. You said there's no exit yet. You said there's no exit hole. But here's the exit hole. Stop. Now, when people get shot, there often is not an exit hole. That's actually common for there not to be an exit hole.
From what? From like small caliber.
So like a 5.56, a 2.23, the most common rifle round that we use, there's commonly not an exit hole.
Yeah, okay, we know that.
Okay, but even when it comes to any handgun round, now hold on and shut the fuck up. When you look at a dude, 308 Winchester, any of 30 caliber and up, oftentimes yes, you're far more likely to see holes. Now, even if you go hunting and shoot a fucking buck with a 30-06, there's often not an exit hole. Now, I understand a buck is a lot bigger than he was.
Man, what the fuck? You're
But
crazy.
here's the thing. Okay, you're saying that, like, why wasn't there an autopsy? Well, to me, it's kind of like common sense. So here, you get this man that's shot. The wife is obviously, like, grieving. The country is, like, it shook me up emotionally. Here you have, Vice President Vance. I believe it was a couple days later. He's carrying the casket. They bring him down to Arizona. In Arizona, you had a police procession that was surrounding the hearse. He had his private funeral. They got it over with, and then like a week and a half later, they end up doing the memorial for him here in Glendale, Arizona. Like we kind of all saw it happen. Why was anybody gonna like play? Why was anybody gonna like sit around and just? Why was there a need for an autopsy? I mean, I would have said, nah, you don't need an autopsy too. I would have said, like, no, this is silly.
Because you have to, that's normally state law for a lot of places where you do JFK got an autopsy. He clearly got shot in the head and in the neck, but they still did an autopsy. I think that it's just something that you do for high profile characters is you do an autopsy.
You always have to.
You don't always have to.
No, you really don't.
You should.
No, you don't. You don't here. No.
Really?
You should.
Show me one murder case where there was not an autopsy.
If you get shot, I would actually say most murder cases don't have autopsies.
Where a person gets shot, you're telling me there are sometimes no autopsies.
I would say most of the time.
So when don't they? What would be the cause?
Well, so for example, if you go in, you have a gun. Let's say you're somebody who comes in. There's a 911 call. Shots were fired. We have a young black male shot in the chest. He has one, couple parts of his body. They can visibly see the bullet wounds. They go into the trauma center. They're trying to save him. There's too much blood loss, and the person succumbs to their injuries. Right then and there, okay, the trauma surgeons, they know what's happening. They know what's killing him, but they can't stop it. Now, why would a coroner or a medical examiner need to, when somebody was obviously killed by gunshots? Why would they need to send this person to get a fucking autopsy?
Because
you have credible witnesses. You have credible witnesses in the trauma center.
Utah Code 26B8205 the law mandates that the Office of Medical Examiner investigate deaths that are sudden, violent, suspicious, or unnatural, including homicides. That's a Utah state fucking law.
Okay, go ahead and say that back again because you're proving my point.
Okay, and Utah state requires an autopsy in cases of murder or suspected homicide under specific circumstances outlined under Utah Code, particularly under Utah Code 26B8205. The law mandates that the Office of Medical Examiner investigate deaths that are sudden, violent, suspicious, or unnatural, including homicides.
Okay, so when they investigate, can you tell me what does it involve? Hold on. Hold on.
You can read it yourself.
Yeah, sure. So now what you would have to show me is when somebody's shot on camera for the ER, they understand this person's suffering from a gunshot wound. Now the only reason those doctors, and this is the part where I think this is becoming fucking retarded, is the only reason they would be able to say that his vertebrae ended up deflecting the round is because there was no fucking exit wound. And if I had to guess, likely they found out where the wound went, or where the bullet traveled to. And so I think it is probably clear as day. And if anything, I'm pretty sure they have X-rays. They have something showing where this metal round, a large round, by the way, it is lodged in his fucking body. Like like this is so trivial and stupid.
No, it's not. A high kill.
Okay, when you have a high, okay, when you have a 30-06
fucking talk. Are you just
okay, but if you have a 30-06 round caught when you can see it in an X-ray, if you can see a 30-06 round, okay, still in your body when they do a fucking X-ray, okay, and you can see the damage that it caused.
Are you just gonna always just
No, because I have to kill this dumb conspiracy theory bullshit.
I'm just gonna leave if you're not gonna let anybody else talk.
Okay, that's fine.
Promise?
I mean, let fucking people talk, dipshit.
Okay, but they obviously know where the round was in the body.
Let other people talk and be all right, man. Let other people have.
Okay, let's hear the brilliant shit you have to say.
59 seconds.
Okay, let's hear the brilliant shit you have to say. Go ahead, Mountain. Enlighten all of us. Educate us.
Well, it'd just be nice if we didn't have the gay man with a feminine voice always talking the whole time. We just need somebody else.
Time and place, triangle lover. Time and place.
Thank you. Anyway, so, there's a Utah law to investigate murders of a sudden. He's a high-profile character. I think that it would just help with some of the questions.
I addressed it, you fucking retard!
Don't.
Like, you stupid goddamn subliterate, subhuman, white trash piece of shit! You stupid motherfucker! Like, this is why you're you stupid goddamn inbred white trash piece of shit! This is what I was talking about. You went in right into the white. I didn't move you to the audience, by the way. You went in right into that stupid brain dead fucking argument. You goddamn idiot. Okay, how do they know the round did not? First of all, there could be a lack of an exit wound. However, what would have obviously what was going to happen is when you have a traumatic event like that. So obviously he had to go to a trauma center. All right, they're going to do fucking X-rays. They're going to hold on. You fucking white trash monkey. Hold on. Now they have to see, okay, where the damage is done. How can they proceed with trying to save somebody's life and assess the fucking damage and what they have to repair without seeing these fucking X-rays? And then they're going to see this goddamn bullet that is still lodged in his fucking body. Okay, and so this lack of an autopsy bullshit is so fucking stupid that I can't take it seriously. Now, and once again, let's just think about this. We can look at the Mossad, which a lot of people are going to blame for his killing or whatever. Okay, the Mossad, we have seen them on videotape. And there's been documented evidence that when they were hunting down Nazis, when they were hunting down terrorists, whether it was several decades ago, whether today, UAE, where they were caught on camera, in a hotel, they'd killed a known wanted terrorist. Now, we've never heard one story of Israel killing a fucking dissident. And to even call Charlie Kirk a dissident is fucking retarded. Why wouldn't Israel have just killed somebody who cannot afford the security, like Nick Fuentes, who's far more responsible for making people anti-Semitic than any other person?
I agree with that.
And so they haven't done it. And then then third, why, if I was... Now, you have to understand, I'm guessing the Mossad probably similar to a lot of the people in the CIA Special Activities Division, which, were the commandos. These tend to come from Tier 1 Special Forces in America. Very, very few people make it into those kinds of spaces. So, any Mossad agent that would likely do this kind of stuff, probably extremely well trained. Why wouldn't they just, hey, we know where he lives. We'll just go ahead and, he'll be leaving. We can follow him throughout the day. Where is he likely to be alone? There's very few witnesses. Where can we just discreetly make sure that he's disposed of? we'll just go ahead and do it that way. Just keep it a mystery. But instead, they're going to do it out in the open. Now, you have this young guy who has this Mauser. He admits that he shot him.
No, there's no.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, there is.
No, there is not. But,
okay, amazing.
But sure.
Sure. Okay. And so the murder weapon was discovered. Now the family said, like, yeah, it was a gift from his grandfather, or was passed down from his grandfather, and his dad gave it to him. I forget which. So we kind of know where the weapon came from. There's nothing. To me, this is like an open and shut case. Like, it's, you guys are grasping at straws, and the people that were grabbing the equipment, TPUSA's team admitted that they were like, well, look, dude, I knew that if we didn't grab it, somebody else would. So we had to do it, and all of it was handed over to the FBI. It makes sense. I think it was a quick
black and white, or is it just a possibility?
Is what black? And I would say it's.
That's what I'm saying, because you're acting like it's black and white, like it's just not a possibility. Everything they're telling us is it's the truth. Don't question it. If you do, you're a retard. That's what you're saying. But I think you need to be right is more powerful than the sensibility of it than even questioning it. Pepe. That's what's fucked up about it.
No, it's not that. Like, look.
It's true, though. His need to be right is so powerful that he can't even question the official narrative. While we know that JFK happened, we know that all this bull fucking shit happened. You understand, like, JFK, 9/11, all sorts of fucking shit that's happened in our country. We can't even question it? What the fuck, man? I think, Pepe, that we should be able to question the official narrative, man. I'm not saying everything's a conspiracy. Yeah, it is easy for that kid to have gone up there and shot him in the neck. You're right. I've watched it, man. No, you can take a Mauser apart with 2 screws with a screwdriver in about 30 fucking seconds. And if you leave the scope on there, you don't have to sight it in. So you leave the scope on top of the barrel. You take 2 screws underneath the barrel, underneath the stock, underneath the barrel, and you can take the bolt off first. Then you take the screws off. You take the buttstock off, and then it just separates the barrel, and you leave the scope on top of the barrel. It's all sighted in, and then you can put it back together in 30 seconds. That is true. So everything you're saying is totally possible, man. Like, and the official narrative might be true. I'm just saying, it just seems fucking weird, okay?
Yeah, I would say this, like, nothing about the official narrative sounds weird to me. I would say the biggest problem is that you get people who for whatever reason, they think somebody deep down is behind something, and I do not see that with this killing. Like, there's a part of me, kind of, I wouldn't say wish, but it's like if there was a group of people that have been, I guess you could say, trying to suppress our speech or hurt us for wrong think and speaking out against the grain, would it be really cool in a way that they were behind it because we could stop them from doing it any further? Yes. But I don't think this was any like state actor, or even, there might have been some Antifa faggots that were like aligned with him that were also kind of privy to what he was going to do. But I don't see that being the case.
What I think it is,
22-year-old, shut the fuck up, man. Here's the thing, Pepe. You got a 22-year-old kid with a rifle, kills him, takes the gun apart, runs over the roof, climbs down the roof, runs off to God knows where, gets dressed and undressed, I believe 3 times, puts the gun together, leaves it in the woods. We got no camera footage other than like this brief moment of like 10 seconds. No Ring doorbell camera footage of him walking around. No dash cam footage.
I thought there was some of that.
Hold on 1 second. You got all the people with their cell phones recording this shit. You got God knows how many people there were that were recording from the position, as in like facing the crowd, like in a way that Charlie Kirk was sitting, right? Nobody has recorded nothing, and somehow magically this 22-year-old kid has to have been the one. Then you got the old man. It was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombing. Then it was like another bombing case. I don't know what that was, right? Then it's like, and then he was here at this event, right? Then they found, Then they found like child pornography or whatever on his phone, right? Or on his computer, whatever. It's like, and we got nothing. Right? And there's only two words that cross my mind, call me fucking crazy, is deep state.
Okay, well, I would say this. What I think would be very sloppy for an Israeli operative is that they were going to have a personal phone that they would look up, I guess, child pornography on. In fact, you'd probably want nothing on that phone, to be honest. That could lead you to anything that would get you in trouble. I don't really buy that. But when it comes to the cell phone footage, yes. So people, when they were at the Charlie Kirk debate, who were they going to be filming? Charlie Kirk and the people asking him questions. And then they hear a shot, and then people are just like, what the fuck's going on? They see all of a sudden Charlie Kirk's hit. People are scanning around with their cell phones. Now, what's really funny is the security cameras. Why are they all pointed at the ground? Why are they not showing the roof? Well, I mean, generally, you're not looking at people walking on the fucking roof when you have a security camera. You're going to have a security camera pointed at the fucking ground where people are. So with that being said, there's absolutely nothing suspicious about that to me. Go ahead, KK.
So sorry, I was middle of eating dinner. She didn't have her show today, but you know, Candace Owens was really close friends with Charlie Kirk. Like, she was on the ground floor of all this. So she's been doing a whole series on trying to get answers. You know, she talked to the guy from TPUSA that pulled out the SD cards from the camera behind Charlie Kirk. So she's been really like going down all these different rabbit holes, just exploring everything. So she posted up this morning, Tyler Robinson is not suicidal. The entire narrative that placed on the media about him having been suicidal is completely fictional, as are many other aspects of what we've been told. Hold on a second. Sorry. Oh, shit. His father having turned him in after confession is also... Oh, fuck. How did I lose it?
White people turn each other in, dude. We do that shit, though. That's not suspicious to say.
I side with niggers against white people who do that, by the way.
Hold on a second. Let me get it.
Sorry. Dude. That's why your neighborhood will be trash.
Okay, all right. So she says, I want to break this news immediately because it feels important. I think I don't break it immediately, something bad might happen. I hope I have earned the trust enough of the people to believe me when I say I have verified this information but cannot reveal the source. Tyler Robinson is not suicidal. The entire narrative that was placed in the media about him having been suicidal is completely fictional, as are many other aspects of what we have been told. His father having turned him in after a confession is also complete fiction. To the contrary, Tyler Robinson maintains his innocence and has never been to the UVU campus. There are absolutely zero photos or video that the campus can produce to the contrary, which is why they have produced nothing other than a blurry image which Tyler's family knows is not him. Tyler has never once expressed a suicidal thought. I want to make it clear the federal government is lying about absolutely everything other than the fact that it was his gun. Not that we needed any further substantiation, but Tyler Robinson did not author those Discord messages. I would like to again stress the fact he has never been to UVU campus, but and I need to confirm this later. I believe he was around the campus on that day. I'll have more on this later, but I wanted to immediately publish that Taylor Robertson's suicide narrative, plus the dad did the right, turning him in, realizing his son was guilty, is a federal concoction.
Well, I would say this about Candace Owens. So I do know somebody from behind the scenes at the Daily Wire. She had a blow up, but they didn't really do it back to her. They felt sorry for her. Like after she had her child, she kind of went cuckoo.
Yeah, she did, bro.
They were trying to. They felt bad for her. They were trying to like hopefully she can get help. Like this isn't the Candace we know. Like she's being a little bit outrageous. Yada yada yada. But even Charlie Kirk has personally mentioned in like text exchanges how she went crazy after she had birth. I mean, Candace Owens, I you know, at this point in time, how much of it is like related to like post-birth, you know, like mental health issues, I don't know. But I just at this point in time, I don't really care for anything she says, and all of the people close to Charlie Kirk have basically said like, no, he hasn't really been in contact with her for a few years, and she can't provide. And this is something that's been brought up, and she can't produce any you know dialogue between the two. No text messages, no nothing. And she would obviously do that if she She would obviously do that if she was in communication with him over the last few years, but she wasn't. They ended up severing ties.
One of her shows last week.
Well, it wasn't really severing ties. It wasn't really severing ties. It was basically basically what's happening is that they weren't agreeing on the business matter of how to produce shows, and so they quietly got her off the job, and they lost touch. She did say she was not going to go to the funeral.
But I mean, even if she showed the interactions that she had with Charlie Kirk, in the last few years, I mean, what is it? She can produce like one tiny little exchange or something. Like they obviously. Hold on a second. I'm talking.
She spoke at his event.
Yeah, and this was where?
2024?
She spoke at his event in 2024?
Yes, hold on, I'll get it.
One thing about Candace is she is the producer of clickbait, so don't underestimate her. But you know, the thing is that why are these people bringing out new evidence trying to clear Tyler Robinson? They're saying that it came from the shot came from the front or the back.
Pascal, let me know when you don't want to talk about this particular conspiracy anymore, so I may put an end to it and we can move on. Thanks. But until then, I'll stay quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really bored talking about it, honestly.
Yeah, okay, then I will end it. Ignore all the noise. Here's the bottom line. Charlie Kirk is dead. What matters is what everybody said afterwards. Keep your focus on the sadistic vultures that are Democrats and what they're saying about it. That's what you need to focus on, and ignore all the noise. That's it. The rest of it, let the conspiracy theorists go on. It's whether it was Tyler Robinson or some guy named Bob who works in accounting in the local Walmart. Fact is, he's dead. And Democrats did their usual thing. The Democrats are responsible. Their rhetoric for the last 10 years led to his death. And even if it wasn't Tyler, their rhetoric afterwards condoned his death. That's my position on it.
And the letter that they found with his intentions. So, yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. And I'm kind of thinking that might be fabricated, But anyway, just thought I'd throw that in there. But like I said, with Candace, she's the queen of clickbait and clapback. Don't underestimate her.
I mean, she did run a whole expose about Macron's wife, and then I guess she provided, proof that
you
she's
can never
a biological woman, and
prove somebody's personal. You can someone else.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can prove whether or not you're biologically a woman. In fact, if you submit,
nobody can prove anything about me unless I give it to prove.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, first of all, they filed the lawsuit, right? And so they can produce evidence from maybe when she was a little girl, but that doesn't matter. The medical documentation.
Pulled out.
Sure. Hold on.
College.
Sure, hold on. She can pull up, medical files from when she was younger and her anatomy. But when you do an actual DNA test and it shows like your chromosomes are a certain way, and then you are in fact biologically female, you're basically fucked at that point if she can do that, and which she can. And I'm guessing that's the scientific proof. She was not born a male, and so she would not be able to say anything, after she's able to submit that kind of evidence.
Well, she said she's going to prove it, so that means that she's going to go into her personal and pull out the proof. I'll show what. I won't care what Candace thought.
So I am looking. I did Grok, and Grok took a long time to answer this, but Grok said it was June 14th, 2024 was the last time she spoke at one of his events, and it was in Detroit, Michigan.
I put it in the chat. This is when the whole Crisis King issue came up.
Wait, how is the tranny going to prove she was born as a woman? I don't even like this.
Your chromosomes and
your chromosomes. But how do you know, like, the test that she's going to present? Like, oh, here's the paperwork that I mean, like,
exactly. How do you know I'm going to accept it?
Can I finish with those? If you just look at like the whole freaking way of movement. Right, the jawline, the pictures that they have, where they have compared him to, like, the picture that they have of like a younger, whatever the fuck the transgender's name is. If that is not a fucking dude, then what the fuck is it? Doesn't even make sense. It doesn't. It doesn't look like a woman. It doesn't move like one.
They're trying to say that it's his father that's sticking close by to groom him into being the political powerhouse that he is.
Who are we talking about?
This French president's husband.
So they're talking about Macron's wife. Okay, first of all,
she's a dude.
Well, no. First of all, when it comes to the test, like NIPT test, you can absolutely tell whether or not the person is a biological female or a male. despite what all of the tranny activists like to tell you, you can prove without a doubt whether or not somebody is born a male or a female. And so it's just getting to be fucking retarded. And she didn't see this like little avenue coming. She thought she could just create this narrative where it would not affect her, but yeah, you can say what she wants or say what you want. Like, she looks like a dude, whatever. But
they're never gonna be like, oh, Candace, you got us, girl. Like, yeah, I was born with like a freaking knife.
Okay, but in the United States, they have to prove. In order for her to win a lawsuit regarding libel, the president and his wife have to be able to prove that she was, first of all, they were saying something that was factually untrue.
Wait, who said what? Who did you say said something that was factually not true?
No, I was saying that in order for a lawsuit to continue, you have to show that something you were claiming about Macron's wife was not true. And so if they show that and it's absolutely confirmed, yeah, she's a biological female, Candace Owens is fucked.
Conferred by who?
A test, we can tell. You do understand that genetically, especially with our chromosomes, we can tell if you're biologically female or not, right?
Well, they can do that with a thing called swap, like taking some saliva, like on the spot, right? With some basic freaking laboratory test, they can figure out if you're born with like XXXY. It's very simple, but they're never gonna be like, oh yeah, let's do a public test. And, I'll drop my pants or do the freaking Q-tip test with like, it's never gonna happen. I'm gonna hold on until the end of days, like, yeah.
Okay, but apparently they said there was scientific proof, which we don't know what it is. But let's say she dropped her pants and then she did. It shows, XX versus XY. It showed all of that shit. Where can Candace Owens go from there? She can't go anywhere.
Well, the scientific proof is one thing: the chromosomes.
Yes, which is a very easy test.
Chromosomes.
And so, since this is such an easy test, which I'm guessing that's where it went, they can absolutely shut her down just with that test.
But they won't, because like everybody's saying, that is not a female. And as Charlie Kirk was saying,
but what evidence do you have for that? But what evidence do you have for that?
Facial features, all that stuff more.
Yeah.
The pictures that they have.
I'm humiliated to even be aside something like that and be called a fellow woman.
I mean, I tell you honestly, man, what has Candace Owens ever done? Like, told us there are two genders and that chick is a dude. Like, I don't think I'll find it. Is that like amazing journalism what she's doing? Honestly, like, I don't even hate on her. I think she's a nice chick, right? Nothing wrong with her. But like,
funny,
No, she's somebody who like made her start as a black woman. Basically shitting on blacks, trying to and I know this is a well-known grift amongst some black people, where they don't really share the conservative stances, but they're just like, oh, but I get a paycheck. Amazing. I'm just going to go ahead and call out all of the hypocrisy
that's what I mean.
and the double standards that exist between whites and blacks and how we're expected to behave. At least, you do. She could recognize it like anybody could. And so she's spewing this bullshit. And do I think that to me, honestly, like at this point, I think her credit is so shot. Like I think she's a despicable person.
Understand, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna take a shower. This is what foreigners do. Now they need to come in under Black Americans' tax dollars, but she is acting like a typical, foreigner. She's, a tether. That's what she's acting like. Tethers do that. Tethers, for a minute, will, you'll put them, lump them in. No, they want to be called a nation, a destination. not a crayon. That's what Caribbeans do. My great-grandfather was British West Indies, and my mom did not go out of her way to introduce us to any of them because of that type of behavior. She was not tolerating it around her children, family or not. Some people called it self-hate, black on black hate. There's a point we're just not dealing with nobody's shit, whether you're black or white. And it's that she's acting very normal. Unfortunately, she has a big ass mic to do it.
Yeah, this is not complicated. She was a voice for the right. She told the line. She had her own show. Then she had a falling, whatever the reason, she had a falling out with Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and he is Jewish. She said some stuff he didn't like. She got dumped. And now she's out on her own.
Same thing with
And she's doing great.
That's it.
And she's doing great.
That's it.
And they separated too. TPUSA were separated too, actually, if you look.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Exactly.
It's just,
Yeah, well, that's all well and good. As far as Macron's trans wife, look, she's just echoing something that a lot of people were thinking, but wouldn't say. I mean, it's like Mike Obama, people look at Michelle and think, gee, I wonder about her, and it's like suddenly a troll becomes a serious thing. That's all it is.
Macrons lost.
Freaking hilarious.
The Macrons lost their court case in Europe. So it was against journalists, and then soon after that, the Macrons filed a court case against Candace. But yeah, the Macrons lost. So there was no defamation.
As long as we see that, I mean, it's a little bit different in Europe with their laws regarding what is allowed by the press, and then of course what is even free speech in their country is. I mean, I would want to see it. And look, as somebody of French descent, like I find it like I look at Macron and his wife, this pervert. That she was a teacher who I believe met him when he was in his pre-adolescence, and had a relationship with him, and then the parents ended up taking him out of the school. I mean, and I remember fighting with French people about this like 6 years ago and saying like, you guys are disgusting. Like she's literally a fucking sexual predator. And like for whatever reason they're like, oh, it's not but it is. It's true. Like she is a disgusting bitch. But people are standing up for her, and regardless of whether, which I don't think she's a dude, but I do think she's a very vulgar, shitty fucking person. She cheated on her husband with a little fucking pre-adolescent boy. Like that is so gross. Like how moral is that? And she's the first lady. Like fuck that.
And reading and listening comprehension are pretty high.
I'm not gonna lie. Like I fucked when I was a teenager. I fucked at least one woman in her 40s. When I was underage, like I'm not saying it's like the end. How do I put it? I could tell she like wanted some kind of like loyalty and like a commitment of some kind. For me, it was like she was trying to be manipulative, but I was kind of like I didn't care. I was like, oh, okay, you want that? Amazing. I'm just not going to do it. And then she would get like mad and leave me like nasty emails and that kind of shit. But I didn't. I don't know. I don't. How do I put it? I don't think he's like it's necessarily traumatizing for a male to have to go through this kind of shit, but I do think that at the end of the day, like, women should be held to somewhat of a similar standard as men who would maybe do the same shit. And I can say conversely, like, I knew girls that were underage at the time, like myself, that would fuck, adult men that were over a decade older than them, and it was just whatever. And these girls that, to put it loosely, do I think they were necessarily taken advantage of? Not necessarily. These are women, or excuse me, girls, because they're underage. They were absolute sluts, like totally sluts. And like, I think a lot of people realize, like, there are like boys and girls that are not 18 that are very hypersexual. They're players. They are people that are just they have sex like it's having lunch. Like, that's just how they're wired. And they're not really affected by, having sex with an older woman. But in this case, I think it's like really weird. How did he have a relationship with her? Like, it almost seems like there has to be a level of grooming involved, because I did not take the bait. There were several older women I had sex with that were, a decade or two older than me when I was a teenager, and they thought they could tell me what I could do, and like.
Pepe talks about everything.
I don't even give that same respect to my parents. Like, you can suck my. Like, no, eat
Pepe,
shit.
the PR crisis manager.
But for whatever reason, he's one of these people who just
Pepe, the reputation management expert for himself.
Which I find really weird, because he's not obviously. Macron is not a fuck up. He's somebody who's been relatively successful. How did he get her, or how did she get him under her grasp?
Was she involved in politics before? I mean, does she come from that kind of background? Just out of curiosity. But to answer your question, I think that maybe your background was such that the older women who prefer younger men because they feel they have a sense of control. You were aware enough that you were, like you said, yeah, bite me. You want to fuck me, that's fine, but don't pull any of that emotional manipulation.
No, exactly.
Yeah, but he wasn't that smart. And that's the thing. I mean, the fact that they have the clip of her slapping him across the face, that speaks volumes. She's in control. He didn't, when you see his reaction too, she slaps him and he doesn't look stunned, like, where did that come from? He doesn't get angry. He just sits there passively, like, okay, she slapped me. Yeah, so she's been manipulating and controlling him for a long time, I think. And that's why you can't understand it, but yeah, it's clear as far as my view goes. And he may have, along the way, he may have realized, well, she can give me, well, let me put it this way. In the same way a young woman will date an older guy because that gives her access to a level of affluence and social circles that her peers can't give her. Then Macron's wife probably, if I had to guess, gave him that same kind of access. So it's like, why, so he's seeing his advantage to him socially. for the ride, would be my guess.
The fuck?
And he became president of France, you know. But the other thing I was going to say, look, the French have always had different and looser sexual mores than other countries. So you know, that figures into this mix too.
Do y'all think that this conspiracy theory that Macron's wife is a man that swapped identities with her younger brother? Younger sister, I guess. People have been saying they ended up suing Candace Owens for.
We were just talking about it.
Do y'all believe it or not?
I think it's a hilarious troll.
But the basic question you have to ask is,
I mean, I do think she's a masculine, old. Like, Jesus Christ. He's the president of France, and he has this old fucking bitch. Literally old enough to be his mom. I don't know. It just hits me. I just. It's hard to have respect for Macron. You know, it's based on, you know, this whole situation.
But I mean, honestly, like Alan said, the French are freakier. I remember the story of Sarah Bartman and how they actually banned her in the United States. Europe, they felt like it was inhumane and just a little bit too freaky. We like to say that y'all pray her all around here, but that's not the case. Everybody was like, nah, this is too much for us. And then she was able to, you know, do that in France. So, yeah.
Well, the French are different. Like, how do I put it? I believe they're the largest Catholic country in Europe. Sorry, I'm eating. They have compared to other parts of Europe, where it depends. Like, even the Russian. I remember a Russian boxer. He was showing me a video where he was back in Russia, and this mom, she was actually like pretty hot. And the baby's naked, she's naked, and they're like, this isn't on my phone, it's his phone, but this is just like in a park. Like, they do this in Russia, and they're like she's like twirling his or her arms, I can't tell, it was the baby, and basically they're doing like gymnastics in a weird way, like kind of like twirling this child, and it was like I just remember thinking like, dude, she's naked. They're like, he's like, yo, so what? And I'm like, okay.
Pepe, what a moron.
And like, there was nothing like perverted, like what there's nothing sexual about anything that was happening in the video. And I was just like, well, that's weird. But I know that, like, in France, for example, you have like nude beaches and stuff that would not be accepted in other parts of Europe, but are definitely accepted in other parts of Europe. And so I would say this about the French. They're like, if you look at like married couples, like how often they have sex, like the French, I believe, were number one for several decades. I don't know what the case is today. But yeah, I do think they're kind of, I wouldn't call that freakier. I would just say like they engage in sex more for whatever reason. I think like when it comes to freaky, I generally think of like kink. I would say like Germans and other people they're different in comparison to the French, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the term ménage à trois comes from the fact that they are staunchly religious and staunchly Catholic, and you can't get divorced. Period. So what do? Okay, honey, we hate each other. So this is Brigitte. She's going to be living with us now. Okay, sounds good. You know, it's that simple. But yeah, I mean, the French are famous for the nude beaches, and when I was there, they had topless ads. It wasn't that common, but I remember seeing it in I forget the word for it now, in French, in the subway, because the train went by. It was on the back of the train, and all the guys were turning, looking at it. You know, it's different there.
Yeah, I mean, personally, like, okay, they're okay with showing breasts, like whatever. Like, I don't really give a shit.
They in that documentary I watched it was like a movie about like Sarah Bartman. They made the French look disgusting compared to the rest of like the Western world. Like everybody else had obscenity laws that banned the type of behavior, and then they went to France and it was just like willy nilly. They were, you know, aristocrats and elites were all like, ooh.
You know, what's funny is that in this country, when you look at the beauty industry, it's obsessed with the French. It's, the latest beauty secrets from France, you know, from Yves Saint Laurent. When you go to France, it's the latest beauty secrets from America. It's the exact opposite. So, yeah, you know, a lot of people don't like the French.
Well, I'll just say this, like, I forget the name of the French prime minister, but both his mistress and his wife showed up to his funeral. No, there is this really weird thing when it comes to like Catholic countries, especially more like southernish Europe, and of course, you know, absolute southern Europe. They're all known for having their mistresses, and these are Catholic countries, and they do this. And you know, it was kind of even in Latin America, you know, which this is where their influence came from. It's like, you spend Saturday with your girlfriend, your mistress, and then Sunday it's with your wife and your family. There is something like I agree. It's lopsided, it's bullshit, it's corrupt, but they do kind of have that culture.
Well, come on, think about it, Pepe. If your wife is on her period, you still have needs, right? Come on.
Yeah, why not?
Just convert to Islam. You can just rape your wife whenever you want if you're Muslim. It's not considered rape.
Oh, I know.
Women are sex slaves, so if you convert to Islam,
I thought I was going to get more. I thought I was going to get more of a reaction for that last one. Frankly, I'm disappointed.
So, Alan, are you Catholic or are you Eastern Orthodox? Like, I don't know.
There are Catholic Armenians, but it's and they're are they Orthodox? It's apostolic is what it is, whatever that means. It's not Orthodox, and it's separate from Catholic. And there's even evangelical churches as well, though those are far fewer.
What I don't get with Christianity is if you look at modern day Catholicism, if we look at the Coptic Christians, if we look at the Maronites, like what is the true what is true Christianity? Because they all call each other heretical.
Yeah, well, people are stupid. What do you want? That's the answer. No, our flavor of vanilla ice cream is better than your flavor of vanilla ice cream. So ours is the true ice cream. That's all it is.
But which one makes it so that I don't go to hell?
Well, first of all, it's too late for you, so don't worry about that. Because you had premarital sex, so yeah, you're doomed. So yeah, but no, they all have the element. They all have a sufficient connection to the intent that as long as you believe in one of them, you're already ahead of the game. Still no guarantee, but you're there.
I mean, I just remember being in Catholic school and us asking like these existential questions regarding the validity of Catholicism or God, whatever. And priests would be the ones teaching this. And the hardest part for me was never seeing a satisfactory response. And so somebody like me, it's not that I'm somewhat stubborn, but I do believe that there's a creator. But I can look at all of these different religions. They all seem to have some kind of answer, but nobody can prove anything, period. And so, I get it. In order to have, to be religious, they have to buy into one of the, I guess you could say narratives. And I just personally, I'm somebody who has to see proof in order to believe anything. And I think there's a lot of people who like to claim that they have proven that God exists and, somehow their religion is the true religion. But they, at the end of the day, they never actually prove it. And this is why I never really participate in religious debates. It's basically rhetorical masturbation and people, ascribing to their blind faith and trying to win over each other with their, rhetorical tactics when it comes to debating. But they can't prove anything. And so, obviously nobody here can prove that God or their particular religion is true. What is the point in even debating it? That's one of the things I don't understand about a lot of these religious people is you can't prove anything. I kind of am somebody who has unpopular beliefs, but I can at least use data to show why it is that I believe what I believe. when it comes to these religious conversations, it doesn't happen. And even if we were to look at like mankind, and this is where like Christianity is, they're so like anti-evolution. When it comes to when did religion apply to mankind? Was it when we were not Homo sapiens sapiens? Was it when we were like half monkey, half sapien, Homo sapien? At which point?
When the Anunnaki came down and introduced themselves to the Sumerians, and historically they bred with them and created Nephilim, and it's the basis of all modern.
Well, I mean, but even with that, it's just like, okay, so if you're gonna believe in evolution, which I think like there's a very strong evidence, people have basically, okay, so for the last 100, 200,000 years, we've evolved. Now, Adam and Eve, okay, they started, I guess, the Earth. They were here at the same time, or at the start of the planet. They were here at the same time as dinosaurs. Carbon dating kind of like proves all of that as, being 100% bullshit. So we have these anatomically modern humans in which these laws apply. When it came to the Neanderthals, did the same shit apply to them? When it came to like archaic hominids that were like literally hybrid ape and Homo sapien, did it apply to? At which point did these laws for ourselves and who God is and who Adam and Eve are? At what point did that apply to us?
I mean, is that a rhetorical question or is that a legitimate question? Because, I mean, Christianity became popular. I forget which Roman emperor it was, but like he had a dream or something, and like Jesus came to him in his dream or whatever, and they ended up winning the battle, and then he's that emperor of Rome, if I remember correctly, is like what essentially made Christianity like popular. But what started Christianity was basically, Jesus was
say that everything in your life, Pascal, that all of your experiences have led you to an understanding or belief about religion and God and creators and everything.
Sorry, I mean to interrupt. I was going to say, I also believe that, like, hallucinogens could have played a part in it because, like, ayahuasca and stuff, like, people, that, like, in the Amazon and that sort of a thing, like, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, these people did hallucinogens, even accidentally, like, right, like not intentionally, or if they did it for like a spiritual practice, which led to them believing in like in one entity, like one omniscient, like being essentially who can like take, you know what I mean? Who can like take and like do that. I mean, who knows if that hypothesis is true or not, but it seems like that's, it wouldn't surprise me if that ended up coming out eventually.
What was your point? Hold on, Alan. What did you say before he spoke?
I said, would you say that everything in your life, your experiences, what's happened to you, has led you to a conclusion and a viewpoint about religion and the existence of a creator or lack thereof? Would you agree with that statement?
No, I would say it's me. It's not because of experiences. I would say it's
or thought, whatever.
No. With me, it's been more or less hearing very religious people speak, and them not being able to prove anything and having blind faith, and just, you know, how much they're willing to warp. I guess you could say like warp everything in general just to fit their narrative.
But you're still describing an experience and a reaction. That's still, the point is it's personal to you, right? You know, I agree with you that the discussions about religion or atheism or anything else are kind of pointless because you've come, you know, I understand you don't like the word experiences, but you've come to these conclusions on your own. And I can allow you to have those conclusions because they are personal to you. They're not personal to me. And I don't need to convince you of something different. My experiences, my conclusions, my observations are my own, and they are personal to me because in the end, what is it that religion tries to address? Where I came from and where I'm going to go when I die. You know?
So I get what you're saying. I think that if I'm going to clarify like my position, just so you guys can, like, in my heart of hearts, how do I feel? I'm somebody who wants to believe in Catholicism. I want to know that this heaven exists. I want to see my grandmother and my grandfather again. I do want to see whoever I'm with. And this is not very. This is the not very Catholic part of me. There's this selfishness where it's just like I want to be able to see those I love again. Now, my religion is going to say that a lot of the things that I do are very sinful, like premarital sex, for example. And I personally, I don't find it very convincing, but nonetheless, there is a part of me that really wants to believe that how I was raised, it is true. But then there's the skeptical side of me, which is extremely skeptical. And I can't help but think of all of the religions that have come before, not only Christianity, but just, in general. Even before the Jews, we can look at Zoroastrianism, we can look at a lot of these religions. And I personally, I don't know, like how, and this is a question I would ask you, is how do we know we didn't have these eccentric Jews in the Levant that were Jesus? Maybe he was a con man. Maybe he was a cult leader. And, he was just savvy, smooth talking, but he had a proselytizing religion in which he wanted to spread it to everybody. How can I disprove that? I can't disprove that. And so, at the end of the day, I'm supposed to have blind faith into this religion in which I cannot prove anything. And there is a place in my heart for like conservative Christians, but I don't. Somebody like myself, like I have to see the evidence. I can't do it with blind faith. Like, and despite your religion, whether you're Jewish or Christian, you guys both are going to do this. And when I'll hear Jews talk about like, oh yes, this is what our religion says. This is why we're experiencing this and that. And I'm just kind of like, okay, these are religious people, just men of the book who are just trying to make sense of what's happening now. That's fine. Christians do it as well. But I at the end of the day, I don't really buy into any of it. I do look at it as largely as bullshit. And this is like kind of an existential crisis that I have. I'm somebody who wants to believe it, but nobody can prove to me why I should believe it.
Well, the thing is that the only way you're going to have faith is it's going to be as unique as your DNA. How I believed, being of Ashkenazi descent, so it was really easy for me, me to believe because I have, background in the Middle East. So it was easy to believe that he actually exists. Just like I didn't think Sam Houston existed. But some people, do miraculous.
What do you mean you're like Ashkenaz? What do you mean you look black?
I don't look like a color.
You could be an Ashkenazi Jew and be black.
I am a person of that descent by blood. I don't look like a color.
According to who?
According to me, I don't look like a color.
Man, go
at all.
somewhere with
And
that
because
bullshit,
that.
man.
Okay, no, you don't just get to declare yourself a Jew. I mean, that's so fucking retarded.
I think that you're retarded for saying such an ignorant comment. Personally, I think that yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like she even stated that she wasn't a color. But the other thing too is like, if she was, let's say, or if she went by like African American, if she decided to, right? Like there is a huge, like, there's a lot of like Ethiopian Jews, which, for thousands of years.
I mean, yes.
If she was from like, Ethiopian descent, or she was from, like, who knows where she came from, but
clearly she was not an Ethiopian Jew. So like,
but at the end of the day, it doesn't, like, what she's trying to say is that she is not a color and that she is Jewish.
Okay, I know. I think what you understand is on this app, there is a plethora of black people who call themselves Jews, even though they're halakhically non-Jewish. They have 0% Jewish DNA. And in fact, they're more Christian than... Hold on a second. They're more Christian than they are Jewish, in terms of their theology, but they like to claim themselves to be Jews. Now, with those black people, okay, like, I'm somebody who's not... It's not my religion to gatekeep, but I can clearly tell that you're trying to co-opt their identity. And it's not only you're like culturally misappropriating their identity, but you're actually like attacking them and shitting on them and trying to punish them for quote unquote stealing your identity.
I think that you're just projecting right here in actuality, and I believe that.
What am I projecting?
Here's the thing: you can think whatever you want to.
What am I projecting? You stupid white faggot. What am I projecting?
I mean, you just admitted that you're a stupid white faggot, right?
No, I literally called you.
And you also have like an incredibly low IQ. Like, I've heard you speak before. Mm-hmm. I've heard you say like anti-Semitic things. I've listened to your rants before, and I genuinely believe that you have. I mean, I'm not a clinician, so I can't say like you have sure. But it seems like you have bipolar disorder, or...
What is bipolar disorder? I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, there are two different types of bipolar disorder.
Okay, there's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. What is the difference between the bipolar 1 and bipolar 2?
One is a longer mania and shorter depression, and the other one has a longer depression and shorter mania.
Okay, which one's going to full manic episodes?
I think that again, I'm not a clinician.
Okay, yeah, you're a dumbass. So,
It
bipolar.
doesn't.
Yeah, you're talking about personality trait. No,
Hold on a second.
yes, it does. It does negate what you said. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You fucking retard. It negates everything you said. You're talking about personality traits versus a fucking neurotic disorder. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let your dumbass speak. Go ahead.
Comparing you to somebody with Down syndrome is essentially, making fun of that individual due to your incredible ignorance within the realm of, thinking that you're much smarter than you really are, and also making like anti-Semitic comments and making and not being able to differentiate a lot of things.
Where did I say something about Down syndrome?
I stated that I was not a clinician, and I stated that I was pretty sure.
When did I say something about Down syndrome?
I said something. I was saying something about Down syndrome, and I was saying that you are in fact more ignorant than somebody who does in fact have something along those lines.
You sound like a straight bitch.
What happened to him? I actually didn't move him. I don't know what happened. God damn it.
He just came back. He just came back.
Where is he?
He just left, came back. He's probably trying to connect.
I actually kind of think this is like the shit I like on Clubhouse, so I would never move somebody like him.
While he's coming back, I got a question for Pascal.
What's up, brother?
Gentrification of the others. Yeah, so. Oh, no, let's see how long it lasts to take me down. What is your issue with people who are not white?
Yeah,
God created them. I mean, I can't. I'm not gonna say that God was doing something wrong when He created you people.
So you're in the United States, right? But you're an American. I assume.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Until your board comes back, I'm just bored, so I got time.
Take your time. Take your time.
Do you love your country?
Yeah.
How much do you love your country? Scale of 1 to 10.
I mean,
like numerically.
8.
8. Would you die for your country?
In most circumstances.
Have you served in the armed forces?
No, that's So why are you asking?
Why not?
Because I didn't. I don't know.
Because you. I'm confused because you're saying that you have a problem with you people. I served in the armed forces.
Amazing.
Right. So I'm just confused that.
It sounds like you had nothing better to do. I mean, in my opinion.
Let's not cry. Only one of us has a PhD, but who's keeping account?
Oh, you have a PhD? Amazing.
I sure do. Genetics.
Oh, in genetics. Is this Dr. Copeland?
It is I. Yes, sir.
Oh, amazing.
Yep. 100%. So like I was saying, you haven't served in our armed forces. You haven't served in our armed forces.
No.
You didn't put anything on the line. You've never tried to kill a man. You've never killed a man. Nobody's ever tried to kill you for our country. I'm just trying to understand what gives you the right to tell anybody, who's more valuable than who when you're too fucking pussy to put the uniform on. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
When did I say somebody was less valuable? I'm just curious.
Bro, I've heard you, bro. I've heard you.
No, you jumped on stage. No, hold on.
Yeah,
you jumped on stage, and I said, who did I say was more valuable?
Well, no, you said that I don't have any problem. Today you said I don't have any problem because God created you people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then before, let's not shy away from the things we've said, right? Let's be men, okay?
Oh, I'm being a man. I'm trying to use you basically strawmanning and saying that
Be a man.
somehow was saying that a group of people is less than me. So, that's...
So you have made derogatory comments about black people and Jewish people in this app.
When did I do it about Jewish people?
No, I actually look. If the answer is no, I won't hold you to account for something you haven't said.
Have I disparaging things about black people? Yes.
Okay, so right. So you've made disparaging comments, which is fine. Let's get, again, I'm just cool. Let's get this straight right now. You don't have enough money to piss me off, so let's get that straight.
Oh, amazing.
So that's why you're like this, because you're impoverished. But anyway. So,
but why do you have to? I'm just curious. There's like a lot of the successful, well-educated people I know. They don't think about how much money they make. Sure. What's really weird is, in fact, they generally try to hide how much money they have and make. Why? Generally, because they don't want to be used. And in white, at least with white people, you may not be aware of this. Trying to flex your status like that is considered, cheap and low IQ. But you're doing it, and this is kind of like why I think it's weird you're doing it.
Okay. You want me to respond?
Just like, I want you to respond. Just try to act like a white person. Just like not be, try not to be gaudy for a second.
Understood. Are you complete?
Oh, okay, I'm complete. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Let's get something straight. I know more wealthy white people than you do. They regard me more of a human than you do because you're poor. So let's understand that right now. That's number one. Number two, like when you have conversations with people that actually have money that's actually bullshit, only poor white people say the dumb shit you just said.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is Tucker Carlson poor?
Well, no. See, that's
is Elon Musk poor?
Hold on. I want to answer.
Are they poor? Is Elon Musk poor?
You have to stop talking to receive the answer. I heard your question. We are all. Let me complete. We all have heard, and we are all aware that Elon Musk is not poor. But here's what you must understand, young Padawan. Listen to me clearly.
Mm-hmm.
You are a source of income for them. They realize that you are stupid. So if they play to your lower sensibilities, you will give them money. And you see, it's a fiscal thing. They actually don't.
No. That's not what you said. You said people like me say what I say because I'm poor. But I'm saying, like, literally the richest person in the country, says what I say.
Right.
And so he's obviously not poor. And quite frankly, it would be a privilege for him to fart on your face when you're having a cup of tea. So, no, we have to be honest here. You're contradicting yourself.
Keep going. Only one of us owns our home, but keep going. Keep talking.
Amazing. Yeah, but he could buy your whole neighborhood and keep going.
No, but you literally. Hold on. But you can't buy my whole neighborhood. You're proving my point right now. Right?
No, you're proving my point. You're the one who said that only people who talk like me. Yes, we're having a conversation, but you said only people like me. No, you're chipping out. You're chipping out. Now, the problem is, you're chipping out. Now, the problem is that people like you, you said that only somebody like me would say saying the things I say is because I'm poor. And I just gave you an example of the richest man in the country who says the same things I say. So I would love to see how you can spin this. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. So now put your tampon back in, sweetheart. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Go ahead and put your tampon on your man pussy. That's fine.
I'm responding to you because you would like me to respond.
Okay. I'm sorry your chocolate cheeks are bleeding because your boyfriend just pounded you. It's not my fucking problem.
I got you. So I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it slow. So even a pale chimp like you can understand it. What I'm telling you is that those people are wealthy. Tucker Carlson, even Charlie Kirks of the world, he was wealthy. He was wealthy, right? He had like real money, right? he comes to people like you, and he says, I'm sure he believes those things, but he says those things so that you buy product, you will give him money, and you fall for it every time because it's not like you're ever in proximity to these people. You're not in proximity to these people. You never
once again, you're not talking. Yeah, once again, you're not.
About?
Yeah, but once again, okay, the fake geneticist trying to tell me I'm poor. But what's really funny? But what's really funny is that I was a critic of Charlie Kirk, for example. When you try to compare me to him, that's why
I didn't compare him to him. I said that you bought. I said that he.
I never bought anything from him. I do think he was a good person.
Like you, I put you in a group. I didn't say you personally.
Oh, amazing! So stupid. So I'm just curious. I'm just curious. So speaking of stupid people, why did Charlie Kirk pull in so many millions, and why was he so influential on somebody like you, who apparently is paid the big bucks and he's so smart?
Cool. I'll answer your question. Unlike you, Charlie Kirk actually did have a modicum of intelligence. He was actually a very great debater. He was very well.
But you're not a good debater.
Hold on, Pastor. You asked me a question, sweetheart. Relax. You asked me. I'm answering. I'm answering your question directly. Why was he so successful? He was very intelligent. Generally speaking, I mean, he had no actual skill set, but generally speaking, he was very intelligent. He was extremely emotionally intelligent. He was a great debater. He knew how to kind of capture.
I would say a lot more intelligent than you. I mean, just being fair.
No, I actually debated Charlie Kirk. It's actually on my Twitter.
Okay. Go. Can you post the link?
He got punished.
Can you post the link? Let me guess. You were the mod. Let me guess. You were the mod.
Of course I will. Of course I will. She came to me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you declared yourself winner. Yes, right. Jordan Peterson as well. Amazing.
Yep.
Look at this fanciful Negro who thinks he's so smart. Amazing.
25,000 followers or so. How many followers do you have? Okay, shut the fuck up. Anyway,
as a fake geneticist, you have a bunch of followers. Amazing.
I mean, you keep saying that, but we can look at my work though, right? Can we look at yours?
Can we?
Yes, sir. Would you like a link?
Yeah, show us everybody how you're a geneticist.
We want your location, brother. Drop your location.
What's going to happen when you get it?
Drop your location, brother. I want to see your work.
Okay, that's a bet. Here you go. It's too easy, really.
So I'm just curious, where did you serve in combat? I'm just curious. Hold on, I'm actually going to record, since we know your real name. Hold on a second, so I can record. Screen record. So here's Mr. No. Here's Mr. Badass. Where did you serve in combat?
I'm not talking to you about my military service. Are you stupid?
No. You came on here acting like you're a big.
I was a captain in the army.
That had a lot of experience in the military. Where did you fight in combat?
I never told you that. You said that.
Did you fight? Hold on a second. Were you ever deployed in a combat zone where you had to engage in fighting?
I am not going to discuss with you.
Don't have it, you goddamn fake.
Hold on. Hey, I'm not going to discuss with you.
You fucking phony, stolen valor piece of shit. Coming on this stage, trying to act like you're a fucking tough guy, pussy. This is literally. No, I have it on. Okay, tell me, what is your experience in the military? Hold on a second.
I'm trying to answer it. You shut the fuck up.
Okay,
do you want to answer, or do you want to hear yourself talk?
Yeah, I want to hear the answer.
Cool. Yeah, so I was a captain in the United States Army active duty at the 71 Bravo. I was a biochemist. I managed the Army's CBRN program at Fort Sam Houston from 2020 to 2023. I was a section chief at the FADL, Food Analysis Diagnostic Laboratory, where I managed countermeasures for 50 states and 3 OCONUS territories. If you look at my PTR, I actually have myself in my service uniform wearing it. I also have a picture with the Surgeon General of the United States Army at the time, 2-star General Dingell. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Nobody.
Because you're a fucking civilian.
Nobody with valor. You say that, obviously. So,
pussy.
I mean, no, you're the pussy. Like,
shut your pussy ass up. Put the uniform on. Shut your dumb ass up.
Why don't you go in combat, bitch?
So, why didn't you serve?
Why did I have to serve?
Why didn't you serve?
Because I didn't have to.
No. Nobody has to serve. We don't have a conscript-based military. You volunteer. That's the thing. Why didn't you serve?
I was already in college when 9/11 happened and
that's great. So
the invasion of Iraq.
Let's talk about college. Let's talk about that. So I got recognition after getting a PhD. So that's not an excuse. You're just pussy. You're just a pussy, is all.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
The answer is I had my
tampon. That's my answer. But what did you do in the United States military? You didn't fight.
That's the answer.
But you didn't fight in the United States. It's really funny. Once I told you a screen recording, you changed your fucking tune so much. Now I know I love that you have your PTRs with the AR-15s. When you and of course when it shows that
put on the uniform.
Hold on a second. The blank firing devices. Okay, when you have the
talking online.
Okay, when you have the thing at the end of your muzzle where you end up doing the training, where you're firing blanks at each other.
At the end of your muzzle, you're definitely a dumbass.
Some kind of fucking 11 Bravo.
71 Bravo. 71 Bravo.
Yeah,
Get it right.
71 Bravo. Obviously.
Get it right. 71 Bravo.
No, but I mean, I'm talking about how you try to make yourself look, and that's what you did before I started screen recording. You started to make yourself out to be like some kind of. You started to make yourself out to be some kind of fucking hero who had to put yourself.
I never said I was a hero.
In danger. Actually in danger. But
only civilians talk like that.
But you didn't.
Man, that's
you see, only civilians talk like that. But at the end of the day, you're somebody who never had to
sound like a civilian right now because you are.
Okay, but just like a civilian, you never had to fight in war. Amazing.
Okay, I'll explain it to you because I see you a little stupid. Let me help you. And I'm waiting for you to kick me down. I know you're gonna kick me down at some point. You can't take too much more of this shit. So let me explain to you how this works, sweetheart. Okay? And you wouldn't know. Because you're a
just go ahead and spit it out. Just go ahead.
Units deploy. Individuals don't deploy. Units deploy. You understand that?
Yeah.
Meaning, if you're part of a unit or BCT, you don't know what a BCT is. You never served, like I said. The unit deploys. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, I know you don't understand this because you're a fucking civilian. I was an officer. I was in charge of men. I was not a grunt. I gave the orders. I didn't take them. You understand?
Yeah,
you wouldn't understand that because
you're a civilian. So what does that matter?
You're a civilian. Do you understand what a biochemist does? Like you're so stupid. It's shocking.
Well, okay, but you obviously had nothing to do with infantry or anything that involves bravery.
I never said that. Wait, time out. Now you're talking that's ass talk. Number one, again, let's get something straight right now. So you're talking about things you don't understand. You are aware that if you deploy to a combat zone, you are aware that people are engaged who are not infantrymen. You do understand that, right?
Yes, right. But that's way different from being somebody in infantry who actually has to engage with these people.
No, agree. Nobody's arguing that there are levels to this shit. Nobody, I mean, and an infantryman is not a special forces guy, right? Nobody
said special forces. I said, I just infantry.
No.
And of course, infantry is not the only group, but you were not, you were not in charge of door kickers and trigger pullers. So that's where you're different. In fact, you were not somebody who ever had to pull a trigger and keep it.
You're just talking now.
No, but I'm being realistic. Like you're being a stolen valor piece of shit. I understand when it comes to stolen valor, the biggest cases of stolen valor are literally people that literally were in the military. And so I'm listening to a retard like you sit here and say, because you're in the military, I should respect your authority, and somehow you're this gunslinger, you're this hero, which that is obviously not the fucking case. Like
you said that I'm stolen valor, which is a felony. Here's what you should do. My name is Ian Eugene Cope. That's my full code.
Yes,
but I'm not scared of y'all. See, only one of us has a pseudonym up here. Only one of us doesn't have his real name up here.
Amazing.
But you're a pussy. If you're saying
you're somebody who's trying to somebody who's trying to gain clout by acting like you're a tough guy in the military. You're literally a pencil pusher.
Let me get it out, sweetheart.
Cut the shit.
If it's stolen valor, report me. It's a felony. If it's stolen valor, take this recording and report me. That's what happens.
Okay, can you tell me which men you led into battle?
No.
Because you can't.
Stolen valor. No. Stolen listen, bro.
Okay, tough guy.
Don't try to take it back now. Don't try to take it back now.
No, tough
It's
guy.
stolen valor.
You're the one
So
who said.
report me.
No, you stupid fuck. You're the guy.
Report me.
You're
I'm
the guy
telling you to
trying to
report
make
me.
yourself out to be like a tough guy because you're in the military, but you were never in battle. You were literally the bitch that you speak of.
Report
me. Why didn't you? Okay,
Civilian.
if you went straight in.
Civilian.
Okay,
Report
after your
me.
PhD, why didn't you go? Why didn't you go into it? Why didn't you go into a group which would basically go into combat?
That's a great. So I'll explain it to you again. Listen to me very carefully.
I get it. I get what your PhD was in. Where you would have your expertise. But you're trying to make it sound like you were somehow involved with the trigger pulling.
I never said that you're lying.
Fucking faggot. No, you're lying and you're full of shit.
You asked me a question. Thank you. So now you're done bitching. Okay. You have said that I had committed stolen valor.
Yep.
Okay. I heard you. You have a report. Here's what you should do now. Report me. Do it now. It's a felony. Do it. Report me.
Amazing.
No. Fuck amazing. Report my black ass. Report me. You said that I said.
Well, your black ass was literally.
I was a soldier, which is true.
You called somebody
I
a
was a
pussy
captain,
when you
which is
enrolled in.
true.
No, you enlisted in the military as an officer, and you literally were never in a combat zone having to do combat. Now, it is a lot different to be in the military and actually fucking. No, it's a lot different from being in the military and actually being in combat. Like, this is why I find it fucking funny. Listen to you faggot that never were in combat. Sit here and try to call other people pussies. Why didn't you serve on the front lines?
Okay, I'm gonna answer the question. That's a question. So that's a question mark. So thank you. Cool. Take a breath. So here we go. Again, here's how the conversation started. I asked you, why did you have a problem with people who are not white, black people, Jewish people? You said, I don't have a problem with God making you people. I said, okay, you love your country. You told me, yes, I still on a scale from 1 to 10, how much you love your country? You said, I don't know, an 8. I said, would you die for your country? You said, absolutely. I said, so why had you not served in our armed forces then? And then you replied, because I didn't have to. I said, well, wait a minute, Pascal. There are people who have served. I know because I've served. And that's how the conversation started. I never told y'all
people that you served with, people
I never told y'all
that did not serve under you.
I told y'all with a Bravo biochemist, which is a fact. I told you that I managed the Kitover response to the U.S. Army, which is also a fact. I told you I worked in Seaburn, which is a fact. I told you where I served at Fort Sam Houston, which is a fact. This is all verifiable information, dog. So, but I'm stolen valor. So here's what you do. My name is Ian Eugene Copeland, Captain Ian Eugene Copeland. Report me. Report me. Say, hey, listen, this guy, he's stolen valor. He's not in the military. He's a piece of shit. Go arrest him. Do that.
But no, you called me a pussy. Oh, well, hold on a second. But you called me. Yes, it did. And so.
No, I got do it. Let's see it.
Okay. Yes. Sure. So. No, you just want to shut the fuck up. So once again, I literally, you're trying to say I'm a pussy, but you were a pusher in the military.
You are a pussy.
You're not somebody. Okay, a lot of people, when they think of people in the military, and you know this is why you're very disingenuous. Hold on a second. We think of the people with their M4s or whatever weapons. They're engaging in combat. They're risking their lives. Here you are, a pencil pusher, somebody who's not putting your own life at risk, and you're basically stealing the valor of the people that actually had to do the fighting. Which you never had to do. Like, that's why it's stolen valor. So you call me a pussy, but once again, you are not somebody who is a fighter. So just shut the fuck up.
You're a pussy. You talk.
You're a pussy.
Run your mouth. But the fact that
you run your fucking mouth. You're sitting here saying like you're some kind of tough guy, but you're somebody who never actually had to engage in fighting.
You could have went to any branch that you wanted to and joined at any time. You're an able-bodied male. You could have put it on the line anytime you wanted to. When you join the military, you go where you're told to go. You can't say, hey, listen, I volunteer. It doesn't work. It's not a fucking movie. You're not John Wick. You go where your unit goes. You deploy where your unit deploys. You don't get a choice in the matter. That's not how this works. This is not a movie. This is not Black Hawk Down. You do not get to say, "Oh, I don't
Okay, so you say you have your degree. Okay,
I do. Or I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat already.
Amazing. So they're obviously they're going to put you where they feel you belong, which is not going to be in frontline.
I put my
which is understandable. So actually, what makes you so tough? I'm just curious.
Okay, cool. So you asked me for information. To be fair, Pascal, you asked me for information. I said, hey, would you like
No,
me to
I asked you what makes you to be what makes you so tough. I'm just curious. What makes you, Dr. Copeland? Dr. Copeland.
I'm answering
what
you.
Makes you a tough guy? I'm just curious. What makes you a tough guy?
Okay, so then you have to take a breath. Just stop talking.
What makes you a tough guy? You can't answer the question.
I'm answering it. I'm answering it right now. Here's what makes me a tough guy. I volunteered for active duty military service, not knowing what comes next. Biochemists get deployed all the time. Happens all the time. You go to a medical file, they have biochemists, vets, doctors, nurses. Happens all the time. Okay? This is not something that doesn't happen. It happens all the time. This is what unit you're in. Okay? When I joined the military, I'm a geneticist. It was during a health crisis, COVID. They put me at Fort Sam, which is right down the street from BAMC, Brooke Army Medical Center, the largest Army medical center in the country. They put me there for a reason. Because I know what the fuck I'm doing. Because unlike you, I actually have skills that are transferable.
Okay, but this is where it's retarded. Okay, that's like me saying that if I joined the Army, I could have been an Army Ranger, but I never joined the Army. Now, you joined...
What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying if I was to say
anything.
No, I know. I'm saying it's akin to me saying that. Now, absolutely. Now, you're saying you joined the Army, but you never had to be one of these people. Therefore, at least you had the balls to I guess, join the Army, and then therefore, you're a badass. No, that's not exactly not how it works. Okay, so I can join the Army with the aspirations of being in special forces all I want.
You'll never make it because you're a pussy, but keep going.
Amazing. And so, well, that's the thing is that if I don't make it, I know, like low IQ chimpery. Now, if I was to try out for special forces and not make it, that does not make me. Yeah, absolutely. I'm in my 40s. I'm not going to try out for special forces. So
I know because you're a pussy and you're out of shape. Keep going.
Amazing. No, I'm not out of shape.
You're out of shape. Keep going.
See, this is like how low IQ you are. You're saying I'm out of shape, but you don't even know me. Like, you're so stupid.
Keep going.
But when it comes to, I can say, oh, I would have joined, and if I would have joined, I would have somehow. I have the balls and the ability to be special forces or some shit like that. Okay, you're somebody who joined. Hold on. You're somebody who joined, and you're saying like, well, they just so happened to assign me to, be, working whatever the fuck it was, but I had the ability and the drive to be one of these people. Well, okay, that's nice that you say it after the fact. You can't prove that.
Cool.
So, nobody gives a fuck.
Cool. Got it. Okay, so I'm going to respond now. Thank you for that, Tyree. I appreciate that. So, here's what here's where the two neurons you call a brain are not linking up at. Again, you were able to join the armed forces. You're an able-bodied male. All of this, I love the country, white nationalist bullshit that you're on is cute. But you won't actually implement that version of what you think it is. Meaning, it's not like you're saying, "Oh, I'm really about this shit. I'll go out there and really do this shit." Any branch, I don't care what branch, whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, shout out to all the branches, man. Everybody's serving. I mean, who gives a fuck? Like, you didn't do that. So all I'm saying to you is that the big chest, the talking talk, the blah blah blah, black people this, Jewish people that, black people this, Jewish people that. To me, you just sound like a broke, privileged nobody in his 40s with pent-up energy because he's probably 5'5" and he never joined it. It's okay. It's okay, bro. Don't get mad.
Okay. I love how you try to go on with the trying to attack me. I'm not 5'5". I'm 6 inches taller. I'm not tall. I'm obviously within the range of average height. But with that being said,
you short to me, bro. You short to me. You were short to me.
Amazing. I never said I was tall. So
keep going. You going.
Okay, this is like low IQ chimp behavior. Like it's so stupid.
You can't low IQ shit. You have a high school diploma.
You said you have a. You say you have a PhD,
like high school diploma.
No, I have a college degree.
You got a college degree from community college. Oh.
No, like a 4-year degree. But anyways,
look at you go.
What's really funny is that like once again, this is such like low IQ rhetoric. People don't usually attack people in such a way, and I just have to be clear. Like I personally, in my family, I had people that were combat veterans.
Good for them. You're still
amazing.
You're still a pussy.
Amazing. Yes, but they, as combat vet, like my dad was in the 173rd in Vietnam.
Look for your dad. He's not a pussy. You're a pussy though. His son's a pussy. You're not.
Sure.
You're a pussy, but you're a pussy for sure.
Sure, but
shout out to your pops, by the way. Your pops a real one. Shout out to your pops, by the way. He really did that shit.
He is. And so what I would say is this: is that my dad. Sure. And so my dad, he's also a retired federal judge. Yeah, absolutely good for him.
Does he know you're a racist piece of shit?
He knows about me. So with that being said,
okay, keep going.
Amazing. So what somebody as humble as him, he's like he grew up dirt poor.
Good for your dad. Shout out to your pops, bro.
My pops, as you say, accomplished some shit, and he was in the military and went through some. Yes, obviously. Is there a reason you have to, like a dumb fucking chimp, you have to interrupt?
Well, it's just because I just love.
But we know. Hold on.
I love when y'all do this.
No. Okay. Yes, my father. Shut the fuck up for a second. Shut the fuck up.
You are a pussy.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now I have to mute. Yes, my father. Okay, no, you're the pussy. Now, what I find to be very ironic is that somebody like my dad, he's gone to the reunions back in Australia. He's in New Zealand, basically in 1965, 1966, when he served, the Australians and New Zealanders were attached with them. Amazing. Now, when it was brought to my attention like 20 some years ago when Googling my name because I'm a junior. Shit about my dad would get pulled up, and then stories would get pulled up. There were parks all over the country that were named after people my dad served with that died. He went through some shit. But my dad never really, how do I put this? Flaunted his military experience as if he was some kind of tough guy. He didn't really talk about it. The only time I'd really see him light up and want to talk about it is if he met somebody that was like, oh, where were you? Oh, you were there. Basically it's more, he would encounter somebody that maybe had, a similar experience. He was not my dad was not a braggart. He was not somebody who, I guess, would shove his service in people's face whatsoever. And quite frankly, he doesn't talk about it much, even with me or anybody else. But what I find very weird with you is you have this braggadocious person such as yourself, you're like this super tough guy because you were in the military in a non-combat role, and you're somehow flexing as if it makes you a pussy if you were not doing it. Where is the flex with that?
So you want to just keep muting? Are you complete? Okay, he's complete. Oh God, thank you. Okay, great. Here we go. Shout out to your dad. You are not your father. It doesn't matter what you say. I can brag all I want. That's my personality. Because I can brag. You can't brag. The only reason you're doing this shit is you can't brag. The only point that I'm making is this: you literally are like not about this life. Like you're like super this, super that. I'm a racist piece of shit. I don't like Jewish people. I don't like black people, and that's cool. I mean, you're impoverished. Who gives a fuck what you have to say about anything? You're entertainment for me at this point. The point I'm making is that it's giving. I'm 5'10". I want to be a tough guy. Look at my boxing PTR, blah, blah, blah. I'm super short. I have a problem with myself, which is why I walk around spewing racist rhetoric, talking about N-word this, N-word that, Jew this, Jew that, blah, 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 because you're literally broke, and your father probably thinks that you're a failure because your father sounds like a very accomplished and intelligent man, and he had a piece of shit as a son, and you probably disappointed him for the last 40 years. That's it.
Sure. So, but what I'm curious about is that, like, I've seen the PTRs of you and your thing is I actually boxed, but unlike you have pictures of yourself with the M4s that are, I believe it was in the back of a pickup truck. So obviously you guys were doing a military exercise where you were firing blanks at each other. And you're trying to make yourself like you're about that life, but you're not a combat veteran. You're not somebody who's ever experienced combat. And you but at the same time, you try to put forth this image like you were this soldier that actually has, I don't know, about that life, which you're not about that life, and you've never been about that life, as you've admitted. You've never been.
You're a civilian, dude. It doesn't matter. You're a civilian. It's okay.
But as a civilian, I'm still calling you out, and you cannot dispute what I'm saying.
You can't call me out.
Okay, right?
You can't.
Yes, but have you ever been in combat? Have you ever been in combat?
I already told you I am not going to discuss.
Yes, because I know. That's a very convenient excuse.
I'm answering the question.
It's a very convenient excuse. You cannot answer that because you've never been in combat. You're not about that life.
If you knew anything about anything when somebody answers like that, it would tell you something. But you're so fucking dumb that you can't get.
No, you're fucking dumb.
I'm not gonna sit here and talk to you about what I did when I had a top secret security clearance. Are you stupid? You think I'm gonna sit here and discuss with you on an app what I did when I was in the U.S. Army, where I had a top secret security clearance? Are you dumb? You do understand that's like. You can't do that. You do understand that, right?
Sure. So let me ask.
Do you get that? Do you understand? Do you get that?
Hold on a second. I want to ask you a very clarifying question. So, are you saying because you had a top secret security clearance?
I am not going to discuss any details therein. It's not going to happen. You can say whatever you want.
This is you doing your stolen valor bullshit again. Once again. Are you trying to hide behind the fact that you had a top secret clearance that somehow that should, there should be some plausible deniability whether or not you've actually had to engage in combat?
I'm just telling you I'm not going to discuss that.
No, it's because you've never been in combat. So you're literally doing your stolen valor shit again.
Okay, that's what you say it is.
Any veteran can say whether they've been on a tour or not. I don't know why this guy's like, oh, you want me to tell you about top secret? No one's asking you about top secret. You just say whether you've been on tour or not.
Cool. Fantastic. So here's what we're going to do.
The only question I asked him is whether or not he's been engaged in combat.
I'm responding.
It's a federal law.
I'm responding to you.
In order to embellish your military record, and this piece of shit is literally not going to do it.
Arrest me. Get me arrested. You say that I'm stolen valor. That's a felony. Get me arrested. You have my name. I'm not pussy like this. Is my real name.
And here's why I'm screen recording right now.
Do it.
Because I asked you.
I'm telling you to do it.
I asked you whether or not you're in combat, and so you have to say, I have a security clearance. Why? That's your way of saving your own ass to prove you were never in combat. You fucking lying piece of shit. Like you're.
I never said I was.
Pathetic.
I never said I was.
Piece of shit. You are a stolen valor piece of shit.
Are you getting arrested now?
Literally was never in fucking danger. You were never in fucking danger.
Are you getting arrested?
Okay, but because of your uniform, you want us to respect you as somebody who actually was put in danger. You literally lost people they were serving with and put you in the same fucking boat as them. Like you were a pathetic piece of shit. You're a pathetic piece of shit.
Nobody said that, bro. Wow, you're really
No, that's what you're implying. You cheap piece of shit. That's literally what you're implying.
All I
you're
said
a worthless
was,
piece of fucking shit.
All I told
that
you
is what
was
you're implying.
that you didn't serve because you're a pussy. All the other shit you added up.
Okay, then set the record straight. Did you ever serve in direct combat during your military history? Watch, he's gonna
Stop muting me.
He's not gonna answer this directly. Why? Because that felony that he wants to avoid, will come. Okay, so watch this. He's gonna say, "Well, you're a civilian. I don't have to answer."
Stop muting me, bro.
I'm not asking him for details. I'm literally asking him, did you serve in direct combat in the military?
I don't have to answer anything, bro. I don't have to answer anything.
You're a stolen valor piece of shit. That's all we needed to know about you.
Then get me arrested. Stolen valor is a felony.
Okay.
It is. It literally is. It's a federal crime.
Acting like you came in here
I didn't imply shit.
No. You came in here acting like a tough guy, talking about you served your country, you posted with your fucking M4s, and devices at the end of the muzzles where you're training with blanks, and you're acting like you're a tough guy because you joined the military, all of this bullshit. Okay, but when you're asked direct questions, okay, you obviously you're trying to imply or insinuate.
I didn't imply shit. You're implying shit. I never implied shit.
You never were.
Okay, you done? Cool. Hold on. I'm gonna respond now, unless you're gonna just quash my free speech. And I never came up here. Don't talk. I never came up here and said I was infantry. Any of that weird shit you talking about. You said that. I never said that. I told you exactly what I did. I said I served at Fort Sam Houston from 2020 to 2023 as a section chief, as a 71 Bravo, active duty, as a captain in the U.S. Army. I never told you I kicked in any doors. I never told you I did any of that weird shit you're talking about. I never said that shit. You said that. So let's get that clear right now. It's recorded. You said you recorded it, which is great, and I don't have anything to lie about. My service record is public information. That's one FOIA request away. That's not a big deal. But the point is this: stolen valor is a crime. So if you're telling me I committed a crime, Pascal, report me.
No, I'm saying you're insinuating it. That's why I asked you to clarify whether or not you served in combat.
I didn't insinuate.
Your bitch ass ends up automatically says, "Well, I don't have to tell you that because you're a civilian." Or
I don't.
No, that's what you're doing because you're trying to imply that you had combat experience.
I didn't say that.
Instead of answering directly, you literally have to. No, you literally.
I never said that. It's recorded. Never credit.
Well, I don't have to tell you that because you're a civilian, and so
that's not what I said. Actually, I said.
As somebody who's never been in combat, I
never told you I was in combat.
As somebody who's never been put yourself in danger, you need to shut your fucking mouth. You're not the tough guy.
You're a civilian. Shut up.
I'm a civilian. Yes, I was never put in danger, just like how you weren't. So just shut your fucking mouth.
It's probably still a tough guy. Military training stuff, but I think we got to the truth.
The truth? I never said, bro. This shit is weird now.
No, I never said that. And I heard you're kind of.
Who said that? I never said that. Who said that?
Let me explain. You were refusing. You were refusing, saying it's basically I don't have to answer your question whether I've been in combat or not, right? So it's you're leaving it kind of open whether you have or haven't. And I think we got down to the truth, right? So now we understand you haven't.
No, because you came late. No, because you came late. I'm going to say it again because I see y'all a little slow. When he asked me, I gave you the whole thing. He put all that shit in there. I'm not going to sit and just keep saying the same shit over and over again.
No, I said
to you in this recorded room, I said I was a 71 Bravo, which is a fact. I served.
And you were never in combat. Amazing. So just sit down and shut the fuck up. You're not a tough guy.
Hold on. I said Fort Sam Houston, which is a fact. That's verifiable. Section chief, Fados, gave you the whole organization and everything. All that's factual. I was a captain, direct commission. after I got my PhD, you know the thing you said I didn't have. You the one started talking about all these requirements for this and the shit. I said, bro, what are you talking about? I even said to you 3 times, I was like, well, bro, you do understand that, like, there are more people that do combat shit than infantrymen. Like, you do understand that. You start talking about infantry and shit. You said all that shit.
Okay, well, once again, let me clarify.
Never said any of that.
When were you in combat?
Never told you I was in combat.
Okay, I mean,
I never told you that. I never said that.
Okay, so you're not a tough guy. Okay, so you're not a tough guy. So just shut the fuck up.
But you need to report me though, because you said it was stolen valor. So when are you going to report me?
You know, you're trying to make yourself out to be this tough guy.
No.
You're in the
When are you
military,
going to report me?
You're
Can I get a date?
okay, since you're not a tough guy who was in the military,
Can I get a date?
shut your fucking mouth. That's all you need to do.
Can I get a date? Can I get a date? Are you going to report me? Can I get a date on my report so I can get my felony real quick?
That doesn't matter. You're not the tough guy. You're not the combat veteran that you're trying to make yourself out to.
I take stolen valor very seriously.
Okay, then shut that. Why are you flexing on civilians?
You're saying that
it's really weird. Somebody like
you need to report me.
Once again, as you said, my dad's a good guy, good piece of shit. True. Now, with that being said, my dad never flexed his millet, and he was an actual combat veteran who's still considered 100% disabled, even though he was a federal judge who retired. Right before he turned 70.
Report me.
Hold on a second. He's somebody who would never flex to civilians.
I'm not
saying other people in general. And then here's a guy that has never stepped, who's never been in combat, bragging as if he's some kind of fucking tough guy. We see the goddamn PTRs you've had with the fucking M4s where you're training or whatever gay shit, which you're never somebody who's been in combat. So you're just pathetic. You're a pathetic piece of shit. That is stolen valor. Like you're somebody who's trying to, because you wear the same fucking uniform, you're making yourself out to be as if you have the same level of valor as these fucking combat veterans. It's so pathetic.
Okay, great. So when you report me, you know the process of report is, right? Would you like me to help you with the process? I can tell you what to do, who to call.
No, we're not saying that you committed a crime. We're saying that
you already did. No, you said it 5 times. You said it 5 times, which is defamation, by the way. You know that, right?
We know that's defamation, right? You were implying stolen valor.
No, you know that's defamation, right? Right? You know that, right? Right? Are you aware that it's defamation when you say that I'm committing stolen valor, which is a felony, which I'm not? You know that's defamation, right?
It's not. I'm insinuating that you're implying that you're
not insinuating shit.
You said tough
stolen valor. I recorded you like
I recorded you. You were trying to imply that you're some kind of tough guy, fucking.
I recorded you.
But you were not. You fucking retard.
I recorded you. Your IP address is
Record it
attached to
all you
your
want, you dipshit.
profile.
Record it all you want.
Your IP address is attached to your profile. You're not as anonymous as you think you are. So like I said, go ahead and report me for the thing that you said that I did. Do you know the process? I can give you the number to call.
Nobody's saying you committed a federal crime.
Wait a minute. Now you're saying I didn't commit a federal crime.
No, what I'm pressing you on, you fucking retard.
Interesting. Walk it back, bitch.
I pressed you on. What I pressed you on is you're trying to act like a... Hold on a second. You were trying
Walk it back.
Okay. What you were trying to do is act like you're this big bad tough guy who's in the military, and so what I did is I said I'm going to screen record. Please tell me whether or not you've been in combat. Now you said you're a civilian. I don't have to answer to you. Okay, true. You don't have to answer to anybody. Now, with that being said, the reason you won't do it is because then you will get in trouble for stolen valor. And so my whole point in doing this is by basically saying, like, look, you're trying to imply that you're some big tough guy that ended up becoming an officer in the military. It makes you tough, but you've never been in combat. And so, because you won't admit it, which we know why, is because it would be considered stolen valor. You won't admit it, and so that's fine. We literally clarified. You're somebody with zero combat experience. You're not a tough guy. You're not Rambo. You're not any of that shit. So you could just cut the fucking tough guy facade. Like, just shut the fuck up.
Who? Cool.
You.
I got $100 on Neg that he'll whoop your ass, Pascal.
Well, I'll take that bet. But anyway, like I was saying, no, I appreciate that. Shout out to No Way. Anyway, so here's the thing again, right? So you muted me, and that's cute, that's cool, that's all good. So again, just so everybody was clear on this, right? Just so this is like 1,000% like clear, right? I just want to make this clear. When you say, I counted 19 times you said it. You are committing stolen valor. You're telling me I'm committing a crime. And if I'm committing a crime, you have a federal offense at that. You have an obligation to report that. Now, if I committed a crime, you need to report it. If I didn't commit a crime, my friend, you just defamed me in front of 50 people online. So either it's stolen and it's a felony, or you just defamed me, and if you write it, it's libel. So, what are we going to do now? What happens now?
What do you want to do?
No. You need to pick up the phone. No. I'm not talking to you, Mike. Shut the fuck up. You need to pick up the phone, and you need to call. I can give you a number to call, and you need to report me for stolen valor. You ready to do that?
But this is like a weird thing. Like this is
no. It's not weird. No. It's not weird. See, it's real. It's weird.
No. I've already explained it to you.
It's weird because it's real now.
I've already explained it. No. Hold on. No. You hold on. I explained it to you.
Report me.
I wanted you. Hold on. The reason why I said I was recording and I asked you, were you ever in combat? And I asked you to do that. Is because you won't do it because it would be considered stolen valor. Amazing. You're obviously not listening. Now, I said if you were to say you were in combat, it would be stolen valor. And that's why you won't say you were in combat.
You recorded. It's too late to lie. I recorded you. It's too late.
Yes. I've been recording, dude.
No, I recorded you. I've been recording this whole time. It's too late for that.
Sure.
What you're trying to do now, walk it back, is too late. So now you kind of stuck. You need to now, you have an obligation as a citizen to report anybody for stolen valor because it's a felony. It is a felony crime to do that.
That is bullshit. That is bullshit. My stance was that
it is a felony.
Hold on a second. My stance was that I said I'm gonna go record now, and then I was gonna ask you, did you serve in combat? Because I knew that you did not serve in combat, and so if you served in combat, okay, you could say it. It would not be considered stolen valor. You would not say it, okay, once I told you I was recording. And so, like, you being this big bad soldier boy that you tried to make yourself out to be was all bullshit. And so that was my fucking point, is that you would not say it. You would not say it because it would be stolen valor if you said it.
Let's say if you mute me again. See, everybody's about this free street bullshit until they start getting their ass handed to them. And G.A. Pimpleton is absolutely right. G.A. Pimpleton says in the chat, I seriously hope you have this thing recorded, bro. An average civil lawyer will win this case, make him pay. I mean, I could go that route, but I know you ain't got no bread, so it don't really matter. Just for your education, right? So you understand, Pascal. So you think you're anonymous, but you're not, because like I said, your shit is linked to your IP address. Nobody's anonymous up here. Just you and your real name up here. You said, I counted 17 times. I got a 23-minute recording of you saying it. You said I've committed stolen valor. You can argue it all you want. You said it. Now, here's what I'll give you the opportunity to do. You got a little high under the collar. You got a little in your feelings. Okay? I'll give you an opportunity right now to say, hey, listen, I misspoke on that. I retract that. I actually don't think that you've done that. It was a little heated. It's a misunderstanding.
Don't give him a pass. Don't give him a pass.
No. I would allow you to. Hold on, no. I would allow you to do that this time. Do it quick.
I'm not apologizing for shit. Like,
there you go.
Once again, if you have combat experience, go ahead and say it. Do you have combat experience? Do you have combat experience?
Got him. I got him.
Do you have combat?
Got it.
You don't got me because you don't have combat experience.
We won.
Got it. And this is like, see, and this is where you got to play these games with these racist cats. This is where you got to play these games.
Hey, Dr. Copeland, give me 1 second, please. So, Pepe, I actually know people that know Dr. Copeland, so I'm kind of fucking confused. Who the fuck are you to disrespect another veteran on the stage when you know goddamn nothing? And even if he's been in combat or hasn't been in combat, who the fuck are you?
Well, no, he was coming up here saying, like, I'm a pussy because I didn't enlist in the military, and he was trying to act like a big tough guy, and you know, he's somebody who never served in combat. And so, you know, once again, yeah, I'm definitely going to, it's like, okay, so you joined the military, you weren't in combat, amazing.
Pepe, you do realize, right, like my generation from 99 on, we deployed several times. People before me, some of them didn't fucking deploy. Does that make them weak? Does that mean they didn't fucking do what they're supposed to do? Does that mean they weren't in special ops? Does that mean they weren't airborne?
Hold on, man, nigga.
But he was not infantry. He was not in a role that would ever serve in combat. Like he's even admitted this.
So you know a doctor is assigned every fucking unit, right? You know every doctor has every team.
Hey, fuck you, Mike. You bitch ass nigga. Fuck you, Mike. Your location, nigga. You ain't gonna pull up on no.
Yo, who's
Drop your location then, nigga.
Fuck you, Mike.
I don't give a fuck if you a veteran, nigga.
Fuck you, Mike.
Out of you, nigga.
Fuck you, Mike.
Drop your location.
Fuck you, Mike.
Nigga.
Fuck you, Mike.
Pepe, nigga.
Fuck you, Mike.
Real nigga, nigga.
Oh, wait. This Pepe.
Whole ass nigga.
Nigga, shout out to my Haitian. Shout out to the Haitian.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
You know what machetes, bro?
Fuck you, Mike.
You know what machetes, bro?
Fuck you, Mike.
I'll pop a nigga quick. No problem for me,
You
bro.
got my IP address, don't you, nigga? Pull up, nigga.
Bitch, we want the home address. We want your mama.
So like I was saying, it's all good.
We want your mama address.
Bro, damn.
I was joining your mom's house in 5 minutes, motherfucker.
Hey, Haitian, shout out to the best man. Hey, shout out to the best man.
Got you, bro.
Shout out to the best man. Look, man, listen, it's all good. You know, I think, you know, judging by Pascal's silence, you know, he realized his error. You know, even somebody as dumb and as racist as him kind of realized when he put his foot in his mouth. So, like I said, never said I served in a combat role. Told him exactly what my job was. That's all verified, and it ended in support request.
Okay, so you're not a tough guy, so just like drop the fucking tough guy out.
No.
You were trying to flex your military record to make you a tough guy.
Don't get scared.
I'm not being scared, but once again, you did flex your military record.
Times that I was stolen valor, which is a felony. So you need.
I said it would be if you said you had combat experience, and that's why you said you did not have combat experience.
I reported it.
Pepe, let me ask you a question real quick, right? Let me ask you a question, Pepe. If you meet someone in the military right now that's been in, let's say, 7 years, right? You see them with a Ranger tab, Special Forces tab. Are you going to say they're tough or they're not?
Well, I mean, to get to Ranger school, you'd have to be tough.
Yes or no? Okay.
Yeah.
So what if they haven't been in combat?
That's fine. Did Dr. Copeland have a Ranger?
Wait. So are they no longer?
There's someone with my picture in the chat. Very rude. Can someone remove him, please?
Well, hold on. So now I'm recording again. So I want to ask. So did Dr. Copeland have a Ranger tab?
Yeah. You're not going to get the tab.
You never claimed to.
Never said I did.
Never claimed to.
Nice try.
The question, Pepe, was.
No, you said if they've never been in combat, are they a tough guy? You said if they went to Ranger school. Hold on a second.
You fucked with the wrong one, Pepe.
Do you think you could whoop Neg's ass?
Well, hold on. So you said if I saw somebody who was never in combat and they had a Ranger tab, but I think they're tough. I said, well, they went to Ranger school. So yeah. Now with that being said,
that wasn't the question.
Let's make this analogous. Let's make this analogous to Dr. Copeland. Did he have a Ranger tab or did he have a Special Forces tab? Has he ever had one of those two things?
Cracker, white devil. Keep reading me, motherfucker. Cracker. Keep recording me, motherfucker. Cracker. Blue-eyed devil. Let me keep going, motherfucker. You motherfuckers don't scare me.
Honky.
You got me fucked up.
Okay, did you have a ranger or special forces tab at all?
So again, never said that. You're now trying to say things I never said. It's okay. I've already recorded you. There's no way for you to talk around this defamation you just put out there. There's no way for you to talk around it. You can talk now until God come back. There's no way for you to get around the fact that 17 times, you said I committed stolen valor. You said it very loudly, and I recorded you when you said it.
Yeah, I said it was stolen valor. You said it. You served in combat. That's all I said.
I never said that. You said that.
No, I said if, but that's the hypothetical part. I said if.
It's not hypothetical. You said to the top of your lungs, this is stolen valor. At least 9 times I had you recorded. You can argue all you want.
We got stolen valor only applies to the person committing stolen valor. You fucking retard.
No, dumbass.
Yes,
this information is false.
You should look up the U.S. military code.
I'm fully aware of the law.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You say
if you're trying to apply for benefits. If you're trying to apply for benefits or like the Wounded Warrior Foundation or something like that, and even then, what people actually do, when people even then fucking apply for like the Wounded Warrior fucking Foundation and use stolen valor, nothing happens to them.
Say something
like something egregious is getting a $500,000 house from Wounded Warriors, and finding out that the guy's not actually in a fucking wheelchair and gets up and walks around afterwards
about
somebody. Nothing
that is false.
Nothing.
If you say something about somebody that is false,
oh my God, you're so full of shit. He's not a government official.
Civil.
Oh, you're
defamation.
Well, you can say defamation.
You say that is defamation.
You can't apply the fucking U.S. military code for fucking defamation for that specific thing. Saying,
dumbass, it's a civil case.
Stolen valor only applies to you if you're misusing it. You fucking.
That's not what I said, idiot. I said. Pascal said,
I can sit here and say, you have stolen valor, you're a lying piece of shit, you never served. Watch that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Good for you.
Now, firstly, tell me my name and my address so you can fucking tie me in litigation.
He ran. Yeah, I would have ran too. Yep.
His phone probably died. I've never known Pepe or Pascal to fucking run. Yeah.
Well, your daddy definitely ran.
I don't know. So you gonna tie me in litigation? You're gonna tie me up in litigation? I think you're a fucking fraud. You never served. You're a piece of shit. You're just fucking bombastic and lying.
Cool.
There you go. Now you got somebody else. Somebody else to tie in litigation, you fucking piece.
Fantastic. I'll tell your mom I said hi.
Yeah, why don't you click on my account where it says fuck Muhammad in my fucking fake alt account. The 30,000
tell your mom I said hi.
I have.
Tell your mom I said hi.
ISPs. Dumbass.
Yeah, cool. Coolies. Well, this was fun.
You can't say that I wasn't in the military.
I just love talking to dummies. This shit is fantastic.
It's always the fucking niggers that act like this.
Oh, are you upset because your mommy was on her knees last night?
Oh, black people. I just hate niggers.
Oh,
like Chris Rock in this bitch.
Your mommy. Oh, she was out there on her knees like a good girl. Oh.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh,
I'm mad because my mom was getting dicks slung at her by a bunch of hoodlums. That's my mom. Got queen.
Gargle. Got 2000.
It doesn't work if I don't take offense, dipshit.
Oh, I don't care about
it. You realize you're the only one that's in control of your own emotions, right?
Oh, no, I'm definitely in control of my emotions. I did it for fun.
This is fun for me.
This is fun for me.
I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you for stolen valor, which doesn't work.
You see your bitch ass ain't come back in here. Shut his racist ass up. Yup.
Dumbass.
Oh.
Pascal's known for saying, all right, I'm done with you fucking retards, and then instantly closing out the room without saying anything else.
Cool. Good for your daddy. Well, this has been fun. I'm going to go make some money now.
All right, bye, homosexual. See you later. Go suck some dick, you faggot. You can hear it in your voice, you fucking queer. That guy was gayer than a $3 bill. That guy was gayer than Adams. Where's Adams? Nice. I got a bitch in here. It's stolen valor to say that I wasn't in the military. It's not the way that works. Wake it up.
Yeah, he never said it was stolen. Like, he wasn't ever claiming Pepe was committing stolen valor. Pepe was claiming he was committing stolen valor. And then he said that you defamed me when you claimed I was committing stolen valor. Understand?
Okay, cool. All I came in hearing was Pepe, you're saying I committed stolen valor or some shit.
He came in saying, Pepe, did you ever serve in the military? He said no. He goes, oh, because you're a pussy. And so Pepe turned the tables like, well, did you ever fight in combat? And he wouldn't answer. So, I mean, neither would make you a pussy. If you didn't serve, if you didn't never join the military, doesn't mean you're a pussy. And if you never fought in combat, it didn't mean you're a pussy. It's such a stupid fucking argument that he started.
Yeah, Pepe was too busy. Pepe was too busy going in and out of prison to serve.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. No, sorry. I was. You know what's the odd thing is there's nothing wrong with if you didn't serve in combat. It's very easy to do it. So the fact that he did not want to say it is odd to me. Like, you should be proud of your service, whatever it is. So when he's saying he was a Bravo 71, that's in the medical side. So he probably served in a hospital doing lab work.
Green zone, yeah.
And so he probably, if he ever deployed, which he would not say, any veteran who's deployed, they'll be like, absolutely, I deployed here, whatever. Like, they would tell it. So, and then he's a doctor, medical, so he maybe if he was deployed probably forward to Germany, Landstuhl, which is the large, it's by a bunch of civilians, so which is fine, but I don't understand why that he could not answer that he did not serve in combat.
He didn't want to commit stolen valor.
It was a dig if he didn't. It doesn't matter if he did or he didn't, but what Bieber was saying, the introduction to it is like, oh, well, so yeah, that was his MOS, his military occupational specialty was in genetics. So he did a lot of lab work. I applaud that. The Army needs it. So he said he had his degree first, so he probably graduated, then went to officer OCS school. From there, yep. So then there he was probably first lieutenant, and he got out. He got served his 4, and he received rank as a captain, which would be right on time, and he served in Texas, which is great. We need that,
So KK, we had this guy in Chillism came in, and he's like, I served 12 years in the Navy. We're like, thank you for your service. And then he started to proceed to tell us how the whole World War III would break down, and like gave us a full fucking breakdown how the United States would lose to China and Russia and this, that, and the third. It didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. So I was like, what was your rate? He's like, oh, it was an E5. And I was like, no, your rate. Rate's like MOS in the Navy. So Army and Marine Corps uses MOS. And then the Air Force uses Air Force class something bullshit. AFC something. And but the fucking Navy used this fucking rate. And he's like, E5. And I was like, no. Not your rank, you dipshit. Your fucking rate. And he's like, oh, it's E5. And I was like, no. Your job title. What'd you do? He's like, oh, it's a corpsman. I'm like, oh, so you're a fucking nurse on a fucking ship. And you're in here telling us how the whole fucking World War III is going to break down with fucking China and Russia. I said, don't. I said, everybody in the room, just learn this lesson. Just because somebody served in the military doesn't mean they fucking know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to fucking world wars or like conflicts. Like, somebody fucking cleaning the fucking latrines or driving a semi-truck's not going to be able to tell you how this all fucking breaks down in World War III. Like, fucking retards. He's like, did you serve? And I was like, no, but I was up in fucking Fort Meade. So, just figure out what the fuck I did, dipshit.
And also, if it was stolen valor, then there would have to be a claim of loss or gain.
Yep.
For that. So that was
odd. That's the Wounded Warrior Project. That dipshit that rode around in a fucking wheelchair talking to he's a paraplegic. They gave him a $500,000 house. Then they caught him out fucking pushing a lawnmower like a couple months later on camera, and nothing came of it. They get no trouble. Never went no fucking break. Never went to jail. Never went to prison. Nothing. They don't give a shit.
Well, you know what is interesting, F, is first of all, I never know who you are.
It's Rich.
I know, but you keep adding me on these weird ass accounts, and I don't want to do that. You fucking weirdo.
I gave Pepe access to the 30,000 accounts, so if he keeps getting clipped.
Okay. Shit, I forget my point now. Oh, you know what is interesting is someone on this app tried to say that I was like a stolen widow.
Jason Bresca, JP.
Yeah, exactly.
Unhealthy debates. Who's no longer a moderate.
Right. So the reality is, the reality is actually I could file a complaint towards him, and it's actually a defamation suit, and there could be a claim of loss since I sit on a lot of military boards and I have audio file for it and I have a death certificate to prove it. So
yeah, because you've received benefits. So if he's making that allegation, it could affect that, or it could be considered stolen valor if it was inaccurate that your husband died.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense. But being on a social audio app and saying you have stolen valor is not illegal.
Well, I mean, what I have recognized and people have been called out for and outed for since Clubhouse season 1 is there'll be veterans, and which is great. I'm like, I don't understand why people need to exaggerate who they served with or what they did.
My cousin served USMC military intelligence. He read everybody's dear chain letters, but whenever we were around girls and shit, when he was on like home leave, and when he would be home, he'd be telling everybody he was like kicking in doors in Afghanistan and shit. I'm like,
right,
dude, you were sitting around in a fucking sandbag fucking bunker, building with a 10 roof reading fucking everybody's dear chain letters.
And listen, like we need water filtration specialists.
Yeah.
The forward forces need them, but I it bothers me when, in particular, veterans, they feel the need to over exaggerate when they don't appreciate, like someone like me, I appreciate that they just served.
I went to Buds in 1970.
Oh my God, stop it. Yeah, and then I think it was Chloe corrected me in the chat. He has a PhD, he is not a doctor, which I didn't know.
Yeah, I was talking about the Navy guy earlier, and I told everybody, I said, the reality is he doesn't know what his fucking rate is, but he keeps thinking that means rank. I said, clearly it's like his cousin served in the Navy, and he's just heard enough shit that he can go on Clubhouse and be like, I served 12 years in the Navy as a corpsman. It's like nobody on the fucking wildest dreams would not know what rate or MOS is. Like, I don't know how many times I meet people and they're like, yeah, I was in the Army or the Marine Corps. I was like, oh, what's your MOS? And they're like, oh, I was the E4. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And I just don't even engage with them anymore. I'm like, dude, come on. You're going to say like 1198 or something like that, like MP or something. And like, fucking retards.
Wait, is this the same Dr. Copeland that was saying he was a doctor and giving out talking about medical advice during COVID?
I only know the biggest Copeland in the airplane.
He was the biggest vaccine shill in this app, and he would like curse people out. But then somebody said he got myocarditis. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's some people.
You shut your fucking mouth. You're supposed to stay on mute all the time. You're never allowed to talk.
Has anyone else heard this?
No, I didn't hear that.
The irony of that is just incredible.
The bona fide geneticist, whether you agree with him or not, that he's not making that up. He is an actual geneticist.
I don't think anybody questioned that. No, Dr. Copeland and Rohan are completely different people. So they were saying that they think Dr. Copeland got myocarditis, which is weird because he's the one that was like such a vaxxer. He pushed it on everyone, and they had big debates about it, and he lauded his medical degree and everything. So now I'm thinking everything different now. Can't trust people. Chloe in the chat said, Beaver, that you were right. It's him.
Oh, Bunny, one of your cousins is working at the gas station here. It's Punjabi. Sikhihala.
Who?
Bunny's Punjabi. I said one of his cousins was working here at the gas station. Wait, you don't know Bunny? Bunny's like the coolest guy on this app. Except for being Punjabi.
Oh, I thought you said Buddy.
No, Bunny.
Hey, you better shut the fuck up, motherfuckers, because I'm the motherfucking man. I'm the motherfucking man. I'm the
crash out
motherfucking man. And you better not forget it.
He ain't the shooter, he's the crash out boy.
Hey, I'll fucking rape you in the ass, bucko.
He's clearly black.
What?
How the fuck am I black, bro? You fucking shit.
Oh, wait, he's West African. He's like Nigerian. Wait, hold on, Don. He's a West African Nigerian from the UK. Okay, bro. Thank you, bro.
Raped in the ass, you fucking
fuck Muhammad, just so you know.
You sister fucking redneck, interbred fucking sadistic cunt, yeah? Hey, you submissive bitch. Get on your fucking knees now. Get on your fucking knees now, you submissive cunt. I'm gonna fuck your shit up. Because I'm a vicious little cunt.
Wait, are you Hausa, Lord?
Fuck up, you shit.
Are you Hausa or are you
Yoruba? Fuck you in your ass, cunt.
He sounds a little cockney.
Show me your fucking ass cheeks now, cunt. I swear to God, I'm gonna down
Okay. Down you go.
Who's the West African Muslims? Okay, bro.
Now, bring that vanka up, you fucking ham. Bring the fucking cunt up.
Mother chode, Elmo. Banchod. Banchod.
Where's the fucking pot? Just bring him up.
Mother chode.
Cunt. Where is he?
He's a mother chode. He's a mother chode. He's a uli, big eye, baby out.
Anyway, tonight's session was really great. Thank you.
We got a bogan on stage. Let's bring that guy back up. Hold on. Let's bring that guy up. Oh, he already left. Never mind.
But to Pascal, man, I wanted to ask him about Charlie Kirk, but he left.
No, we can bring that faggot Harlequin up. Oh, CAA, just want to let you know, free Israel from Palestine.
Oh no.
Remember when they were like arguing and I opened my mic and said someone is using my picture? Can you guys remove the person?
Yeah, who was that? I was busy.
I would mod that person, Sarah.
It was the same black female with the account J something that came on the stage at the beginning of the room. But this is the interesting part. I have someone message me on Instagram. I mean, somebody from Clubhouse that, we chat outside here. And it's funny because they're like, you were making like these racist comments and they send me a screenshot of it, and I'm like, that's not my name. Look at the name. And it's funny because it is a black woman calling me the N-word, right? And then saying all these like nasty comments and then posting my picture. It's just crazy.
All right, Rayaba, bring your Edomite fucking ass up, you BHI Edomite. Come on, Rihanna. Fuck you, Easter Island looking motherfucker. Rihanna, just so you know, I videotaped Jacobus fucking your grandmother's dead bird. It's amazing.
Muhammad, do you hate black people?
What's that? Yeah, of course. No, I'm just joking. No, I hate diggers. But I also hate white trash and hillbillies, crackers. I hate all of them equally.
The prerequisite is you was like, I hate white trash.
Yeah, I hate white trash, hillbillies, rednecks, crackers.
Yeah, but you but when you said niggers, you didn't put a prerequisite with it.
I don't have to do that.
That's a blanket term for all black people, right?
Nah, you just asked for clarification.
Okay, clarify. Do you mean all black people?
I just explained myself.
Do you mean all black people when you say niggers?
I just clarified that I don't mean.
Oh, okay, you don't mean.
I think I actually did immediately clarify when I called him a piece of shit. And I said that,
what do you classify as a nigger? What do you classify as a nigger?
Oh, low class piece of shit who rob little old ladies, dip out on their kids. Same goes for whites too.
Oh, okay. What are you like? A Muslim? What are you like? Arab? What are you?
White guy.
Oh, you're a white man. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Right. Oh, okay.
Like Melissa, I'll give you an example. Melissa down in the audience down there. I don't mind Sicilians, but she's like this big time Gaza supporting jihadi fucking dating.
Oh, okay. What's wrong with wanting to support not killing thousands and thousands of children, most of them under the age of 12 or something? What's wrong with that?
Okay, boy.
Are you there, F. Muhammad? I don't know where he went.
What's up, kite boy?
See what were we saying, Edomite?
What was wrong with stopping the killing of thousands and thousands of children, most of them under the age of 12? What's wrong with that?
You talking about the 16-year-olds with Kalashnikovs and M4 carbines that are shooting?
I'm up here, bitch boy. What's happening?
Oh, I was talking to Dunn first. Why are you being so rude, Rihanna?
Fucking faggot. What's up?
Post a picture of your dad where he's in prison. The light-skinned fucking Edomite. Yeah, but isn't it wild that your grandmother doesn't have a father on the birth certificate for your father?
Isn't it funny that she's a broke bitch talking shit?
Yeah, exactly.
Audio all day, every day.
Also, Dunn, I'm part Jewish, but I'll call Jews kites too when they're being asked.
You are a kike.
Little hot kite.
What's wrong with that? Is Zionism good or bad?
Oh, Zionism's amazing. The right of the people to
Zionism.
Our indigenous homeland of Zion.
Zionism.
Like, I'll give you an example. Like when Buttercup's in the room,
I call Buttercup in New York sacrifice the babies and drinking baby blood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what Zionists represent.
Wait.
You asked way too many fucking questions, bro.
Oh, you say me?
Yeah, you.
I just got one more question for you. Like, if you're irritated, I won't ask you anymore.
No, it's not irritation. It's just like, it's like a kid tugging at your fucking shorts, you know, like, you kids like tugging at your shorts and like, can we go to the store? Can we go to the store? Can we buy candy?
Well, you seem irritated. You seem irritated, but you're saying you're not.
No, it's annoying.
Okay, well, you're
frustrating.
Annoying, irritated. I'm just trying to, listen, I never had the chance to talk to a Zionist supporter.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I guarantee you've spoken to 1,000 of them on this step already.
Well, I'm just curious to know, do you think it's cool that if a guy who comes from, I don't know, whose family was born in New Hampshire,
you want to go through this?
It's not this. It's not this.
You want to go through this argument?
But why are you trying to undermine my statement before I even get it out?
Yeah,
that tells me right there that you're not receptive to even. It's not a weak argument. What do you think about a person
Charlie Kirk, conspiracy theorist? That's exactly what I am.
It's two dumb niggers now. All right, so back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted. Back to the Rich show. So yeah, it seemed that Jews
had their temple destroyed in 70 AD, then 120, 130 AD, were kicked out of Judea and Samaria, and then were put into the diaspora where they spread across the entire world. And you have Jews that went into a land called Ashkenaz, which comes from Japheth. So Japheth's like great grandson was Ashkenaz. He settled that land, what is modern day Germany. And the Jews, when they're in the diaspora, went to a land called Ashkenaz because they had nowhere to fucking go. So they ended up going to Ashkenaz. And then, just like black people who live in the United States are called African American because their ancestors come from Africa, yet they reside in America. That's why they're called Italian Americans, German Americans. That's why they're called Ashkenazi Jews, because they're Jews who settled in the land of Ashkenaz and adopted the culture and also married the women. So, or married the men, technically. It's Jewish women. But, that makes a lot of sense. And then you have the same thing that happened actually with indigenous people. So you have East Band Cherokee people who were taken on the Trail of Tears to fucking Oklahoma. If the United States decided tomorrow that they were going to say, hey, everybody who's in Oklahoma, who's on the reservation there in that area, if you want to go back and have your land in fucking North Carolina, you can have that land. We'll give it back to you. It's going to be yours. And then they show up and there's a bunch of white Ulster County, Scotch-Irish fucking hillbilly piece of shits who are there. And then they pick up the Ulster County Scotch-Irish who have been there since the Trail of Tears and took that land, which was fucking taken away from the fucking Native Americans. And then the Irish pick up rifles and they say, fuck that. I ain't having no goddamn fucking red-skinned fucking niggers living in my goddamn land. This is my land. And they pick up rifles and start shooting at the Native Americans. Do the Native Americans have the right to come into that land and take it forcefully and then kick out the fucking Irish because it's their indigenous land? Yeah, I would say they do. That's the same thing that happened. 1948, they came in. They paid 300% over market value to the Palestinian for the land. They get about 30% of it they purchased. The other 70% was granted to them by the English, by the British. And the reason that the British had that land is because the Ottoman Turkish Empire fought in World War I and they fucking lost. And when they lost, they fucking fell apart. All that land became the fucking war booty. And the fucking British and the French came in and they fucking established that area. And they said, hey, what are we going to do with all these fucking Jews? These fucking kites that we don't like. What are we going to do? Maybe we should get them the fuck out of our country and let them have their own land so they can go over there and live. Then we don't have to listen to everybody bitch about how much they hate fucking Jews. Did that make sense? And then the Palestinians are like the Irish, and they're all picking up rifles. And I'm not going to have these filthy, dirty Jews living around me. I'll die before I give up this land. Just like the Ulster County Scotch-Irish would do in fucking Cherokee, North Carolina today if they gave the land back to the people in Oklahoma. It's fucking wild, man. Yeah, funny, half Jew. So both my grandmothers are Jewish. My mom's dad is Irish. My dad's dad is Irish, English, French, and my mom's dad is Irish Cherokee. That's why I like using the Irish analogy, or the Cherokee too. So we've been having to deal with all the heathens today, Alan. Also, Alan, I'm going to get you preemptively started. Sarah said that she's at the hospital getting prepped for surgery. She's having a breast reduction in the morning.
Fucking mod in this room.
What's that?
I'm an ass motherfucker.
Seriously, keep my name out your mouth.
How about you go back to your
real? But why don't you shut the fuck up? Go back to Easter Island where your ancestors came from. You big head ass motherfucker. Yeah, with your Easter Island fucking head.
No, I'm from.
We've seen your head.
America.
You look like you remember that night at the museum movie where that big statue's like, no, you don't.
I mean, I do have a big head. Look at me. I mean, I'm a big dude.
You look like one of the Easter Island. No, you look like one of the Easter Island.
I'm athletic. I mean, what the fuck? I'm not an actor. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
about. Well, you got the head like the fucking night at the museum, fucking big stone statue.
Yeah, I also have the muscles the size of your fucking head. How about that?
No, dumb. You dumb.
Anyways, Beaver. So Charlie Kirk conspiracy theorists are cancer. So trying to understand what like
you think that it was
what's
explosive?
What is wrong with the? What's wrong with having?
I
thought we had freedom of speech in America.
You don't even say that somebody shot him from a different angle or something.
Who gives a shit about the angle? I think he's still alive. I think it's some bullshit.
Shot out.
What about that? What about that? I think this is some bullshit.
God, dude, you're dumb.
I mean, you fucking believe in this fucking guy.
Michael Jackson's still alive, and so is fucking Elvis.
I mean, that guy was
Michael Jackson probably has multiple fucking clones. Who knows?
That guy was a skilled marksman, man. I mean, if you look at that shot he took, it was sweet. I'm telling you, bro, he was a skilled marksman.
Yeah, 200 fucking yards away. You have to be an elite sniper.
Here comes Marshall.
You don't know any fucking elite fucking.
Marshall, I hope you're drunk tonight, Marshall. Are you drunk, Marshall?
No, I'm watching TV.
Fuck! Marshall, start drinking. Oh, he's getting out. Okay, yeah, such a skilled marksman that hit him right at the fucking. Shut your mouth there, movie now. Hit him right in the fucking the heart. Hit the 3A fucking Kevlar vest, and then the spalding of the fucking round went up into his neck.
Well, what you
really
mean
skilled marksman.
Yeah.
If he doesn't shut the fuck up. Yes, I mod abuse super hard.
Yeah, Mike. He does like he does like the Anthony Edwards coon nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Beaver, did you see that the mod is? I mean, the replay still on the White America room, Beaver, for the house, where it says "Are Ashkenazi Jews the superior group?" But they can't remove it.
Who Ashkenazi Jews come from? Where do they come from?
People who are Jewish who settled in the land of Ashkenaz. The same reason you're called African American.
You're not going to
call African American because your ancestors are
even Ottoman. They come from the Ottoman Turkic Empire.
Yeah, they were in Europe. They were in Europe. They wasn't.
They were Ottoman Turkey. They come from the Ottoman Turkic Empire.
All right, Rayaba. Yeah, the Khazar theory.
Yeah, you don't know this theory.
Rayaba, I have a genuine question. What was the land of Germany in the Rhineland River called during that time? At around 130 AD.
Do you know what it was called? We said around 130 AD.
Yep.
Why don't we deal with what was going on
No.
during Romania?
Rayaba, tell me what the name.
Were going in
tell me what the name of the Rhineland River is. You already know the answer. Just say it.
Listen now.
Of Ashkenaz.
What is it? What does that got to do? Listen. These are stupid questions.
They come from there. They don't come from
Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz and adopted the culture and the traditions of Ashkenazis. Technically, you want to get technical?
They never really were white.
Germans, like European white Germans who are in Germany during the Rhineland would be called Ashkenazis. And the Jews who settled there would be called Ashkenazi Jews. So like those white Europeans that are living in fucking the Rhineland would be called Ashkenazis. But they're not Jews because their ancestors aren't Jews. Make sense?
Netanyahu, he look like a white man. It's a white man. I know white man.
No, these are fucking straight Caucasian.
What do you think? Okay, let me ask you a question. We've all seen what Rayapa looks like. Clearly, his dad is half white. Rayapa's
my dad is not half white. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? He is a native of fucking America.
You're like a couple shades darker than me, and I'm white as fuck.
Hey, F. Muhammad.
A couple shades darker than
changed his name. He has a Polish name. He changed it to Netanyahu.
Wait, Don, I got a question. Have you ever seen, what was it, President Jefferson, Marshall, who, was it Jefferson or Jackson, who had married the slave? Was it? Yeah, it was Jefferson. So Jefferson married the slave after he freed him and stuff like that, after his wife died. And then they did. They were inherited from his mother's family. So he was actually slaves. He did. He told them if they wanted to leave, they could leave, but if they left, they might be captured and sold back to slavery. He told them they could stay there on the property. So then he ends up. All right, okay. Even if there's let's just say they're slaves. They were never slaves. He never released them. But he ended up intermarrying with her. Have you ever watched the fucking like Oprah Winfrey shit? Where the fucking white fucking old lady was up there on television? Okay, let's say he raped her. Yeah, cool, he raped her. But have you ever seen that white fucking lady with blonde hair, blue who was on there, who's a descendant of that fucking slave woman that
he fucking hooked up with?
Know that.
So okay. So now let's go. Let's do this. Now let's go 1,800 years of intermixing Jews with fucking white Europeans in Germany and the Rhineland. What do you think they're gonna look like? You think they're still gonna look like Palestinians?
You don't listen to my point. I'm not arguing with you on that. Hold on. I'm not arguing with you. You don't listen to my point. I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm saying I'm not arguing with you on that. I agree with you on that. Your people, you white people that are Jews today, you don't directly come from Israel, and you claim that that's your land. No, they don't.
They do. It's called haplogroups. It's called the J1 and J2 haplogroup.
Yeah, because Jews migrated up to those regions and mixed with your people.
Yes, Jews went up there and mixed with white people, but they still share the same haplogroup.
Man, when I look at Netanyahu, that dude look like a Polish dude. He's from Poland.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Even if we accept Khazars, which I actually do accept the Khazar theory.
Why are you playing games?
Because you're fucking stupid, dummy. These are people retarded. Hey, Rayaba, I'm gonna move you to the audience. I swear to God, I will move you to the audience.
Shut your bitch ass
I will kick you the fuck out the room. So listen. Even if I accept the Khazar fucking theory, it doesn't matter. I can move in the room anytime I want, but I'm not going to. But so getting back to what I was saying, even if I accept the Khazar theory and they converted, those people married who, Rayaba? They married other fucking Jews. So are they still blood descendants, you fucking retard? Just the same way that your Native American fucking ancestors supposedly married a black person and have babies, and that now makes you fucking black and Native American. So it still doesn't fucking mean that you're not Native American if you are, which I believe you're.
You guys come from a Russian steppe.
Oh my God! If you're gonna make this argument, Rayaba, if you're gonna make this argument, then you can't claim to be Native American. Then
I can't claim to be Native American.
No,
even though
because even if the Khazars fucking converted, they still intermixed and married with the Jews. I mean, if you want to say that some of the Jews didn't intermix with the Jews, I'm totally fine with accepting that. If we can show who aren't actual fucking halakhic Jews or aren't blood descendants, and you want to say those aren't Jews, I'm totally fine with that. Okay, the mass majority, because when you convert and join a group, guess what you do? You intermix. You intermix, you marry, the mother's fucking Jewish, the dad's fucking Khazar, now it's a fucking half Khazar, half Jew baby. They intermix with a fucking Ashkenazi, which would be a fucking white European German from the fucking Rhineland, and a Jew marries that, that's a fucking half Ashkenazi fucking white European German and a half fucking Jew. Still Jew, just as much. Just as much as you are Native American and black.
Rich.
No, but that's not the other dipshit.
Watch this. So the name Israeli, when you look up the etymology, literally tells you that this to distinguish the current people from the 1948ers, right? The people that are currently in the land right now from the ancient Israelites. So based off the etymology and the definition, it tells you that you guys are not the same exact people from hundreds.
There's Mizrahi Jews, which
means Jews.
But they come from North Africa. Mizrahi Jews come from North Africa.
They come from Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what difference does it make if they're...
Oh, because Rayaba claims he's the real Jew. He's a real Israelite.
I can't be a Jew on the
no matter where they come from.
I mean, the black people are
everything is still their fault.
Rayaba, if you could show me, if you show me you got a J1, J2 haplogroup, or you could show me that your 11th great grandmother was fucking Jewish or grandfather, I'd be like, yeah, he's a fucking Hebrew Israelite.
Oh my God, this shit, bro, this
black Hebrew Israelite.
Dumb motherfucker keeps using shit that's fucking arbitrary. That shit is not, bro. Listen, that DNA shit about the haplotype. Yeah, it can show you a little bit, but I mean, at the same time, it only goes so far. Like, dude, that's not a good indicator.
If you want to argue against the Khazars, if you want to say because they're Khazarian, because they converted, you have to accept that they did intermix and intermarry. And if they intermix and intermarried with Jews, that would still make them Jews, the same way that you're black and Native American. Okay, then what are you? You're fully Native American, or you're fully black, or you're half?
I mean, I'm half.
There you go. That's how it works. See?
Okay.
See?
Yeah, I mean,
you're still Native American.
But there's racial mixing. No, there's racial mixing, but at the same time, there's also people displacement. You think everybody that's in the land that they're currently in right now has always been there? It's not like that for every single nation, every single person, every single ethnic.
You basically came from Lithuania.
It doesn't matter, dope. Even if they came from Lithuania and Poland. All right, check this out. Even if they came from Lithuania and Poland, if they intermix with Jews, they're still Jews, right?
No, but that's not the question.
If Jews went out of the diaspora and they went to Lithuania, and a Jewish woman came up and married a Lithuanian man, would she be a Jew? Would the kids be Jews?
Jewish woman married, of course, but that's not the
there you
question.
go.
Yeah, but wait a minute. That's not the question though. How does a person, and this is what you threw me down for, how does a person just say a Jewish person migrated from the Holy Land, went over there to Lithuania, married a Jewish man, and they have a child together. How does that give you the right to come back and take a Palestinian off of that land who's been on that land for hundreds and hundreds of years?
All right. Done. I'll make this point. Watch. Ray Abba, do you believe the indigenous land that was stolen away by the American or Canadian government where your ancestors are from, do you think you have the right to go and get that land if they gave it back to you?
I mean, why wouldn't they?
There you go.
But to the point, to Don's point.
You want to go all the way back to the Romans who exiled them?
Palestinians didn't
then you had the Arabs. The Arabs come out. And then you had the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they fought World War I. They lost. Here's the thing: the Ottoman Turkish Empire fell in World War I, and the land was up for grab by the British and the French because they won the war. So they took the fucking land, and then they gave it to the fucking Jews.
That's from Palestinians.
Oh my God, it's so stupid.
And the League of Nations conspired with them.
Wait, one quick
thing. The Balfour Declaration happened. The Balfour Declaration happened because the Ottoman Turkish Empire lost fucking World War I, who had control of modern day Judaism.
Wait a minute.
And the Rothschilds displaced them.
Where does Hitler pay his Rome?
Wait. Here's a question. If that was your land, wait a minute. If that was your land, it's not this question. If that was your land and it's originally yours, and you just come and get your land back, how come when those European Jews were looking for a homeland, they was thinking about going to Africa some damn way?
Because they didn't think it was possible. They didn't think it was possible.
But that's your homeland. Why would they still be going somewhere else?
Because they didn't believe it was possible. They didn't think that. Nobody thought in 1947 that in a fucking million years that they would actually give the Jews their land back. Their indigenous homeland. That's literally what Zionism means. It means the right of the people to exist in their indigenous homeland of Mount Zion. That's what it means.
But Palestinians in that land have deeds to that land.
That's fine. And they paid 300%.
Why do they have to get off of it? We give it to you. Why do they have to do that?
And what did the Jews do? The Jews went in and offered 300% over market value. Fucking Palestinians were like, here's my house.
No, you use terrorism to get them off that land. That was Jewish terrorism. No, I'm not lying about that. And you know I'm not lying. You like to cover up the truth.
Where was the state or the kingdom of Palestine? What year was that?
The state or the kingdom. I'm not talking about a state.
Okay. So there wasn't a state. It was a bunch of fucking people living in the land.
Okay, but they don't have your style of government that they do the right to their land. You sound like a white man.
Done. Let me ask you a question. Done. Let me ask you a question. What authority were they under prior to World War I?
Excuse me.
Ottoman Turkish Empire, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so their government fell because they lost the war, and then the British and French came in and took over. Which is exactly what would happen. Which is exactly what happened. You remember when the British came up to Potomac and they fucking burnt down the White House? If they fucking came in and took over the United States, it would be the British now.
No, but your whole
the British had the right to do whatever the fuck they want. They could have deeded it to fucking Canada and been like, now it's all called Canada.
That doesn't change the fact, though, man, that these people had deeds and titles to their land, and your people literally walked them off their land and put your people on it with the help of the United States and other allies.
It is called the spoils of war.
So you admit to it. You just use the spoils of war.
So if the British burned down the White House and then took over the United States somehow, You don't think they would have the authority to take over the land? You don't think they would have the authority to come in and take your fucking house away? Of course they would.
You admitted to it. So what do you want me to say after that? I mean, you admitted to it. You just said
nothing.
The war.
They want a war.
Right. You admitted
this is what has happened for fucking ever in war.
Right. Okay. So you admit that it's not your land and you had to steal it from you.
It's our indigenous homeland.
No, it's not. If it was yours, then it wouldn't be a spoil of war.
The British gifted it to us.
Listen, it wouldn't be spoils of war if it was yours originally. Come on, man.
Hey, fuck you.
How the fuck is it not? Somebody else was controlling it.
What do you mean? No. See, here's the thing.
Little Tintin.
Big F-U-C-K to you and the British. Give it back to you.
Wait. So here's the thing. What you're doing right now is what the United States did. When the white people, the British Americans, what they did. Okay, and then the British in general, what they did.
The United States won the war against.
Wait. Let me tell you. Wait. Before you cut, let me say this one thing.
That's what they did.
Okay, I got you.
They started a revolt. They kicked the shit out of the British. And
bro, I just want to say this one thing. What you're doing is, this is exactly what those white settlers did. They came into the Americas and they basically justified taking the Native Americans' land by saying, you don't farm the land the way we do it, so
you're not using it correctly. I agree with you. That the fucking Romans did the same thing that the fucking United States did to Native Americans. Now, if whoever's in control in the future, and if it happened to be the British, decided to say, hey, we're going to give back the indigenous homeland that's stolen away from these people, they have the right to do that. The same thing. Hold on, Dunn.
You make it seem like white Jews are the only ones.
Dunn, you're not listening. So if the United States woke up tomorrow, if Trump woke up tomorrow and said, hey, I'm going to take all these people from Oklahoma and let them have their land back in North Carolina, and they show up there and these bunch of white fucking hillbillies start fighting against them, do the fucking people from Oklahoma who originally came on the Trail of Tears from Cherokee, North Carolina, do they have the right to go back and resist against the fucking white Irish?
Of course they do, but that's not the question. Oh, no. Because the way you explained it, you make it seem as if because you brought up about how the Romans attacked under Titus.
Actually, I got a question for you, Don, just for clarification. Do you know prior to the 6-Day War in 1967, who was the governing authority of Gaza and the West Bank?
Last time I checked, it was the Turks.
It was Jordan. That's why it's called the West Bank of Jordan. And it was also Egypt and Gaza. And after they lost the 6-Day War, they gave Gaza and the West Bank to the Jews because they didn't want to deal with it.
No,
and we gave back the fucking Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah, they went to war against you because you were using terrorism to take that land from those people.
Yeah, but we won.
Yeah, but my whole thing is...
You would fucking see the terrorism. I don't care.
Yeah, but my whole thing, no, I'm not making that up.
I'm not like the rest of the Jews on here that are gonna be like, oh, it's terrible, it's bad. I don't give a fuck. I really don't.
Listen to me.
I don't care. It spoils the word, bro.
I got you. I got you. But what I'm telling you is this here. I'm not using that word for shock value. I'm saying literally they did use terrorism.
Oh no, I'm just saying I'm not gonna come to you. I'm not gonna go.
Okay, man. What I'm saying to you is here. You make it seem like when the Romans attacked. You make it seem like when the Romans attacked with Titus. Hold on, you make it seem like
they destroyed the Second Temple.
Yeah, just let me finish though.
Trying to revolt against the fucking Romans.
Wait, let me finish though.
Which is what Jesus declared would happen.
Let me finish though.
Set upon another.
Let me finish though. My point is that you make it seem like when they attacked. Let me finish. You make it seem like when they attacked, that all of the Jews left the land. That's what you made it seem like. That all of the Jews left and ran off to Europe or somewhere. And if there wasn't Jewish people still in that land, that had land, and that there wasn't other people like Palestinian people who are not Jewish, who may have been Christian, who may have been Muslim, they had land there and deep ties to the land. Deep ties to the land. And your people...
Who gives a shit? They lost the war.
Yeah, your people coming from Lithuania, from Poland, from Russia, you basically came in as outsiders. You brought fermented foods and what do you call them? Matzo balls. That's what you brought there. Yeah, those foods don't grow in that region. You don't come from over there. I tell you, you don't come from there.
They were living in Ashkenaz in Europe for fucking almost 2,000 years. What's your point?
They found what?
Wait, how many years has it been since the Trail of Tears? Like 250, 200 years? You think because it's been so long, you think it's been because it's been almost 2,000 years they don't have the right to go back to their indigenous homeland?
I white people.
Is that your claim?
Those were white people that went there. Those were not like Iberian
Jews.
White.
Put up your PTR, Riaba.
What do you call?
Riaba, change your picture.
Like Rich is a
Change your PTR, Riaba, so we can see that you're lighter than fucking Drake.
No, I'm definitely not lighter than Drake.
No, you're definitely lighter than Drake. You look like fucking Sarah's complexion.
From Iberia. What do you call those Jews from Iberia? From the Iberian Peninsula. What do you call those Jews?
Sephardic Jews.
Yeah, Sephardic Jews. Yeah. Those Jews, hold on. Those Jews that got on those boats, that when they flee to America, then America put them on boats and sent them over there. Maybe some of them came directly from Europe to over there to Palestine. Those were white people. Those weren't like Ashkenazi, Sephardic Jews. Come on.
Oh my God. You realize that they mix the people of the Iberian Peninsula, Northwest Africa.
Yeah, just like you guys did, right?
No, but meaning that those people don't look like Sephardic Jews at all. Mizrahi Jews.
Yeah, I mean,
those are white people.
Mizrahi Jews just means Eastern Jews.
Let me say this. Yeah, the Iberian Peninsula, all throughout the Mediterranean, people were mixing and they had admixtures. No doubt about it.
I got an ancestor that lived in Istanbul. I guarantee they were dark as fuck. They look like Turkish people. Because they were fucking everybody. Everybody's fucking everybody, bro.
Culture based off of their base. Most
Riaba, let me ask you a simple.
People are constantly culture regardless.
All right, you want to hear how stupid this argument is? When you go back to
this argument is stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat you right now. All right, cool. And if you come off mute, I'm just gonna kick you from the room. Okay, so when you go back to your 13th great grandparents, which is 15th generations, it's 262,000 grandparents. When you go to your 15th great grandparents, which is 17 generations, you have over 1 million. When you go to their grandparents, 17 great grandparents, 19 generations, it goes to 4 million, then 16 million. That's how many ancestors you have. The last like 500 years, you have like fucking 4 to 8 million or 4 to 16 million fucking ancestors. So we're all mixed with everybody. So who gives a fuck?
I'm sorry.
That's actually how it works if you don't factor in ancestors.
They're still trying to use the simulation bullshit to try to undermine.
You have 4 grandparents, right? And each one of your grandparents have 4 grandparents. Are all those your grandparents? Your great-great-grandparents?
No, that's why you stick.
And then just do the fucking math. Go on Google and type in if I go back to my 13th great grandparents, 15 generations, how many people is that? It's 262,000. When you go to grandparents, over 1 million, then 4 million, and 16 million, so on and so forth. If you go off neo-Darwinian evolution, it's 3.4 billion grandparents that you have ancestors.
When did they turn
108 billion people have lived and died, or 108 billion people have existed. 8 billion currently. That means 100 billion people have lived and died before us. We're all mixed, bro.
Jews with color came to Europe.
No, East African, West African. You got
no. This dude's argument is silly because it's African and nobody would care about.
And if you're African American,
multicultural.
If you're African American, if you look at Ancestry DNA and 23andMe, they have stated that they have not tested one FBA person who came through transatlantic chattel slavery that does not have white DNA. Every one of the black people up here who are African American all have white DNA, including
DNA has been proven to be flawed, though. I mean, what the fuck does that mean?
You
a
grandparent.
Fucking idiot. You fucking idiot.
One of your ancestors is white, Ray. Just so you know.
No, one of my ancestors.
Also, if you go to 1 Samuel 8, hold on, Ray, I'm gonna wake it up. 1 Samuel 8:26. King David is called ruddy. What is ruddy? Ruddy for that word in Hebrew. The same word used for red and ruddy.
It's talking about my skin complexion.
No,
light brown.
You're gonna show those Sudanese little orange skin boys.
Wait.
1 Samuel done. 1 Samuel 8:26.
Okay,
and the Philistine looked upon David, and he.
I'm about to pull out
something.
That's about to say what he's saying.
Philistine looked upon him. I've already packed you up on this shit.
Hey, wait. Let me ask you a quick question.
I got some
Do you think that David looked like? Hold on, let me ask you a question, Ask Muhammad. Do you think David looked like Netanyahu? You think that's how David looked?
Here's my answer to it. My answer is that if Esau is called red and David is called red, then in the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, King David is an Edomite.
I'm not part of the Black Hebrew Israelites.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. Ray is.
King David.
Do you think David looked like Netanyahu?
Look at 1 Samuel 8:26. And the
Philistine looked upon David, get out of here, man.
And he said that it was ruddy. Ruddy means a healthy red color. So
dude is a
Esau's
white
called red. David's called red. And that means David's an Edomite.
There's other translations that said he was dark skinned though. Like, what do you mean?
Why don't you look up what the word ruddy means?
No. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Look up in the Strongs. Look up in the Strongs and look up the words red and ruddy. Yeah. What does it say? The word ruddy and red.
Dictionary and show you something real quick. I'm gonna show you.
It's the same Hebrew word.
I'm gonna show you.
I'm gonna show you something. No, it doesn't. It has genetic haplogroups, Nelsa. Haplogroups, specific
Hey,
groups
what's
of
that
people.
Jewish comedian on the YouTube? What's his name? Andrew Schultz.
Ari Shafir? Andrew Schultz isn't even Jewish. He's not Jewish. He's German. No, he's not. He's actually came out multiple times. He said maybe there's some Jewish in my ancestry because he knows that when you go back far enough, there's fucking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people within the last 100 or 200 years. He goes, fuck, man. He even said himself, he said, I'm not a Jew. He said, but if you want to say I'm Jewish, he said, there's probably a chance that maybe there's somebody in my family that might have been Jewish. That's what he actually said.
I heard him say he was Jewish.
You should look up on YouTube, type in, is Andrew Schultz Jewish? And it'll actually have the clip.
I've heard him say he's Jewish.
I thought he was Jewish too because he's named Schultz.
Yeah, he came out against Nick Cannon when Nick Cannon was saying all the stuff he was saying. So
yeah,
he even admitted that
I
ain't saying my ancestors come from that region. He said it's not saying my ancestors come from that region. So you like when I see these people, they look like everyday white people.
Can somebody answer that?
Like if your people were like, check this out. If your people were walking through,
where was David from?
David was an Israelite,
which was Judah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Judah.
I'm using. Okay, hold on, Tian. I'm using their logic against them because they say that Esau was ruddy, he was red. They say that Esau was red and hairy like a garment. He came out all red all over, which could have been placenta and blood. Also, they're biological twins, so they would have been in the same fucking placenta sac because he was grabbing his ankle. So that means that they would have been the same. Also, secondly, if David in 1 Samuel 8:26 is called ruddy, then by the Black Hebrew Israelite logic, then David is a fucking Edomite.
That is pathetic. That is such.
Rayaba, why have you never been able to refute it like the last 30 times I've used it against you? And you crash out and scream.
It's stupid. I mean, I got something for you though. It's all good.
Remember when Lion screamed last time and ran out of the room crying?
Well, Lion, listen. Lion's a different story. I'm a different breed of fucking teacher, bro.
All right, I'll get back to writing code. Mike, you got it. Be safe. Don't have too much fun.
Hey,
bro.
Yeah, listen.
Just remember
I didn't hear all of that. I just need to know who I'm supposed to blame for all of my problems. You or Rayaba?
The blacks and the Palestinians.
Okay.
Hey, if Netanyahu was walking through the antebellum South with just regular clothes on, he wouldn't have no problems whatsoever.
The secret party is black. He is correct. Remember, Dave, that the white Neanderthal race was created.
You should look up the 2021 study from Stanford that shows that all people, including African Americans and Africans, also have Neanderthalic DNA. It's smaller than the Caucasians and the whites. But black people do have Neanderthal DNA. Yes, they do. That was the whole study that was released in 2021.
I know about that study.
It shows that everybody on Earth has fucking Neanderthal DNA. Yes, it's smaller in percentage. I'm giving you that. I'm saying that white people have higher percentage of Neanderthal DNA than Africans. But Africans do have Neanderthal DNA. 2021 Stanford, anybody wants to look it up?
When AMH left out of Africa and they went into places like France to the northern regions, they interbreeded with Neanderthals and limited amount, of interbreeding going on. And what you're talking about is more recent people coming back in.
It's called DNA that shows.
Man, you got fucking white folks who set up shop in South Africa. Force those black folks down there going to have some Neanderthal in them. What are you talking about? It's called a scramble for Africa. It's called a scramble for Africa.
Also done. If you came over through transatlantic chattel slavery and you're an African American, you have white DNA in you. So if you have white DNA, you have Neanderthal DNA.
people are savage. We know that.
I don't give a shit who will raped you. That's fine. You have to concede that you're white.
They did that.
You're Edomite.
They do that.
That's fine. I'm willing to concede that. I'm willing to concede that some slave master snuck in and went in there and raped your great grandmother. That's terrible. It should have never happened. But at the same time, that still makes you an Edomite.
That's why.
Because even off of Ray Abba's basis, it's the paternal. It comes from the father, the Israelite. So if that's the case, Ray Abba, and a white slave master hooked up with your great grandmammy and got pregnant, and that then makes you an Edomite, Ray. Not one person through 23andMe and or Ancestry DNA they reported. Not one black person who came through transatlantic testing doesn't have black DNA. They all do. Every person ever tested. Maybe one of you guys can be like the Conan O'Brien who came through transatlantic chattel slavery and be like, I am 99.999% fucking black, or West African. But the reality is you're not. Like Conan O'Brien is like 99.9% Irish. He's the most Irish person they've ever tested. So maybe one of you guys can come forth and prove 23andMe and Ancestry DNA.
What language you coding?
If a man walks in a room and he has black ass butt,
it's pretty close to C++ from what I can tell.
Yeah, I've done a lot of C++ and C++.
He's going to be considered as Mexican. We're going to call him Mexican. Now, if his dad's black genes took over.
Oh wait, are you doing the one drop rule that the Ku Klux Klan says?
Might just get mistaken as Cain Tahada. Still black.
Tien, are you talking about the one drop rule that the Ku Klux Klan espouses? If you one drop of nigga blood, you are nigga.
Yeah, but Bible genetics is pseudo anyway. That's all pseudoscience. All of that stuff.
Ooh,
yeah, I started developing a game engine, but then I needed to go to assembly, and I lost interest.
And what do you think about the savage? What do you think about those savage Jews who suck the foreskin when they do the circumcision on the young men?
They shouldn't be doing that. It's gross.
Yeah, those are savages.
Those are rabbinic Jews. So you can here's the thing. You can't use rabbinic Judaism or the Talmud against me because I'm a Christian. I was born halakhically Jewish, but I became a Christian. I became a follower of Christ, which makes me a Messianic Jew.
Are you a dirty Jew?
I'm a Messianic Jew.
Yeah, you're a dirty Jew because you believe in
a Jew who follows Christ. Yes.
Yeah, they'll do that. Crossing procession. They'll spit on you.
Hey, not too much on the Jews though, man. I fuck with the Jews.
Yeah,
but they'll spit on you.
Not too much on the Jews, man.
Yeah, don't talk about your overlord.
Not too much on the Jews, man. I fuck with the Jews.
But they'll spit on you.
All right, Joe, come on up. I gotta make you a mod job too.
You talking about the traffickers?
The funny thing about this argument, if I may interject, the funny thing about the argument is when you talk about these kinds of things, if you're talking about evolution, the world has moved from less complex to more complex.
Matt, come up. I'm going to make you mod.
So, 120,000 years ago, white people separated from black people, and 60,000 years ago, Asians separated from whites. So actually, this whole argument is arguing over who's second.
All right, hold on, guys. Alan, give me 2 seconds just to set the precedent. Okay, if you guys don't shut the fuck up while Alan's talking, I will do the worst fucking thing ever, and I will make Alan a mod, and he will kick every one of you out of the fucking room, or just constantly mute you.
Oh, you sound
thank you, guys.
Yeah, and I was almost done. So really, this whole argument is over who's second and who's third, because in terms of evolution, Asians are the most evolved humans on the planet, because you go from less complex to more complex. Sorry, that's
why I'm married.
Now I'm happy taking second. Thank you.
Wait a minute. White skins just came on the planet 8,000 years ago. How the hell could you be older than the Asians? The oldest Asians go back to 60,000. That don't make any sense.
And guess
just because you talk smart, hold on.
Where do you get this 8,000 from?
White skin just came on the planet about 8,000 years ago.
No,
I thought you did an evolution, man. I thought you did an evolution.
20,000 years.
No damn 120,000 years ago for no white skin. No, you saw it.
Evidence. It's
okay,
not some
how about this? How about I pull up the evidence for you right now?
How about you pull up that, pull some,
Sure. I'll accuse this lying white man who's just lying on the evolution.
Why do people lie so much? In this is when we talk about Jewish people and Ashkenazi Jews, I've never, and I've looked this up, I haven't seen an answer on how long it takes humans to change their bone structure and skin coloring. Because I could see skin coloring can change, but if you look anthropologically, if you look at the different races, it's not just that black people have a different skin color, they have a different bone structure. And you see the distinctions between black people, white people, and Asian people. And so if the quote Hebrew Israelites, who are either Native American or black, claim they're the real Jews from that region, how long would it take their bone structure to change from that to what we see in Ashkenazi Jews today or Jews in general? That's something that I've never seen answered. I'll end there. Thank you for clearing this, letting me speak, F.
All right, Rich, let me deal with you. Absolutely do. Let me deal with you. Okay, so you're sitting up here talking about Ruddy, right? Well,
look at him still stuck on it.
It's goofy though.
You've been stuck on this for like 3 months and you haven't been able to disprove.
Oh, you got switched. No, I was waiting for my turn. Wow. You know what I mean? I was really waiting. So
yeah, but I'm a tyrannical moderator, so guys.
Oh, okay. Well, it is what it is. So, okay, Ruddy, a word used to refer to a red or fair complexion in contrast to the dark skin of the Hebrews. Now, I want to just make a point, right? Do you understand, like, when you deal with red and ruddy, that the concept of red and ruddy being someone of like a light complexion has only been around for maybe like 200 years, and that the original concept of ruddy is someone having red brown skin, similar to a light skinned person or a Native American. So that's basically what it is, man. And as far as like Esau and whatnot, and him coming out hairy and red all over, all you have to do is just read what it says about Jacob. Jacob did not. It didn't give a physical description of Jacob. It gave one to Esau for a specific reason.
Yeah, because he was covered in fucking blood and placenta because he was hairy.
Why wouldn't it have been the same thing for Jacob?
Why would? Because they described him coming out with blood and placenta because he was fucking hairy.
My God, that's.
When does it say that his skin was red?
It
says he was hairy.
He was red all over. Hairy. Yes.
No, it says hairy and red all over.
Right? Red all over.
Like
so you say okay? It didn't say nothing about.
So he was a woolly Jacob. Garment. He was one was fair skin. That's what it says about Jacob. It says Jacob was fair skin.
No, it did not.
Smooth skin. Smooth skin.
You want to bring Genesis to the chapter?
Does it say that he was smooth skin? There you go.
Yeah, it's smooth skin. Are you?
Yeah, I fucked up when I said fair skin. I meant smooth. So it says that Jacob had smooth skin, and Esau came out covered in red. It says red all over, and it says like a hairy, like a woolly garment.
No,
right, Ray?
I'll read you what it actually says. So Genesis 25, right? Genesis 25. So
show me where it says red skin.
Oh my God, bro! It doesn't have to say red skin. If you're red all over, what does it mean?
Red all over couldn't mean that he's covered in blood and placenta.
Okay, so
he's hairy.
I'm gonna read this. Genesis 25 and 24.
You ever seen a baby with hair?
25 and 25. No shit, but that doesn't mean it didn't say blood. It would have mentioned blood. Would it not? So So Genesis 25 and 24, and the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. So what do you mean it's not talking about the skin color? Let's talk about him red all over.
Where's this say?
Like
Where's this say skin color?
It didn't have to mention.
So it doesn't say skin color.
It doesn't have to
so
mention.
It says he came out color. All red. He came out red, like hairy, like a woolly garment, right?
So let's read 26.
Drew says he's red.
Once he's red, he's red.
He's red. Yep. Read. Hey, Truth. Hey, Truth. Let me ask you a question real quick. So, can you read 1 Samuel 8:26?
I'm grabbing my book.
Yep, you'll love this. Most PHI don't know this.
I don't know what a DHI is, but keep saying it. Nobody says black people's language.
I know. You don't even think. Wait. Hold on, Alan. Hold on. Rayaba, you don't even think that black people came over through transatlantic child slavery.
I said that not. I said that majority of them didn't.
Oh, now you changed your position.
Okay. No, my position. I said that black people in America are not. They didn't all just come on the transatlantic slave. That's all I said. I've never said that. You must have heard someone else say that.
All right, Truth. Did you read 1 Samuel 8:26 about King David being ready?
Yeah, but that's still a dark brown though.
All right, can you look up the Strongs and see what the word "ready" is? See what the word "ready." See, can you look up the word "red" and the word "ruddy"? See where it is.
I just told you it's ruddy red, but it's not that color red. It's
Do you know what the definition?
It's like brownish red, bro. Like,
do you know what the definition? Let's know what the definition of ruddy is. A healthy red.
Be smarter than we talking biblical, bro.
A healthy red stripe. There, it's red. There.
That we already know. We know how to read between the lines.
Oh, you can read between the lines, yeah.
We know how to read.
Yeah, you can put in everything you want, like Abba Bivens did.
See, I can talk to my brothers and get a very good acknowledgement.
Yeah, but do you know that Abba Bivens actually moved to Israel and became a full-blown rabbinic Jew?
Abba Bivens is a Freemason.
Abba Bivens,
I don't give a fuck about Abba Bivens.
You're a founder of Black Hebrew Israelites. Moved to Israel and became a rabbinic Jew.
He's a piece of shit, just like the rest of these leaders.
He's also a pedophile and a rapist. That's why he fled the United States.
Yeah, Rich, you're talking to the wrong motherfuckers.
Abba Bivens fled the United States.
I don't give a fuck about Aria. I don't give a fuck about none of them fucking what's a bunch of Masons.
You know, Israel has a long history of protecting pedophiles. They've been doing that for years.
Yeah, I know. Abba Bivens, you're also founder of Black Hebrew
Israel. All those white Jews, like Abba Bivens, all those white Jews that fled America and went to Israel. Yeah, all those white Jews.
Abba Bivens was 17 times darker than you.
Yeah, but all those white Jews pedophiles. All those pedophiles that fled America.
Abba Bivens looked like he just came off the plantation.
No, these are different people.
He looked like fucking Wesley Snipes.
Like the ones you're talking about, yeah, you're right about that, but he's talking about entirely different.
The white think they go to Australia. White think they go to Jamaica. Why do you think they go to China, Mexico? They blend in front system. They do all of that. That's what white folks do. They try to move around. So until they get caught, white think they kill people, then skip out of town before anybody find out. We've been people now. White folks do. See, this is the game of life, chess. You see what I'm saying? You got white with white, black with black. You don't have anybody. I ain't never seen a person play black and white and black on a chessboard game. So if a white person trying to teach me about my history, he trying to fool himself. But if a black person teaching another black person about history, he might want to.
So I'm just gonna say it real quick before I leave, guys. Joe, Mike, Matt, if these chimps got on the line, you guys got the mod badge, whatever you want.
But y'all, the monkeys in the came from monkeys. It's a white man.
Y'all keep it up. I'm a mod Allen up. I'm telling you.
Hey, you say one of them chimps down.
The only monkey in here is
Allen. You say one of them chimps down, it look like Netanyahu.
Yeah. He said one of them chimps down. They look like Netanyahu. Straight up. Shave one of them chimps down.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people arguing about what the Bible says. I haven't heard a lot of scientific evidence. I do know that recently, well, it was a couple of years ago, an article came out that said that dark-skinned people lived in Europe, and everybody was like, see, you came from us. You came from us.
Marshall, you got a green bean if you need to control the room.
Yeah, thank you.
Let Alan talk if they get out.
What they missed at the bottom of that article was the fact that those dark-skinned people moved out of Europe, and then the white people moved in. Two different groups. The other thing is there's a distinction between modern humans, which established themselves archaeologically and according to science 10,000 years ago, and humans as a species, which go back, depending on who you talk to, about 100,000, 150. So there's that difference too that people get confused about. So yeah, again, Asian people, number one, we're arguing over number 2 and 3.
Wait a minute. All due respect, sir. You're not gonna come and try to like just give it up, sir. The science has already clearly shown that black people were on this planet for damn near 200,000 years by ourselves before you people popped up on this planet. This is what the science says. This is not wishful. Let me finish.
Oh, no. Marshall has a mod badge. He is a green bean.
Okay,
you owned it and you didn't do crap with it.
Hold on. Why are you so hateful? Because you got that Neanderthal in you. Why are you so hateful, Neanderthal?
Hotter climates.
All right, hold on, Marshall. Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Done. You sound too gay and zesty to be that angry. You can't be talking like that.
To meet me in person and say that.
You sound like your loafers.
Come in front of me and say that. I love to meet you in person and tell me that. Tell me that in front of me. I never know something about these social media people. These social media people, you get real fruit.
The issue is melanin is an indicator of where you live on the planet. If you live closer to the equator, like Central and South America, or like part of sub-Saharan Africa, you are more than likely brown. If you live in climates like Northern Europe, you are more than likely white because it doesn't have a ton of sun. So people need to be white so they can soak up the limited vitamin D that's in the sunshine, right? Like white people did not just like somehow pop out onto this earth as some sort of strange extra race. We all come from the same place.
Well, no, I heard white people were cavemen.
Where you come from, Mike? Where's that place?
Wait, white folks ain't start off as cavemen?
Everybody started off as cavemen. That's the point.
Pretty much all women started off as cavemen.
With white people being cavemen, black people were cavemen.
Not all people.
You just have to accept the fact that you are our children.
Yo, Don, you gotta let somebody jump in, bro. Realbo's gonna go. Go ahead, Realbo.
So real quick, Marshall, I just want to say that because here's the thing, and that's a theory that used to be, taught and whatnot, but it has been proven and disproven the last 20 some years. Because if that's the case, then people would be of a lighter complexion than what they would be if they lived. Let's say if you had somebody that was dark skinned and they moved up to north of the equator, like let's say fucking the South Pole, then that means that they're clearly lighter, but you still have darker skinned people living in those particular areas that is even way colder. And then Marshall, watch this. You have white people who is in South Africa who still look the same like they looked when they first came over there in the 50s and 60s.
So white people from South Africa, like the genetics in how pigmentation works, it works over time. It's an evolutionary thing. So evolutionarily, over hundreds of thousands of years, people have developed certain skin tones because of where they live geographically, right? Like,
I mean, you have certain skin tones.
You lying, man. You was sitting up, y'all was paying people down in that man's state, man, $9, $10
What the
hour.
fuck are you talking about? Drunk.
No, ain't nobody drunk. Y'all always say that.
Up, bro. Dude, I don't understand what you're talking about. You have to be clear.
Also, your mic's shit.
If you quiet,
fix your mic.
You know that evolution.
It sounds like you in a cardboard box.
It takes hundreds and thousands of years for a noticeable change in.
Are you underwater or something?
Because I'm ready for y'all white folks to die anyway. Fuck you mean? I'm ready for y'all white folks to die anyway. Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't on shit anyway. Fuck you. I hope your kids die, bitch.
It's all right, brother.
Marshall, I just want to mention, Marshall, this is what you sound like when you're drunk. Yeah, this is Marshall when he's drunk. Shut the fuck up, you motherfuckers. Shut up, motherfucker. That's what Marshall sounds like when he's...
No, we ready for that war.
Yep.
Fuck is you talking about?
What war are you talking about?
The
race war.
Like what fucking war?
Race war between whites and blacks. The blacks dominating.
And we taking y'all shit. And y'all throwing it, so why we can't take it from y'all? Bitch ass motherfuckers. I'm glad everything is
I'm glad I live in a state that allows me to protect myself when people break into my home.
Marshall, you have to read me.
Hey, listen, True, real quick, brother. Hey, so Steve,
and Marshall's like the nicest guy on this app too. That's what's wild.
You know,
I'm an asshole.
I'm talking about
if you want to yell at me for
taking this, you know, like the most I gonna do all that shit, bro. You know.
Yahushua Mashiach, y'all disrespecting him too, talking about his 666 neuromelanin children. Y'all know who they is though, but hey, y'all want to keep lying? Go ahead. You know, y'all know this.
You think we're demonic?
Our genetics ain't like the Neanderthals, and this is ours. I know that. And we ain't from Africa. We not.
Get ass talk, man. Y'all bogus as hell. That's why we don't fuck with y'all white folks. That's why we won't separate. We need
the niggas, man. Let the niggas talk.
Separate from y'all. You don't need to be around you white folks. Y'all demonic. Y'all evil. Y'all liars. Y'all kill people.
Let the niggas get it out, Joe.
I know, but when I go to speak, you're going to let me speak, all right? Truth, I'll bring you back up. But does it make you feel better to talk shit to us? I'm going to bring you back up. I want to hear your answer, Truth. Does this, like, enlighten you? Does it make you feel a lot better when you talk shit?
We don't even like you white folks. We just trying to make sure y'all acknowledge and just get the fuck on, separate yourselves from us. Quit trying to mix with us. We don't got the same God, the same father. None of that shit. Y'all gay. We straight. We like to have kids, grow our kids up around, teach them what they need to really know. Y'all want us to be equal with y'all when we really not. We don't care for y'all. Y'all really don't really care for us. So why should we be with y'all? You know, y'all trying to mix up with us so y'all bloodline don't die out. Y'all play the fake love game. You see what I'm saying? I can't stand a motherfucker like you just sit up and say some gay ass shit. Now, I didn't come up with no gay ass shit. Then your boy just jumped on. Then y'all both talking at the same time when I'm talking. So that really shows me and us, the community, how y'all really is. Y'all childish. Y'all don't have real mindsets as to have common sense conversation. You know what I'm saying? Acknowledge the truth. Y'all do things.
Let me ask you a question. Where is the black community?
They're where they at. They where they at. No, but where's the white community? Where is the white community? Answer that. Answer that question.
Well, there isn't a white community. We're all community.
It's a black community.
But where is the community?
We don't want y'all to know where we are. We have things that we do that we don't want y'all in our circles. Y'all kids, your wives, none of that. We don't want y'all. Y'all bring demonic shit to our tables, in our houses and yards. No, we don't need that no more. Move around.
Hey, it's all right, Truth. You got to defeat them with your heart.
Straight up, that's how we doing. We showing now. We don't have to keep telling y'all, asking.
You gotta get that stupid umbrella. You ain't gotta talk that shit to them. They know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Just let them think they spreading whatever the fuck they spreading in here.
That's gossip bullshit.
Jackson, Mississippi blooded talking, full blooded from my man Pop side. So
what's up, fam? Love, fam. I don't fuck with them motherfuckers, man. I don't even want to see one at the table. That's where my family from. Jackson, Mississippi, Midnight, Mississippi, baby. Okay? They got to clean up Jackson, man.
We ain't
real terrible.
Royalty. We built that pyramid on the dollar bill. Why you think it's on our dollar bill?
Yo,
back to my ancestors.
Y'all from Jackson. Why is Jackson such a shithole?
Mississippi is a state as a whole, for the most part, is a shithole. It's like in the bottom, it's like in the top 3 of the poorest states in the union. So it's not just Jackson, it's the state as a whole, which is primarily, I'll give you that Jackson is ran by a Democratic mayor, but the state itself is ran by Republicans and has been ran by Republicans for the longest. And it's a fucking piss poor state educationally, piss poor state health-wise. The roads, bridges, and the, and buildings and shit is just fucking piss poor. Okay, that's at a state level. Okay, not just at a city. Jackson is fucking terrible. I don't deny that. But at a state level, the city is fucked up. Excuse me, the state is fucked up, and that goes both ways, buddy.
Yeah, but hold on. Then why is Biloxi and Gulfport so nice, bro? I love going to Biloxi.
Because those racist white people, they do what they always have done. They they take the money and they build up their areas while neglecting all of the other areas. Why is the education in Mississippi at the fucking bottom? You're at the Mississippi as a state is at the bottom when it comes to education. Okay, and like you asking questions about government people who are fucking racist. Okay,
hold on.
Take the money and run. They take the money and run.
Mississippi is at the bottom based on metrics, right? So it has one of the largest population of black folk. Why don't black folk care about better education?
I think they do care about better education. I think they do. I think they care a lot about better education. But let me tell you something. Poverty isn't as simple as what some of you bootlicking white folks like to say.
I live in the deep south, bro. Mississippi's got nicer roads than the state of Louisiana. I don't even want to fucking hear it. I don't even want to hear it. The state of Louisiana has the worst roads in the entire nation. So
my people come from Mississippi. You ain't telling me nothing.
I'm telling you that you have better roads in Mississippi than you do Louisiana. I ain't lying. You've been through Louisiana, right? Come on. Hold on. Louisiana has the worst states.
And that's another Republican state. It seems like states are ran by, and I'm not making this political thing, I'm just being honest. It seems like states that are ran at the governmental level, the governor's level, the level of governor, like states that are ran by the Republicans, they have Republican governors, and the state houses are filled up with Republicans. Seem like those are the fucking worst states when it comes to education, when it comes to fucking healthcare, when it comes to roads and bridges.
Hold on. Then why don't you move to Chicago or Los Angeles?
I live in Chicago right now. That's where I live.
Do you?
Yeah,
is it better?
Yeah. Chicago is damn sure better than Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah.
What's up, bro? You right there where I'm at.
Yeah. Even with the fact, wait, just let me say this part.
Why can't we just talk? Why y'all gotta be all uppity and stuff?
No, I'm just gonna say this part real quick. Even with the fact that they closed down 50 schools in Chicago, I would still say it's better.
Yeah, but what makes Chicago better?
It's up north.
The roads and the bridges are definitely better. The plumbing is definitely better.
Being around Yankees is better. Get out of here, bro. That Yankee shit is garbage.
The plumbing is better. The roads are better. Better hospitals. Better grocery stores.
Boy, that ain't Yankees. That's
farmers markets. What are you talking about? Better hospitals, farmers markets.
What are you talking about?
Black folks, more education.
Boy, the Yankees. You mean the Cubs?
You're not really from the South then if you don't know what I'm talking about.
You Southerners feel like their country all onto them.
Someone educate me. What do you mean by the Yankees?
Please enlighten me.
Enlighten me, because I'm from Chicago too. So,
all right. So anyone to the north are just considered Yankees. So it's a different type of lifestyle up there. Also, everyone's like moving 100 miles an hour, ain't going nowhere. We're down here chilling, just having a good time along the Gulf. We're just living our life, enjoying it. I don't know why people. If you're up north, look how much rage you got, bro. Down here, even black folk down here are much chiller down here along the South. What are you talking about?
The South is the South, man. Don't play that game. The South is the South. Come on, dude.
During the Civil War.
Do you know why there was a such thing as the Great Migration? Do you know why that happened?
Because there was no industry in the South, and people went north for the Industrial Revolution.
No.
That's exactly why.
Sir, please don't tell me about my history. Sir, don't tell me about my history.
Shut the fuck up, Rob. Kick you out of the room. Shut the fuck up, faggot. So, have you ever read Dr. Thomas Sowell's book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals?
I don't listen to Thomas Sowell. That's a bootleg. You talking about a bootleg?
Oh, it's that done, that faggot. So, if you actually read the book, it actually opens up and saying 1917, and it says Indianapolis. It has a letter posted on the door, and it says these people are uncouth, good for nothing, lazy, loud, rambunctious, violent. They don't pay their bills. And then at the very bottom, it says no white Southerners allowed. The entire time I was describing that, anybody that's never read it or heard it was like, oh, this is some racist shit. Look at how they're talking about black people. It says no white Southerners. The reality is everybody was headed to the fucking north for work. They were all there for the industrial revolution.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out with something. When I was talking about the Great Migration, I was talking about it from the African American experience.
Yeah.
Not
all the blacks were north for work.
Excuse me. Can I just finish, brother? Can I finish? Now you're gonna tell me my history. This guy gonna tell me my history.
Yeah, my family built the Underground Railroad into Cincinnati.
Y'all didn't.
For fucking
slaves. Why are you being a dirty Jew right now trying to tell me my history? I'm damn sure ain't gonna try to tell you yours. Okay? I'm not gonna try to tell you yours.
Too much on the Jews.
One of these individually, or
not too much on the Jews.
All right.
Listen. Can I just finish?
Mute all other speakers. There it is. Cool. So, my family actually in Northern Kentucky actually built the Underground Railroad.
I don't want you to patronize.
And they built it. Not patronize.
We need a receipt.
Give business to you, fucking idiot.
Even though we
patronize.
Whatever, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know what I'm talking about. Don't do it.
You're stupid. You still say axe.
Who built the
pyramids. Axe is actually a fucking Ulster County Scotch-Irish word. So when you think that it's black Ebonics, it's not. It's actually Scottish. So secondly, my family actually built the Underground fucking Railroad into Cincinnati for fucking slaves who were escaping the South into Cincinnati because Ohio was a fucking northern state. So, like, the ideal that all the fucking whites were against fucking black people is ludicrous, because if you actually read in 1775, the Quakers actually asked the founding fathers for the abolition of slavery, and they said no, because they knew it would cause a fucking civil war. So, like, you had all these fucking Quakers that were opposed to it, all the Anabaptists, all the fucking millions of Anabaptists and Quakers, and all the fucking Amish and Mennonites and all the shit, the Anabaptists, that were all saying, hey, slavery's wrong, you guys shouldn't fucking do this. And what they did, they said, no, it's going to cause civil war, it's going to destroy the entire fucking country, so unfortunately we'll have to fucking continue on.
Rich, no, that's a good point you make. But hold on.
You should read the letter for the Quakers.
Oh my God, they're telling us about our history.
This is white history.
This is a good teachable moment. So when the Quakers argued that, they brought it to the Supreme Court in the 1790s, and the young Andrew Jackson argued in the Supreme Court about how slavery was biblical, and that's what ended up. The Supreme Court ended up siding at that moment. It preserved slavery, and it observing it for nearly another 80 years. But to act like white people haven't been abolished slavery, you're actually arguing, against what our history really is, because
my family from Kentucky was also abolitionists. So to listen to y'all try and sit here and talk to us like we don't know anything about our history is ludicrous, right?
Wait. Can I just say something? Wait. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? Wait. Can I say something real quick? I simply brought up. I said, do you know what the Great Migration was? Yeah. Then you start going into hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Then I said, hold on for a second. Then I said, I'm talking about it from the standpoint of my people. And then you two, with your guilt complex, okay, you feel guilty, you have to come in and defend and then to do all this talking about, well, whites and we were fighting against. I ain't anything. You dudes got a guilt complex. Look, that's not my problem. You need to figure that out,
You
okay?
said black people fled out of the South is what
right. That's all I said.
They fled out of the South because they were being persecuted.
No, you're not going to rewrite my history.
Trying to make the claim.
You're not going to rewrite my history. You're not going to rewrite my history, sir. Sir.
Let's hear from the black man.
The audience. There we go. Cool. Other people can talk. So the ideal is that only 1% of the U.S. population actually owned slaves. Even if you just boil it down to only 5%. Only 5% of Americans owned fucking slaves. Most people were fucking poor. Or most people were fucking Protestant fucking Quakers and Anabaptists who didn't fucking agree with slavery and knew it was fucking wrong.
So are you saying that black people were freed from slavery because whites thought slavery was wrong?
No, because we fought a bloody civil war to free slaves.
So you're telling me
we're talking about 80 years prior. The Quakers wrote a letter to the founding fathers.
Let's be real.
And they asked if the founding fathers would abolish slavery. They said no.
What did
all the fucking Quakers, all the Anabaptists,
all white people benefited from slavery. From the north to the south.
I benefited from slavery. Hold on. I gotta hear
tell them how
I benefited from slavery.
First of all, when you look at the Northeast, the insurance companies benefited, and you were allowed to keep your wealth. You was allowed to keep your wealth
Are you talking about the 1% of the population who owned slaves?
All right, so no.
What about the 99% of the population
because some people owned slaves, you still benefited. White Americans benefited.
That 1% makes up all of
benefited.
You. That's like saying that black people are a monolith.
Listen.
Wait, are you saying that black people are? Wait, hey, lady, shut the fuck up. Are you? Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't know how to respect for people like her. So listen, are you saying that black people are?
No, you gotta let her talk though, gang. You've been talking, bro.
Yeah.
You got that to let them talk, man. Let them talk, gang.
All right. So, are black people a monolith? No. Are white people a monolith? So 1% of the population owns fucking slaves. That doesn't mean that the other 99% are guilty because 1% can keep their fucking money. And come for it, motherfucker. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. First of all, what did Abraham Lincoln say about slavery while the Civil War was going? He said, I wouldn't let none of these slaves free if I knew I could win the war without them. That's one. That's not actually history. So I don't know.
And brother too, like
that's not actually.
The war was fight over economics. Let them finish. Let them finish. You can get in after them. Let them finish. We're going one at a time because the guy need to.
Wait, who the fuck's running this room? You Truth?
He just trying to get us to argue, bro. That's all he doing. He know the truth.
Salam to all the brothers and sisters in the room. Salute to you. Salute to you too, my queen.
All right. So, like I said, Abraham Lincoln said he wouldn't even free the slaves if he could have won the war without them. That's one. Two.
No, he actually said he was indifferent. He didn't give a shit.
Oh my God, bro! Come on.
Let the man finish, man.
He said like all that
he turned to propaganda. Are you pregnant? Are you, man?
Come on, bro. He is indifferent. Anyway, part two about the Civil War. He was right. The reason I'm done, bro. I don't want to argue.
I'll
I'll pick it up from there. First of all, the war was not fought over slavery. It was fought over economics because the South had a advantage over the North. That's what it was fought over. And then,
that's incorrect.
hold on, because I'm going to educate your ignorant behind.
I'll pull up the document right now.
One mic, man. Y'all got
Let
let one person talk, man.
Let the queen finish, Don.
Okay.
Thank you. And so first of all, after slavery, on the books to this day, you all were supposed to pay us 40 acres and a mule, okay? For the 300 years we worked this country for free and built this country. You never paid your debt to us. Second, after we were free, you made black laws so we couldn't own land, so we couldn't own equipment, so we couldn't go certain places. Then the Jim Crow came. So we made an exodus out of the South and came up the North. Know what you did up North? You started making unions because we were the blacksmiths. We were the maids. We were the ones with all the skills, and you guys started making unions. So coming into the 70s and 80s, we had to make laws just so companies would have to hire us. We were overqualified for the jobs, but we had to make companies, which you all call DEI now, just so we can get employment. You guys did everything you can imagine to our communities. How you benefited because you vote for the people who keep us enslaved. You put drugs in our communities. You made laws that we can't even congregate in order for our brothers to sit there and try to congregate as men to build up our communities that you guys keep destroying. You destroy everything in your path. We have 6,000 years to know what kind of people you are. 6,000 years, not one civilization have you all built, but 6,000 years of total destruction. And you know how else you benefit? Look at now. Look at how disgusting it is now that our brothers are getting lynched. No, our brothers are getting lynched still. There's no laws on the books to even protect us, but yet the Asians got a crime bill. The Jewish man got the crime bill.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
You guys got.
Nobody's getting lynched anymore.
Okay, you guys. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're getting killed in the streets, and
no, and white people.
You guys have immunity. No, yeah, you can do whatever you want to, and know you have immunity. And I'll land with this.
Well, we both contributed, but whites really built the meat of the
country. You didn't build shit.
Yo, Pretty, are you there? Can you
hear me? Everything. The animals ain't safe. The plants ain't safe. The air's not safe. People ain't safe.
No.
You do whatever you want. You don't faze me. You don't scare me. I know what.
Hey, Pretty, are you there? Can you hear me?
One at a time. Go ahead, Chase.
No. I thought you were going to be here.
I'll bring it back up.
No, let her back up.
Yeah, bogus. She said that's why we don't fuck with y'all. We talk
one at a time. One at a time, man. It ain't even about no color, man. Only one person.
No, you keep kicking me off the stage.
Running your mouth.
Can you hear me? No. I'm not running my mouth. I'm letting you back in your face.
Yeah, Pretty, are you there?
No, can I just land with this? The problem. Hold on. The problem is, hold on, let me just finish. I'll just land. Give me like 20 seconds. Just give me 20 seconds.
All right.
I was in Italy for 3 weeks, right? Everywhere the white American is, you are hated because of your behavior. Even other white people don't like you. Okay? And so I'll land with this. You're going to get what's coming to you, and you're going to get punished as a nation for your forefathers' disgusting behavior towards black people.
That's pretty.
And you can laugh all you want, but it's happening. Look at you.
Oh my God! All right, lady.
All you all need to be done like he got done.
Hey, Pretty.
You talk about
Really? Pretty, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Pretty?
See y'all, and I can't wait. I want to. You're not getting
Pretty back. Pretty, can you hear me?
white motherfuckers.
Pretty, can you hear me?
I got a question. And I'm not gonna be long. But why are y'all in here going back and forth with these people? That's what I don't get.
I just want to say my piece.
We're trying to educate.
Pretty.
We're trying to educate them.
I want to bring some facts, man. I don't care about emotions or feelings. Can I bring
the
some
American education system failed you.
If you're black and then you
That's why there's racism. Because of the American education.
You guys are literally saying the most retarded shit I've ever heard.
Why are y'all? Wait. Did anybody on the stage
literally fucking retarded? Like,
wait.
People in this room are fucking acting.
Can I say one thing real quick? Does anybody on this stage believe that the Civil War was not about slavery? That's what it wasn't fought over? Because I heard that said, and I'm just trying to make clear now because I don't deal in speculation. Either I can prove it or I can't. So I'm trying to make clear: is anybody on this stage saying that the Civil War was not fought over the enslavement of African people? Let's make that clear.
It came out of the president's mouth. The president himself is the one who declared war.
One mic on Ryan.
Yeah, we're talking to Ryan right now. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm funny now. I know what they do. What is
Talk, nigga. We ain't trying to be here for you to laugh.
Okay. So, you black? That's crazy. Anyway, so Abraham Lincoln said it. The only way he could win the war was to free the slaves. And that's why, after they won the war, what did he do? He said, after the war was won, he said black people should go to a place called Liberia. And it's called Liberia. And he gave us free passes back to Africa. We didn't go because we believed the bullshit. We kind of believe the bullshit still today. And what happened? He deployed the military to the South because after the war, all these people that said they wanted to abolish slavery, they needed to be held back from killing black people roaming the streets. This was called Reconstruction. And what happened?
Yeah, so can we clear a little bit of...
Hold on. Let me finish.
Y'all just talk. No, I'm a mod. Listen. Hold on. Let's give some context. Yeah, let's give some context. The whole debate was, at that time, would white folk and black folk be able to actually integrate? Now, what's your answer? I mean, from what we've heard tonight, from all y'all coming up on this stage right now, you don't think we can integrate. We should segregate it. That's what I heard. No, this is what the debate was. No, this is what the debate was over Liberia. No, I'm talking about Liberia, in that there were black folk that did not want to integrate with white folk, and they were offered the opportunity to go back to Africa. Now, how many of you would take that up?
Why are you trying to change the subject?
It's literally what the subject's about.
Go back to Africa. That's like a compliment.
Why y'all want to go back to Europe? Y'all afraid to go back to Europe?
Or the caves.
How about the land back to the natives? How about that?
You're not even indigenous to Europe.
You made it very clear. Hold on.
Slavery.
You made it very clear that what you've said, that you can't integrate us, right? That we heard Truth say right here and go on and on about how he don't want to be part of America.
Why you let me finish the answer though?
No, I am an original American.
All right, just give Ryan 20 seconds.
No, you're immigrant, really.
Let Ryan finish 20
seconds.
No,
let Truth finish. Why are you kicking him off?
Lady, it's on Ryan, nigga.
Lady, you were trying to
say Ryan.
I ain't no nigga.
Lady, we literally had to hear you talk about how fucking the people who were enslaved were overqualified for jobs.
Man, go ahead, Ryan. We trying to hear Ryan right now.
The reason the Civil War happened is because the South was fucking filthy rich off of slavery. And they wanted to do whatever they wanted to fucking do, and they said they was going to succeed from the Union because they didn't have no reason to fuck with the North. And the people up North was starving, bro. And what did Abraham Lincoln say?
No, I don't think it's true.
It's not true. My
The
family's
Northern
been here
economy
for like 1,000 years from the north. That is not true.
Yeah, that's correct, Brady.
Wait. Do y'all know how much money the South was making compared to the North during slavery?
A few families got rich from cotton.
No, that's not true.
They were not poor. They were not starving, though. What are you talking about? They were starving.
Wait. I don't mean starving like everybody was homeless and it was the dark ages. But the North economy was damn near broke. They couldn't get none of the South.
That's not true. That's not true, man.
That's not true.
That's not true.
No,
It sound like you spread
the
it
Mississippi River was going all the way up. They was,
the Industrial Revolution didn't even start.
No, it's not.
Sir,
no, it's not. The slave owners, the Jewish slave owners, owned all kind of property up north, where they were taking the cotton, they were producing. They were
talking about.
Hold on. They were taking the cotton to the factories up north and shipping it to the south. Shipping it to Europe. So that's not true. People have money.
Wait a minute.
Most of your banks and infrastructure, as far as banks and
insurance companies,
they were in the north. Most of that stuff was in the north. What the thing was is that slavery was listen, man. The bottom line is this here. Black folk were rebelling, okay, and it created a problem because this Abraham Lincoln, like those presidents that came before him and the ones that came after him, if you get what I'm saying, they were trying to basically, the whole goal was to get as much of the land under their control as possible, under this unified government and under this unified monetary system. And slavery was the biggest thing in America because it basically it was the driving force of America, literally. Black slavery was. And Abraham Lincoln couldn't have his union if these people had slaves. He didn't really care about black people, really. But he understood that I can't have my union if these dudes got slaves. And they succeeded from him, because of the whole fact. Don't take my word for it. Go read the Declaration of Causes.
Okay, 1 second. So, 1 second. So, Joe, am I crazy? But wasn't the Northern economy like a machine compared to the South? Like it was good. Wasn't it rolling? It was way more productive. Joe.
Yeah. So there's truths to the cotton. How much money was made off cotton in New Orleans? They were making a ton of money off of cotton.
And off of the blue indigo colors that blue indigo that was being done in Louisiana, they were making money off of that. They were making money. Go ahead.
So if we want to talk about like the Civil War stems back to rivalries that were occurring between English people even before America was founded. And a lot of the people that came over and the Northeastern Protestants compared to the Scotch Irish that settled many of the Appalachian areas. There's been rivalries that go back 500 years. The civil wars that occurred back in England, those same rivalries still continued here in America. And for a long period of time, Southerners were, even though they were winning the presidency. So look at Virginia was part of the South.
I was just about to say, I'm sorry, I ain't trying to cut you off.
So hold on. Look, Ryan, I'm trying to give you some context here. If you want to understand, to argue, if you want to take the position it wasn't about slavery. However, if you look at the secession letters of South Carolina, it says very clearly the South Carolina seceded from the Union based all about their peculiar how does it say it? Their peculiar
institution of slavery. I have it right here. We can read it. I have it right here. We can read it.
Yeah. Okay, read it for us, Don. Look, South Carolina lays it out why they succeeded. So the point to make here is though there were rivalries. It's a country, just like we have rivalries today, regional rivalries all across this nation. However, why did states succeed from the Union clearly is outlined by their secession letters, like in South Carolina. And it was all about
preservation of their culture, and their culture being dominated by this hierarchy of a master and a slave. So,
if I may add to that,
hold on. Here, I'm clicking on
moderators.
I'm clicking on.
Yeah, because when you look at the actual output of the North versus the South, and when you look at what slavery, that is the labor of enslaved black people, which we all agree was wrong, you look at that output and it amounts to anywhere from 15 to 20. Now, I forget if it's either between 12 and 20% of the output of this country. So no, I'm sorry, but black people did not build this country, because even without those stats, it assumes that white people were just sitting around, especially in the North, drinking mint juleps and doing absolutely nothing but getting vapors, while black people did all the work. And that's not true. White people were still working all during slavery, all those 400 years. White people were working too.
Alan,
thank you for your contribution. It was unfair that you had to work without adequate compensation. Slavery was wrong. But no, you didn't build this country. You didn't invent everything. And the United States and England were the only two countries in the world to not only stop slavery here, but white Christians went and fought your black brothers in Africa to make them stop doing slavery too and engaging in it. So please say thank you. Sit down and stop complaining, because no, white people aren't the devils, and we are tired of you, number one, demonizing us, and number two, we're tired of having to center black people's opinion about history and everything else. Other people have opinions, and thank you, we've indulged you enough. We're moving on. Thank you, John. Wait a minute. We're done. Thank you.
Okay, wait. Let me hold up.
Things and then don't get it. Don't allow somebody to push back.
Let me jump in here right quick, because I ain't here trying. Let me jump in here right quick. I want to make this clear.
I've been waiting, but go ahead, bro.
I have to.
Nah, one mic on Ray, man. You've been talking. You go next.
I haven't said anything.
You will go next, brother.
Look, Alan, here's the deal, right? You can't sit up here and just say, well, the whites have not done anything, and they did everything to help black people and all this other stuff. Listen, the war with the North and the South historically is known. It wasn't just racism, no. It wasn't just about freeing the slaves, no. All right, there was other social issues that were going on, and specifically dealing with finances and whatnot, and financial gain and everything. But at the same time, that's what the primary goal was either freeing or keeping the black slaves where they were at, all right, to make money off of them. Now, if you want to sit up here and say that if black people didn't invent everything, they probably didn't invent every single thing, but probably about a good 85 to 90% of the things that you see that you're using right now.
Oh, come on.
By somebody that was black. Yes, I have the list. I mean, I don't feel like reading the whole shit. The traffic light, the internet, the phone.
Wait,
every little thing.
The internet? Get out of here.
See the monkey ranch? Yes.
No. Okay, well, wait. Let's let Dunn speak. Sorry.
I only have like two.
Yeah, go ahead, finish, but let Dunn speak before everybody, because everybody's going to want to jump off and prove you wrong, and myself included. But go ahead, after you go, Ray, then you go Dunn.
But my thing is, though, but to sit up here and say, oh, we're not going to allow, it's funny because, like, I have the list and everything. I have the documentation, but regardless of the fact, and I might land here, to sit up here and say that you don't want to hear and don't want to say, oh, well, blacks and their opinions. Well, people been hearing white people's opinions for a good 100 years. You understand? And to sit up here and try to act as if black people were not large contributors to this fucking country being here is a fucking asinine and idiotic statement. And another thing too, to sit up here and not take no accountability of what has gone on in this country, right? You probably didn't do anything, but ancestrally, yes. Just like anybody else has to take up for whatever the fuck they do, just like everybody fucking else. But when it comes to what I'm hearing is when it comes to white folks, when it comes to certain things about history, they're just not honest. And this is just what it is.
All right, let Dunn go, and then.
Okay, here, I'm not gonna, I don't talk, okay? I come with the documentation. And I don't like to do a lot of talking. If I say something, I should be able to prove it. Now, this is from the, here, I'm gonna give you exact source where it's from. It's from the Center for Law and Social Policy, okay, CLASP, if you know anything about them. I want you to read what they say right here. African-American workers built America. Okay, here, listen to this. This is by Asha Banerjee and Cameron Johnson. Okay, here, I'm not going to read it all because I don't want to take too much time. It says, black labor has been foundational to the growth of America and our economy. Enslaved people built the country's early infrastructure and produced lucrative commodities such as cotton and tobacco. After emancipation, African-American labor was crucial in industry, agriculture, and services. Yet the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, which was established in 1884, only started gathering consistent data on African-American workers in 1972. For nearly a century, African-American workers did not appear even as data points, let alone in meaningful policies or labor legislation. So here, I'm going to stop right there, okay? Right off the bat, they telling you that the foundation of America, building its foundation, was built by black people. Okay.
Okay. Well, let me just go real quick.
It was my turn.
It was.
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to go back real quick.
Well, I just said
30 seconds. 30 seconds. And then
Yeah,
we'll go to you, Brian.
you can give me 10 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
So I said I heard y'all say two things. I heard one person say the North was booming and that they had more money in the South. Then I heard another person say everything was done in the South and shipped to the North, and all the powerful politicians were from the South. So in business, you tell me this. If you're dependent on somebody and somebody says F you one day, what would that make you want to do? And if you didn't need somebody and they said F you one day, what would that make you do? Answer. Does that make sense what I'm saying in business? If I don't need you and you say F me, what am I going to do? But if I do need you and you say F me, what am I going to do?
Right,
so what I'm saying, okay, so answer that question. I'm done.
Okay. All right, great. So listen, I'm going to just read a statistic, then we're going to go to Beaver. Black folks have never accounted for more than about 19% of the entire country's population. And that would be in 1790. There were more black people per capita in this country in 1790 than any other time in history. And it only amounted to 19% of the country. The point is, you're trying to convince people that when you haven't even had, at the best, 1 out of 5 people were black, trying to say that you've contributed to, everything, at least 80% of all of America's success in the last 250 years, it mathematically doesn't work out that way. There's been at least 80 to 90% of the country has not been black for the last 250 years. I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you guys said.
I'm not answering your question. Go ahead, Beaver.
Exactly.
Ryan, you get 20 seconds, and then I'm going to go, and then I'm going to throw it to Alan.
Wait, I'm going back to the original question where y'all said that when I said the North was starving, they was dependent on the on the South. And y'all said, no, they were industrialized. But then in the same sentence, I heard someone say the Jews were taking all the money out of the cotton and stuff out of the South and taking it to the North and selling it and whatever. But if that was the case and the North didn't need the South and they had everything up there, why would they go to war with the South if the South said they leaving? If I'm rich and I don't need you, I'm not dependent on you. I'm not going to go to war with you after you say you leaving.
I'll answer that after you. Wait, Alan, let me go and then I'm going to throw it to Alan.
Yeah.
I would just say that I don't know, Ryan. I don't know the particulars about that. But to say that, not you, someone said, black people invented 80% or something. To me, this is basic common sense that it's not true because, number one, you guys weren't allowed to participate, and it wasn't fair to you. But I mean, how you guys, if you're not allowed to participate in the free market and get educated and go into a shed and think about how to build an invention, which is what they did back then, whatever. It's just not, it's not practical. Who said you wouldn't have done that? I mean, I don't think you would have done a whole lot more, but to say that, the founding fathers built the infrastructure of the country so that the free enterprise could run. And then the northern economy was always, the North was always going to beat the South at that point in time. Because some economists actually believe slavery held the country back. It's it would have become a stronger power if slavery had been abolished sooner, because it stops GDP growth in the free market, to let people work for wages and produce. That is a strong theory that I've read about. But I mean, who's to say? I don't know. I'll go to Al.
Hold on, Ryan. Hold on. I got another statistic. The easiest way to track the most largest contributors to America is by the patent office. Okay, the most blacks have ever held a patent is between 1870 and 1940. Black folks held 2.7% of the patents. As of today, right now, black folks only hold about 1% of the entire country's patents.
They stole them all. It was racist.
Yeah, okay. Listen what I'm trying to say.
Y'all playing crazy.
If black folks invented or were success to at least 80% of the country's history and built everything.
Stop it, bro. Stop it.
It would be at least more than 1%.
We're not that dumb, bro. We're not that dumb.
Arguing that. No, wait. Nobody's arguing that African people build that African people build everything. But what we're talking
about, got up here and said that black folks are
well, that's Rayaba. That's not my argument. My argument is Rayaba.
That's what I'm pushing. Okay, but my argument is he said black folks have contributed to 80% of the inventions here in America.
Yeah, but
I'm going off.
When you talk about the early roads, when you talk about building the early storehouses in America, the list goes on and on. Black folks were building those. Those were skilled. When you talk about the blacksmiths, the early blacksmiths, a lot of those people were enslaved Africans. They were skilled in that labor. Go to the knot culture in Nigeria, West Africa. They found over 13 iron smelting furnaces in Nigeria, where a lot of the slaves came from. Those people already, listen, they went from Stone Age to iron smelting. They jumped over the copper stage. That is a feat of engineering in human history. They jumped over that. They brought that same technology here to the Americas with them. That's why they were highly prized and valued. When we're telling you that black folk built early America, sir, that's not a pipe dream. That's a fact. The scholars will tell you that. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, real quick. Do y'all hold any animosity towards the Arabs that sold y'all across the entire world?
So why are we talking about the Arabs when we're talking about America?
Yes.
Who ran the slave trade?
They ran the sub-Saharan slave trade, but they weren't the only ones that benefited off of it. Like, there was a whole bunch of people, but the facilitation of it was the Caucasian people.
It was Arabs. It was Arabs that were running it out of Africa.
But I mean, did the Arabs take part in it? Yes, they did.
You go and lecture Arabs about this? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, I've talked to every particular person.
What do you mean?
They racist as fuck, and I shit on them all day long.
Why would you switch the subject all the time? Like, why are we talking when if we was in the if you're in the room with the Arabs and we're talking about Arab sub-Saharan slave trade that they we'll talk to them, but we're talking about this right here. We can't sit up here and deny certain things in history just because the president of the United States and the MAGA folk want to do
Well,
that
then
shit.
let's
You
talk
can't. You don't shoot.
Let's talk about.
I shit on them all day.
Okay,
Wait, one mic on Alan. Let him go.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about history. I know we live in an age where everybody's a scumbag and both sides are evil and nobody stands up for anything and very few people have principles. But if you go back to the 1800s and the 1700s, people meant what they said. When they said they were going to do something, they did it. If you told someone and you shook his hand, that meant more than signing a contract. So why the question was asked, why would white people do that? Because they believed in the principle that no human should be a slave. Abraham Lincoln spoke extensively about abolition and the injustice of slavery. And he meant it. And the fact that he gave that speech that black people seem to obsess over was simply a political maneuver because he knew he would not get the backing from European countries if he made slavery the central issue of the war. He was a brilliant tactician and he saved all of your asses. Is exactly what he did.
Wait. Let me ask you a question.
Point of moderation. Point of moderation. Beaver. Seriously?
You're not a motherfucker.
No, I'm asking beavers.
Yeah, well, I'm still talking, so that's okay. That's okay. And Rayaba, look, I'm not saying what I said earlier. I'm not saying people can't have their opinion. What I'm discussing specifically is how this entire country has listened to the perspective of black people, which is not a bad thing. They have something to say. And we have all listened to that perspective, but we are listening to that perspective run wild right now on this stage, and it's enough. There are other perspectives too. And we're going to listen to those. And we are not going to suddenly forget reality just because there are some people who want to boost their own egos and say, we invented everything. That's not true. What did happen is that there were white people and there were black people who had principles, who were willing to put their lives on the line to abolish an institution that was morally wrong, and over 300,000 people died for that principle. And we've worked together since then, sometimes well, sometimes not so well. But those are the principles that we live by, and forgive us if we're not going to buy into all of your narratives. That's the nicest way I can put it.
Wait. Let me ask him a question real quick. I'm going to ask him a question. Do you agree with the other guy that was and just give me a yes or no, and because I'm trying to be concise. The guy that was on the stage who said that about 1% of the Southerners own slaves. Do you agree with that sentiment? Yes or no?
I've heard between 1% and 5%. That's the correct number.
Okay, between 1% and 5%. Okay, now my simple question is this. Based on that logic, that it was only 1% to 5%, which is a small amount, and the rest of the people was not involved in slavery. Because this is what we get with as far as black people, we get this talking point like, well, only 1% of the people own slaves. My simple question is this: if 1% to 5% of the Southerners own slaves, why did you have to have a civil war to end slavery? That doesn't make sense. If it was only 5%, why did you need a civil war to end it? That doesn't make any damn sense. The logic doesn't make sense.
Hold on.
Tell me what the logic makes sense if only 5% of people own slaves, but the whole fucking country has to go to war.
Very clearly,
this when the election of Abraham Lincoln went down, he ran on the abolition of it. Those states seceded from the Union prior to him even taking office. South Carolina and Texas pulled out of the country. So when the war was starting up at that period in time, when then Lincoln takes office.
And is it done?
Wait a minute. You got South Carolina, you got Mississippi, you got Georgia, you got Virginia, okay? I believe Texas was one. Don't quote me on that, okay? But here's the point. That seems like more than, these are whole states fighting to preserve their way of life, which is slavery. That don't seem like fucking 5%, my man. Like, come on, dude, stop the cap, as the young boys say today. Stop the cap.
And listen, I just want 10 seconds. You keep talking about this 1% of people own slaves.
Hold on. No. If it's not 1 to 5%, then what is it? Tell us what the number is.
Stop. When South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, Mississippi, Texas, I believe. Well, you tell me how many goddamn people that is. When you got like 5-6 states getting the fuck.
All right, let Ryan go. We got to share the mic down. Let's go with
Well,
Ryan.
he asked me the question. I'll answer after Ryan.
10 seconds, Ryan.
Okay. Yeah, I still ain't answered my question about the North-South thing. That's okay. So, if 1% of all of slaves were owned by somebody in the South or whatever, and it was the biggest money maker in the Western Hemisphere, right? That's one thing. How many people today own the most? What percentage of people today own all the world's wealth? Or like 98 or 95% of the world's wealth today, something crazy like that. I think it's 1%.
All right, go ahead, Alan.
I think it's 1%, and that 1% is very powerful. So let's talk about the 1% that had them slaves. They basically ran everything. So let's talk about it.
I don't know.
What are you talking? That 1%.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I believe that's Alan. All right, you go.
Yeah, again, why would they do it? Done? Because again, they had principles. And maybe it's hard for you to understand, but they saw you as a brother. They saw you as a fellow human being. And as far as that 1 to 5%, the other 95% were trying to get by. They were trying to survive. It's not like now where we're all sitting around in a nice, comfortable house with gas and running water and toilets and everything else, and we just have to go to the supermarket. It was an agricultural society.
You can't compare then to now because of technology.
The average person grew their own food. If you didn't build a house, you froze to death. If you didn't plant your own crops, you starved to death. If you didn't hunt, you starved to death. If you didn't make your own butter, you didn't eat. It's not the same world. The other 95% were trying to get by. They weren't concerned about what the slave owners were doing. So sorry. You know.
Hold on. Let me answer him. Let me answer him. So,
all right, 30 seconds on done. 30 seconds.
Let me answer him real quick. So what I'm trying to understand from you is this here, okay? Because we got South Carolina, Virginia, Texas, and I was correct about Texas, Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina, Texas, Virginia. We clearly see that's more than 5%. Okay, those are 5 states. All right, 5, and Mississippi and Texas is big as fuck. Okay, so like these white folks in Texas, they didn't de facto and say, okay, I'm going to the Union side because I'm not down with this moral shit that you niggas is claiming with this whole slavery shit. I'm going over here and we're gonna crush you motherfuckers. No, they were right there fighting with them. So you can say brother, but to me, you're whitewashing history, man. Okay, whether you know it or not, that's what you're doing. You're whitewashing history.
More than 5%. That's the argument. That's the point, my man. More than 5%. And those people that in our land here, those people in those southern states that quote were not slave owners. Let me be clear with you on something. They don't have to be slave owners. They were part of upholding and preserving the society, which was keeping black people under their fucking foot. You think that, oh, well, if he don't own a slave, he's a good guy. No, it's a whole you think those people in Rosewood, that those were like rich, wealthy people who owned slaves that came and burned down Rosewood? No, those were everyday white people who owned the shops.
The argument was only who actually owned the slaves, but the sentiment was probably shared, like you're saying. No one's disputing that. Let's go to truth.
But I'm saying, what you act like y'all taught us some shit that we already know through history. Y'all just now catching up through the Bible or through discovering any damn thing that's naturally ours. So you trying to teach us our history that we already can see, even from through the times, through Christopher Columbus. So all that right there that y'all try to bring about and try to make it seem like y'all just now presented to us, we already knew. It's just what they say. If you don't want somebody to find what's going on, put it in the book. If you don't want a nigga to find out what's going on, put it in the book. Because they said that we won't read, but now that we can read between the lines, we can see exactly what's going on. Because it's already prophesized. If I tell my son don't mess with a white person because this and that and the third, and he actually can see now, that means he know what I'm talking about. Versus a white man, I'm telling this white man, hey, I can't mess with you because of such and such, this and that and the third, and I know that's how y'all is. You like, well, we both bleed the same. And I'm telling you, no, we don't. We don't have the same bloodline. But you want to argue that what God love us all. And I say, no, he don't. That's like me saying that my father love you more than me or us as equal. And my father gonna show you, he really don't. He ain't gonna love you because you're not his son, his bloodline. So if I'm talking to my people about who we are and what we're supposed to be separating ourselves from white folks, why is it a white boy or white woman telling us, well, you're racist and all this and that? Well, you came over to people's lands and killed them off and enslaved their people and took what didn't belong to you. So, and like we keep saying, you're benefiting from your forefathers, their ways of living. Lies and kill. You see what I'm saying? So you can't sit up and say you're not benefiting. Look how you talking to people. Look how you think. Look how you believe. So we are not the same. We're not going to get along. I'm not going to teach my child that we are equal. When I know, fuck that money, I can go take my money and go invest in the gold, and I don't need no white person to tell me what to do, how to bank my shit. Who told you that you over me? Who said that you're supposed to be over me to rule my money, any damn thing that I got, my household? You're not my father. You're not my brother. You're not even one of my own kind. So we have really nothing in common because you go against the truth. Y'all, I want to hear.
Can I hear about those patent office statistics again?
Well, wait. Here's what I don't get. You think that so you're saying that black people, they figured something out, they wrote it down, they figured out, okay, this is how we built this, and they did it, and then the white man came into the shed and said, oh, thank you, and then I'm going to take this, I'm going to get it patented. Like, you think that was the norm?
That's what y'all do. Y'all learn our history just like Chinese. Y'all go anywhere y'all can, be comfortable with.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question then. If that's the case, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let's have dialogue. We don't need monologues.
Oh my God, Joe.
I don't want to.
We don't need.
Let him ask his question.
We don't need monologues.
Hey,
truth. Hold up. We don't need monologues. We need dialogue, so we can have a we need a conversation. So let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. No, but let's have dialogue. We don't need a monologue. Why is this hard to understand? So let me ask this question.
Name. And then we can talk about what you mean.
Truth. I got to move you down because we want to have dialogue so we can have this conversation. My question is, name one invention that was stolen by the white man and patented they stole it from a black man and they patented it. I just want to know of one. Okay.
Peanut butter.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I have no idea if it's true or not, but I mean,
Man, I don't want to dialogue. Don't even ask me nothing.
Say peanut butter.
Oh, okay, I'm going to give it to him. The refrigeration air conditioning was invented by a black man, and I absolutely love AC. So thank you to that black man that invented air conditioning, because the significance of that, not the Middle East would be uninhabitable if not for air conditioning. Who would want to live in 120-degree weather? No one. So thank you, to the black man that invented.
Hold on, Alan. That's not true. But that's not true.
We invented the stop.
No, that's I heard it.
Hold on, Alan.
Okay,
Alan.
correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's not true.
Computer chip. Computer.
No, hold on. Willis Carrier invented the air conditioner. The Carrier air conditioner. It's a huge.
Stop, bro.
That was a white engineer invented air conditioner.
That was in the South too, right, Joe? Because it was so hot. By the way, just two things. I just want to interject real quick. I'm assuming it took slavery for you guys to invent everything. Is that a fair statement? And then my other question would be, did it invented in Africa? I mean, it seems like you guys are such geniuses that a lot of things should have happened in Africa too. Can you name an invention in Africa or no?
Oh man, why do you think? My thing is,
because we can't.
Why do you seclude every black person coming from Africa?
Well, good question if people did.
We don't know what happened over there.
All right, Ray, you get 15 seconds and then pass it to the next to answer Matt's question.
So your question was what invention in Africa? I mean, I would say that's kind of a loaded question because not all of them come from Africa. But I mean, if you want to say an invention, I mean, drums. I mean, but that's not even, that's not even. I mean, if you want to say structure and whatnot with the Mali Empire, I mean, you can go right there.
Okay, Brian, go real quick. Or Matt, finish.
How will we know, bro? Y'all gotta stop answering these loaded questions that these people playing games. How will we know what we invented in Africa if y'all fucking stole us from Africa and erased our history?
I can tell them some invention. I can tell them.
No, but I'm just saying. Like, right, playing right in our face, right? They playing.
Wait a minute. If I may.
Y'all erased our history, bro. What you mean?
Wait a minute. But we know about inventions in Africa. We know about.
No.
All right, let Matt finish up, and then we'll pass it to the next person to answer about inventions.
So, Ryan, you're claiming that your African history was completely erased the minute you arrived in America?
Bro, listen.
No, I'm being serious. No.
Yes. I'm gonna answer.
How is that possible? Like they put up like machines to your head and just erased all your history, or how does that work?
They did it. They did something even worse than that. They beat us to death, separated us, killed us if we spoke our language.
Hold on. We gotta hold on just 1 second. So you're in Africa. And I'm assuming that there's some people in Africa that invented some stuff, right? That was my question. I didn't tell you that if you came. I didn't say that everybody came was shipped over from Africa to the U.S. and that was it. There's obviously some inventions supposedly that happened in Africa. That's all I.
Of course, there are inventions that happen in Africa.
But what was?
How would I? But how would?
Can I answer him?
Let me. I just want to finish. How will we as a collective know our inventions as Africans if y'all erased our history?
Speak for yourself. All right, let Don go. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't like that. Speak for yourself. If you don't know, say you don't know. Don't say us as a collective, okay? No disrespect. What I'm going to tell you this here, the oldest surgical papyrus comes out of Africa. It's called the Edwin Smith surgical papyrus. The oldest mathematical text that we have is the Moscow papyrus and the Rhine mathematical papyrus. The oldest large...
I know that, but I thought he meant like...
Finish. He asked you, brother, let me finish. He asked you, you said, how would we know? If you knew these things, you would have told them. You wouldn't have stopped waffling, okay? So don't cut me off now. What I'm saying is no disrespect to you, good brother. Listen, I got your back, man, but we got to be real about this now, okay? The oldest large body religious text is the ancient Egyptian pyramid text. One of the oldest two languages that come from the, you got the Sumerian, and then the other one is the hieroglyph. I mean, I can keep going on and on with the spoons were invented in Africa. That's where they come from, okay? Condoms were invented in Africa. That's where they come from.
All right, let King speak. King wanted to speak. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, I was just saying, maybe you guys have the wrong question, right? Maybe the question should be is, how many people who actually invented something still have controlling power in elite status within that invention? And I'm going to tell you right now, in that record, see, white boys are doing really bad, okay? They get their stuff jacked all day, okay? Taken over by the military, by force, okay? Meaning things like HARP, in inventions that's supposed to change the world, okay? They're supposed to make everybody right now free. The things exist. So the question really is, if you're thinking about it, is what really is the race war? The race war isn't black. And every fucking white person that hates fucking Nazis knows this. They're gonna fuck y'all up, okay? They don't play this shit. They're way too smarter. They're not that dumb, okay, to even fall into that trap. You just expose yourself when you take a side, okay? And they're gonna be cool with the brothers that's been getting played by the system this whole time.
All right, let's go to Mike. Mike, what do you got?
My bad, I didn't even know I was off mic.
Okay, what I was gonna say is, I think Matt's overall point was that if the genius was always there and it came from the Africans, okay, how do you compare the Roman civilization building the Colosseum, all these things that they had, the irrigation, or the what's the thing called, with the water in the city in Rome, okay, and then if you had that genius, that ability, and you brought over here, you're enslaved, you're suppressed, you're not allowed to participate, but once you are free, wouldn't we see some of that genius in the last 60 years to have manifested into some great advancements?
Street light, assembly line, computers, drones. What are you talking about?
All that's by white. That's from white people. That's been done.
Beaver, real quick. What are you talking about?
Beaver, can I answer that real quick? Because
go ahead, Ray. 30 seconds, Ray.
Yeah, 30 seconds. So, Ryan, just real quick. Let me, Ryan, real quick. Ryan, just let me go real quick. Just give me 30 seconds. So, the Mycenaeans and Minoans were the original people that was in Rome, and you had different ethnic groups of people in Rome. So, if you want to say Imperial Rome was what with the Caucasians that were ruling at that time. Prior to that, it was dark-skinned people that was ruling there. All right, Romans and Romulus and Mycenaeans and Minoans. But the point is, so the Colosseums were built way before the Imperial Roman Empire. So, I mean, based off of that, I mean, you have to look into that aspect.
You think about the Etruscans, brother. That's what was in Rome. The Etruscans.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Etruscans at the time, but then prior to that in 1100 BC, and I'm gonna land here and I'll pass the mic. The Mycenaeans and Minoans, you go look up what they look like. They didn't look shit like white people. It was Imperial Rome, like Caesar Augustus and those people that was ruling in that time period. So you can't conflate different rulerships with the same people because
Alan's been done. Alan, 30 seconds and done.
Yeah, I have a question. You convinced me. White people are evil. We're bad. We stole everything. We're terrible. why are you trying to convince us that you invented everything? We've already stolen from you. You know we're evil. Why are you here? Why do you keep trying to tell us how bad we are? Why are you even fucking with us? Okay, go off, make your own inventions, do what you're going to do, set up your own society, and show us how it's done. All right, done. Period. Done. Okay, and by the way, the whole Tulsa, well, we did that and then you bombed us. Tulsa was one of hundreds of only, or no, not hundreds, but there were, I don't know, I think 50, 60, all black communities, and they were all thriving. Tulsa was one, and there were a few that got attacked, yes, but Tulsa was not a black Wall Street. And all of those communities survived. So saying that we bombed you and stopped you from doing it is not an excuse. I'm sorry. But so go off, show us how it's done. And if you're doing a good job, we'll come to you and we'll say, damn, you're doing great. Let's we'll give you some money and show us how it's done.
No, you won't. You'll come to us and try.
Wait, hold on, bro.
All right, 30 seconds, I'm done. 30 seconds, I'm done.
Here's the thing, bro. It's not just what y'all did to Tulsa in that regard. It's called eminent domain. When you take people land, the government has that whole policy. They build expressways through people's land and things like that. I'm not here telling you that black folks built everything. That's not my argument. I never made that argument. I don't get no problem with giving other people credit when it's justifiable. But he was talking about the running water. The guy was talking about the running water under the ground, getting water to people. Yeah, Rome had that. I'm not saying they did, but they didn't invent that. That came from the Minoans. Minoans had that first. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, I'm thinking, so let's just think in this last 100 years, the most consequential inventions. So actually, let's go further than that. We have the printing press, Gutenberg. The transistor, we have William Shockley. Which then led to the microchips and computers. And then let's see, what else do we got? We have air flight, we have automobiles, and we have, let's see, germ theory, we have modern medicine. But this is not to say that black people didn't contribute and that they could have, if they were allowed to, they would have had some of their own. But just to say that, I'm not saying all of you are saying 80% or whatever, but the people that are telling me that black people do 80% of the inventions, and it's just unbelievably ignorant. And the computers and the internet, that's just not true. So, I mean, when you say things outlandish like that, that's just going to kill your entire credibility.
Yeah, so the problem is none of the white people, as far as percentage, right, are just considered to be a people that are creators. What you're taking a few that actually had the resources from the rape, robbery, and murder in the gathering that they did that actually used the resources for a better advantage in life. And listen, any society could do that. Like Asia's whooping white people ass in inventions right now. And you got a lot of Saudis doing things and Middle Easterns and things like that. Like, stop playing the game like anybody isn't a thinker and can't nobody out here do shit with resources. That's dumb as fuck, first of all. Second of all, if you over here playing that game where you actually think that black people need to go get their own and build their own, then you're fucking so stupid because you don't even know that the government stops even your little ass from doing this shit. Go ahead and gather up your people and go take over and go build your city and watch what the fuck happens, dummy. You got an oppressor over you. You don't understand that shit. That's why you can't talk with enough sense, right? To actually make even a good point that anybody should consider. Like, this shit should not be taught to nobody. Everybody should just go ahead and teach their kids something different than anything you're saying at this point.
So Africa has all these incredible natural resources that we use, for cell phones and whatever. Why hasn't Africa Are you going to tell me that the only reason Africa has not become a superpower in its own right is because the white man has suppressed them? If they had that genius and capability, then why didn't they? Like, what's there to show for it?
Well, here. I'll answer you like this. I'm not going to tell you that that's the only reason, but it damn sure is one of the biggest reasons, because here's the thing. There's a book you need to read. It's called The Social History of the Machine Gun. Learn how Europeans created weapons of mass destruction, and they tested those weapons out on Africa. And the Africans, for whatever reason, they didn't advance their weaponry up. Okay, they didn't scale up with their weaponry. They were still. Well, I don't know. You know what? That's always been a question of mine. Why they were still like.
Why didn't they come and take us as slaves, and then why aren't we under their?
That's not how we get out. Because black people don't get out like that. We don't have a history.
Well, maybe it's because they didn't come up with the technology and the weaponry. They didn't have that.
No. I'm talking about even when everybody was dealing with swords, pretty much. They still didn't do it. Like, they didn't do it. Like, when Europeans got on their exploration, starting with Portugal and Spain, people were still primarily, for the most part, dealing with swords. Okay, they had like swords.
And then gunpowder changed the game. And then
right. But what I'm saying is, even at that time, Africans didn't get on boats and go to Europe and come out they're going to enslave you. The Moors came up there and did that to you, but Africans from sub-Saharan Africa, they were enslaving us. The goddamn Arabs, they were enslaving us.
Why didn't history have the other? Why didn't it end up as where white people were slaves? Did you ever ask yourself to think that? Like, why? Whether it's evil or not, we all agree it's evil.
White people been getting slaved more than Africans, okay? White people been destroying each other, fighting, enslaving each other way more. Listen, in Rome, you was nothing but either a gladiator or a peasant if you wasn't part of the kingdom. You have misinformation here. White people have been slaved, okay, and oppressed more, okay, than anything in the world, because listen, you can't name all the wars that all the villages, all the fighting that's happening right now with Republicans and Democrats, okay? You guys about to kill each other. And we just get caught in the middle of y'all bullshit because y'all motherfuckers been killing each other since the dawn of time. You go over, you fuck each other's women, you rape each other's women. You don't give a fuck about a white man. White man didn't even exist until 1680.
But we created the USA federal government with checks and balances to prosper for 250 years now. It's the greatest experiment ever. The white man.
No, you didn't.
The white man did it.
No, you didn't. White man. No, you didn't. You
no.
About black people and Indians. Listen, the Constitution is the Kanishikawa.
Wait, hold on a second. America is the greatest country that has ever existed, greatest civilization.
If you feel that way, that's fine.
You're saying Republicans and Democrats fight each other, but we have a system in place, checks and balances, most powerful military. How did this come to be? It wasn't luck.
How it came to be.
Don't say it's luck. Savagery might show everything.
No, I'm saying it's not luck.
Amazing people. Listen. All people have the ability to be amazing, especially with resources. Now, white people, they're no different. It's not that they're not.
No, it's not relative.
People that has done magnificent things. It's not that, okay? It's that, hey, listen, at any time you could destroy yourself, and you've been destroying yourself. Don't tell me, don't make that your comeback. Oh, why have white people? No, I just told you, white people been killing each other since the dawn of time. Look.
You said, though, all people have the ability if they have the resources, but that's not true because history has shown that to not be true.
Hold on.
Why is Africa a shithole still?
First of all, listen. You listen. Europeans, okay, they smelled like dog shit before they ran into the Moors. They didn't even learn what civilization is. Okay, the Constitution.
That's teaching us how to walk. That's such a stupid, insane remark. Like, it's just such a tired trope. It's so stupid.
Wait.
Mirrors don't lie, though.
Listen, I'm teaching you how to wipe your ass. Now listen, the Indians gave you the Kanishikawa. which is the Constitution today. That's what you got from them. You guys keep on getting into people's houses because they accept you in, and then they teach you their land. They teach you their life, and then you gain from that, but your evil ways only use it to your own manipulation for yourselves, because all of you are after yourselves. That's why you guys have shit like patents, because you'll steal from your brothers all the way to like 1760 and shit, when you guys had to put in patents just amongst each other, because you guys are such savages. You guys will just kill, rob, and take. Okay, that's been the nature, and the nature has to be checked, because you have to now look at yourself and say, I'm not aligned with that nature in these days. And in order to not be aligned with that nature, you have to look at just bare truth. One of the bare truths is you guys have done a lot of these things. And listen, don't act like having all these countries with nuclear weapons is the best thing in the world, which is what the white man did. Okay, they've actually gone home to make sure every nation is a nation.
All right, I hear your okay.
Let me add in just.
Go ahead, Bill.
You don't think that you're referring to a dark age? You don't believe that?
We're dialoguing. We're not monologuing tonight. All right. So look, I just wanted to point out: isn't it remarkable that white people make up about 10 to 15% of the global population, and we've been as successful as we have over the last 100
years? Your diseases, your weapons, and your diseases. Your diseases.
You call it success. I call it pitiful.
Wait, hold on.
You're a white boy that got played. I call it pitiful. If you probably would have left the world alone, in conquerors of conquerors, you don't know what world. I love Bob.
We are the champions.
Somebody music.
One at a time.
Yeah, can I just say one thing real quick? Because I don't want to monologue. I'm being short statements. I'm doing short statements because I'm not monologuing. What I'm saying is this here. You just asked the question, Joe. You said, well, 15% of the world's population, but we dominate. Yeah, because of your weapon, your advance. You listen, Europeans, this I give them credit on for good or bad. They spent a lot of time advancing their weaponry. They put a lot of time, effort, and resources into advancing their weaponry. So that's one thing. And the second thing is what, especially Native Americans, what they did not what they did not prepare for with you. Okay, outside the fact of your outright brutality, that's just a fact. You're brutal as hell to them people. Is the diseases you brought with you? The diseases were killing them more than your outright brutality was.
Okay, but who is more brutal than the Native Americans? Serious question.
No, I'm saying what you did to them. I don't want the what about it. He asked, no, wait a minute, let me finish. He asked, how is it?
Wait, Native Americans, like the most savage people ever, then they roasted on fires of other tribes, and they would like scalp people and do all kinds of
that's scalping. Oh, that was scalping people.
Wait a minute.
One Mike on Ray.
Real quick, when you're talking about some of the people that did some of that shit, and mind you, scalping came from white folks doing it to them before they did that to them. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as like certain rituals and certain things being done, no, I mean, that's just, when you go look at the history of scouting, that's what you're going to find. But as far as like, doing rituals, doing like witchcraft and shit, yeah, they did all that. But you also had the pilgrims who were digging up their own fucking ancestors and eating them when they were over here. They didn't even know how to really bathe or do anything. Like, they were savages when they came over here. And actually, when they came over here, and they looked at the Aztecs and some of the societal structure that was there, they said that it was more advanced than some of the cities that they were in coming to America. So to sit up here and call them savages when they had structures and buildings and civilizations greater than what they were coming from, because they were coming from an impoverished land, how can you say that? And as far as
I'm just saying relative to other groups, like if you're gonna say white people are these savage people, my point was, well, relative to the Native Americans, I think they have a pretty good case for being more savage than we ever were.
No, because that was a regional thing happening in Hold on, one second. That was a regional thing happening in Mesoamerica at the time. Okay,
At least when I studied, it was going on in Mesoamerica with the Aztecs. Everybody had those pyramids with the steps on top and this truncated on the top. Yeah, that's what they had that for. And look, I'm not making excuses for it. It's pretty barbaric as far as I'm concerned.
Right,
but what Europeans did to them, read Bartolome de las Casas. I mean, that was pretty fucked up, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Humans have an incredible ability to be savage and evil and do the simple things. Let's go to Stephen Bader. He's new to the States. Wants to speak.
Good evening. Good evening. I was just breaking up the hate session with a little bit of a musical journey. The excellent band, one of legends. Just incredible music. Hopefully everybody can get behind that. But I actually pinged in a few people. I told them, I said, if you want a good laugh, come in here and listen. They are not disappointed, I'll tell you that much. Some of the claims that you hear, you can only hear them on Clubhouse. That's probably the one thing that keeps this app alive with its last little string hanging on that side of the cliff, is just that you never know what you're hearing back.
Example.
Like for example, there was a really goofy comment. It was made with confidence. I'll give him that. He believes it. But there was a really goofy comment earlier that said, yes, I've got a list here. Yes, just call me Santa. I'm looking at my list and it says 80% of the inventions. 80%. That's incredible. Wow. And if you hang on, there's more. Wow. It's crazy. Imagine actually thinking that, but he really does. And then you have other people, Dunn and King, with like weird anon profiles that just spew hate against whites. I don't know why they have to anger at 2:50 in the morning Central Time Zone, but you do you, Chicos. Anyway,
wait.
I see some really cool people
in my PTR. Those are Michael Green's in my PTR for number one. Michael Green's in my PTR. Number two, what hate did I spew against white people?
That's an anon profile. You have an anon profile.
Yeah, but what hate did I spew against telling the truth?
First off, so are you denying that you're in a non-profile?
I don't understand what you mean when you say non-profile. What does that mean?
Anonymous. Are you an anonymous hidden profile?
No, I put my picture up here before. I don't have a problem putting my picture up there. What are you talking about?
Your name and photo is on there?
You can't speak on stage if you're anonymous.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Well, I suppose, okay, done with it. Okay, well, Mr. It, it's a pleasure to meet you. I take my claim back. You're not anonymous.
Thank you, sir.
Well, one thing that I learned, Stephen, is that Black people invented the internet. Do you know what's in my PTR?
Guys that invented the internet.
But why are you punching at the low-hanging fruit, though? You punching at the low-hanging fruit.
Wow.
Very leftable.
I guess what I guess okay. I'll answer your question. I'll answer
the architect of it was those.
I'll answer your question, Dan. Are you ready? Here's what's crazy. Hang on, Kitty, mute up. I'll answer the question. Are you ready? So the reason why we get frustrated and then we just turn it into laughter, because that's really the only way to stay sane through these conversations, is that you guys unnecessarily turn this into a competition. I can assure you, for everyone who's still awake in this room, who's white, we don't go to bed thinking about other races. We don't wake up thinking about other races. We don't at all. But we come into these rooms, and my God, you think it's 24 hours, 7 days a week. And it's like, imagine trying to have a competition about hundreds of years ago. Who invented more by what percentage? And who built this canal a little bit more than the other person? It's the craziest thing.
No.
We don't hear any white people going,
Wait a minute, bro. Let me answer him.
Black people didn't make that point. Bring that up.
All right, 30 seconds done. 30 seconds up done.
Thank you. I just want to have a civil conversation. Ask them real quick. Listen to me. Number one, I don't think black folk go to sleep thinking about white folk. We just have a conversation in this room, sir. Okay. And number two, America.
You obviously do.
Can I finish? Why am I being yelled over?
Wait, just let him finish, Leah. You can go. Leah, you can go right after him. Just let him finish. You can go.
Thank you. I'm not gonna be long. What I'm saying is, black folk don't go to sleep thinking about white people. Trust me. And you talking about frustrated, but hell, we're the ones who are frustrated because America's obsessed with race. Everything we see today, all I hear about is black folk is the problem. Black folk stealing other people's jobs. Black violence. Black this. Black that. Everything is black. Can I land my plane? So all I'm saying to you is this here, sir. That's a low-hanging fruit, okay? I can't speak for these other black people here, but there's more sophisticated arguments to be made. And I'm sorry, sir, if you're going to go for the low-hanging fruit. That ain't my problem. That's Mary Lefkowitz, not in Africa. Remember her?
It is almost Applebee's. It is almost Applebee's. So I look forward to low-hanging fruit.
Wait, let Leah go. Let Leah go.
Leah, let me just say this, and I'll mute up and you go off. I don't participate in competitions with other races, and I don't think about races. You say things like people are obsessed. The vast majority of normal people are not obsessed. They're actually the opposite. They can't get away from racial discussions fast enough. The vast majority of normal people have no interest in talking about race at all. A lot of it gets shoved down their throat in a mandatory diversity training at work or a mandatory racial class in college, or they have to scroll through their Facebook or their X, they hear something, and then this app is not real life. This app is the least representative block of people that you could possibly put together on this earth. This is not real life. If people start to think that the opinions that are expressed on Clubhouse have any extrapolation out to the rest of the country, they need to pop their bubble immediately because it's just not the case. Go ahead.
No, I came in here because it's fucking almost 4 a.m. But nobody cares. Like Steven said, we don't, as white people, go to bed thinking about race. And I'm gonna say, agree with you. Black people don't go to sleep thinking about race, in general. But that is what and I'm talking about the fucking left, that is what they want. They want to divide us. They keep doing that and keep pushing and whatever. And it's retarded. I'm sorry, but it is. So there's that. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I think you're right. Most people really don't think about this shit. They have their actual problems with their own lives that they're actually worrying about. What they're doing the next day, their kids, whatever. How am I going to pay for this? But I do think this is what sells. And it does interest me. I'm just totally fascinated by the fact that some people actually believe the earth is flat or that black people invented 80%. I mean, that is low-hanging fruit. I know all you guys don't believe that. But just hearing these things is mind-boggling to me. Go ahead, Ray.
So real quick, the reason why, this topic and the reason why I'm saying the things I'm saying is because, on this app and other fucking platforms, it just seems like there's a mass obsession with black folks, and it's to the point where it's like motherfuckers are always talking about bringing up these stupid ass topics about black people. And the thing is, when you see people get pushback, it's really in response to this. You know what I'm saying? It's funny to you, but it's just like it's every time you see it's the same shit over and over again. All right. I'm just saying. There's no black people.
Can I ask you a question?
There's no black people talking about.
Okay, but I'm asking the question.
There are no black people talking about like this. Now you have some people that do certain rooms, but goddamn, man, not just like I said, not just on this app, just everywhere else on social media. It's just like a fucking obsession with black people and what the fuck they're doing. Whenever you hear people bring pushback, that's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? And it's all these arbitrary, fake ass fucking stats and numbers. It's stupid because when you go look at shit, you find that a lot of this shit that is some fucking conservative talking points. The left does the same shit too. But God, it is fucking annoying. It's like it's the same shit over and over again. And mind you, honestly, you have black folks that might talk about this, but it's like in mass, it's like other races of people, specifically Caucasians, always talking about black people, about what they're doing and shit. It's fucking annoying.
What? No, we don't. We don't.
We are. I could probably
Yeah, hold on. Let's go 30 seconds to Matt, and then 30 seconds to Alan, and then Leah, you can go.
So would it be fair that you're mostly doing like that particular stat for shock value, just to kind of like get back at us kind of thing? Like you don't really like kind of believe it, but I'm just pointing out, like for a discussion, wouldn't it better to point out like 5 or 6 inventions versus just coming out and saying 80% was invented by a group? Don't you see our perspective of how we would react, why Beaver is reacting the way he is, why others are reacting? You see that, right?
Well,
as
far as that topic, because I don't know, somebody changed the topic of the room because I was, but Rich ran like a little bitch, but regardless, so as far as the topic that you're speaking on specifically, I'm going based off of what I have as far as my own research and my own sources. All right, I'm not speaking on like specifically any kind of thing, and that's why I said these numbers as far as what percentage is arbitrary. I just put the number out there just based off of the amount of shit that we see that's been invented, of who invented it and who was the architecture of it. I'm just basing off of my information. Now, cats don't have to believe my information, but that's just what I'm basing.
All right, let's go to Alan.
Yeah, and Ray, I share your frustration, which is why I am always coming down hard on Democrats. Look up the term everyday CRT. The point, if you look that up, the point of everyday CRT is that we should be thinking about race all the time. Anytime there's a problem, you should look to race as the explanation. If there's a disparity, it's race. If there's an inequality, it's race. And that whole doctrine has been fully adopted by the Democrats. I agree with you. It is tiring as hell. But this is what the Democratic Party wants. And if you dare say that, well, gee, maybe this problem isn't about race, how many people are going to get up on this app or in real life and tell you, no, it's absolutely about race? So, yeah, that's the answer to that question. As far as I can tell. I was going to say something else. I can't remember.
Yeah, but so
go with Leah's turn, and then you can go, King. Let Leah go.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay, so Alan, I don't know who you are, but I totally agree with you 100%. I am on the right. I have family a lot that are on the left. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what race you are, whatever. Like, are you a good human? Are you a good human? But I go back to what I was saying a minute ago. That is what they, and I mean the left or like the elites, how to put it, that's what they want to do is like keep us fighting with each other constantly so they just gain more power. But also, again, it is like fucking in the middle of the night, and we could probably all agree that Joe Biden sucks. Can we agree to that? Anyway,
I agree. Go ahead.
How about Joe Biden and Trump suck?
Yeah, so basically, you could look at the Democrats, and I could agree that they've been trumping up the race card, okay? They've literally been making sure it's in your face. And you could look at the Republicans right now like, look, we ain't even doing nothing. We ain't even saying nothing, but we have to defend ourselves from this bullshit and this rhetoric that you keep spewing at us every day. And you're making this your politics, right? But then you have to look back and then see when like Obama was in office and the Tea Party was in there and all the racist shit that they were doing, like hanging donkeys on the noose and stuff like that, and really going against.
But that's not true. But that's propaganda.
Hold on. Let them propaganda. I have pictures. Okay, it's not propaganda. Well, no AI back then. I seen it. Yes, I seen it on the Black Caucus. They stood on Black Caucus. Listen, it was so much racism coming out from the Republican Party. I just spewed. I had to listen to MSNBC and CNN during then. And now that Democrats in office, I'm looking at Fox News. Why? Because, okay, it's the racism coming back. It's just a spew opinion. Like, they're not even doing news. They're just doing the opinion all day, every day, okay? And if you can't see something that's happening here, it's both parties that's been working every day since this party shit even existed, and not even let no other party get in and get any action, and have been ruling the parties together, okay, are pretty much working this shit out together and really fooling all of the citizens. They're planning this shit. This shit's a big ass hoax. Okay, it's the biggest.
Do you really think this country is racist against Black people? It's 2025.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
yeah.
100%.
Really? Oh my God.
100%.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. Just one last thing. Just one last thing. Stephen, you actually showed that we don't have to do anything but defend the topics, just the same thing that I was saying, because we're not the ones asking, show us a Black inventor, show us someone who invented some Black people. That's your boys that's inventing this thing that you call was
question in my life.
That's your boys
I've never
that's
asked that question in my life.
I didn't say you asked that question. I said that's your boys up here on stage, not the Black people. With that bullshit and making that bullshit information that you said was the dumbest in the world.
Leah. Wait, guys, just settle down. Mike, you haven't spoken in a while. What do you mean? If you say this country is racist in 2025, I'm not saying it's not. I just want to know, like, what do you mean? Like, what are you facing? What racism are you facing on a daily?
Bro, we got motherfuckers gotta be realistic, bro. White people, bro, y'all really control hella shit, bro. Banking, where people lay their heads, jobs. So at the end of the day, it's gonna always be tension, because as Black people try to elevate, you always got some white folks that's trying to hold Black people back, bro. Y'all don't want to admit that shit, but y'all be in the positions to hold a Black nigga.
How do we hold?
I don't think that's the goal. Wait. I don't think that's the goal, Mike. But I do think that is, you are right. But I don't think that's their number one objective. I just don't think they care to elevate.
Yes,
you.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that
if it's happening,
they don't
care. It's number one. It's happening.
Well, everybody's fighting for themselves at the end of the day. I mean, we're selfish creatures. But go ahead, Leah.
One thing, DEI. Talk about that, right? They have totally side of things, because we talk about both left and right, but for whatever reason, the Republicans have made DEI about Black people. Let me finish before you come up. Let me finish. Can I finish? Can I land my plane? Please, lady. Okay? Hey, look, you got a hot mic, Moscow, whatever your name is. Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is as simply as this here, okay? And DEI, they have made DEI about Black people. The dude who just got murdered, unfortunately, I ain't saying the man should die for what he was saying. I detest what he said. You know, listen, I didn't like any of the shit he said out of his mouth. I don't think he should have been killed for it. Here's the thing, though. Can I learn my damn point? Can you
let him finish real quick.
Oh my gosh, he's too damn emotional. Let me tell you about these women, man. Some of these women.
Wait, don't say that now. Just finish.
Okay, yeah, but listen, she got to have some discipline. Okay, listen, all I'm saying is this here. Even your boy, he talking about DEI, Charlie Kirk, he talking about DEI, he's stealing jobs. He talking about stealing jobs from white men. That's racist. Can I finish? I seen the video. Can I finish?
Wait, Give him 15 more seconds and you can go, Leah. Just finish up.
I can never listen. You keep taking the time down and she keep interrupting me. This is
okay, go ahead, finish.
Thank you. All I'm saying is this here, is that him and people on that side frame DEI. It's Black people stealing jobs from white people. That is how that whole thing was framed. Trump has got a whole thing. Well, anything that's got DEI in it, we got to get rid of it. DEI this, DEI that. It's unfairly giving jobs to Black people. Hold on. But here's the point, though. Hold on. Here's the point, though. When you actually go look at DEI, white women benefit and you made it about black people with DEI. That's fucking like, you want to talk about, oh, we're tired of hearing about racism. Well, why don't the fuck you leave us alone then? We ain't
You're right about the black. It is, people think of black people, they think of DEI. Go ahead, Leah.
Like, are you serious right now? Like, DEI. What is that? Okay, first of all, what does that stand for? What does it mean?
Diversity, equity, inclusion, ma'am.
Okay,
I know what the hell it stands for.
Correct. Okay, good. Well, good. We agree on that one, right? Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm a white woman, and I'm on the right. Okay, I'm sorry, but DEI was invented by the left. It is for the left, period. And yeah, so you got, like, oh, I don't want to say you guys, because goddamn, I'll be called racist if I say you guys. Right? But, like, what in the... Are you... The left, it is all coming from the left. It all comes from the fucking
whining about something that benefits white women the most.
You guys got all emotional when she asked you a question. Let her talk.
Let her finish, and then you can go.
So, it comes from the left. The left. I used to be over there. I used to be on that side of fucking garbage. It comes from the left. DEI, you had like fucking... Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think affirmative action, whatever, do you think, which comes from the left...
Affirmative blaction.
Okay, whatever. Do you think we are looking at, like, black people, like, in this light, like, oh, well, this is how it is. The left is saying, black people are so stupid that we need to, like, give them a leg up because they don't equal whites.
Let me ask you.
That is... No, right, but you don't. Like, you equal us. It doesn't matter your race, but that's what the left is saying.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me answer you. Okay, and I'm asking you simply like this here. Your boy Charlie Kirk, and I'm using him as an example.
You better
Charlie
like
Kirk,
watch it.
let me I'm not listen, ma'am. Don't play the emotional game with me. I'm not disrespecting that man. I'm trying to have a conversation. If you want to get emotional and play that game, go somewhere else.
I got it.
Yeah, okay, no problem. What I'm saying is this here. Charlie Kirk said out his own mouth that Sheila Jackson, Ketanji Jackson, Joy Reid, and Michelle Obama are not smart enough to get to where they got to, and they needed DEI to get them there. Affirmative action to get them there. They're not smart enough to get there on their own. I want you to understand something. Just taking Joy Reid as an example, she had a 4.2 GPA. What are you talking about? Affirmative action didn't take a stupid woman and put her in Harvard. Affirmative action is a program that said, hey, listen, you have black people that are actually qualified to get to college, but guess what? They're not legacy like these white kids. Guess what? Racism. So these people are looking at these black folk and say, yeah, they're qualified, but we don't want them here. Affirmative action, basically, the government had to step in and tell these white folks at these colleges, hey, listen, man, you can't keep doing this shit, okay? These people are qualified. You got to put some of them up there. You got to give some of them a shot. She got there. Okay. Affirmative action. Hold on.
Wait. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're right about it. But it did force some things to happen that wouldn't have happened naturally. I mean, people did get positions, but the argument is that it had to happen so we could at least get to it somewhat of an even playing field. But let Leo respond, and then you can respond back.
Every time black people go on diatribes on this app, it sounds like they're rapping. Let me go after them.
All right, go ahead.
I just can't, like, I just came in.
Leah, just pack me in. There's a few things that you said that there's a straight up misinformation. Okay, one, Ketanji Brown is the first Supreme Court justice that had the entire rest of the justices write a statement that her position was so far-fetched that in the statement said she might want to pick up the Constitution and read it. She is a fool.
This is true.
And an embarrassment in the Supreme Court. Second, okay? You talk about college admissions. People who were actually qualified were being passed up for people who were not qualified. And I don't care if that's rich, liberal Hollywood people faking somebody being the third string rowing team star that never existed, or people who didn't even get a passing mark on ACT or SAT or failing out of school, but because they check diversity boxes, they get through. It's all wrong. So when we try to pick and choose here and all this kind of stuff, we got to actually define our terms. We got to deal with reality. And I'm going to say one more thing. You guys continually keep projecting that we keep talking about race. Nobody's talking about it. We go about our lives, nobody's talking about it ever. Ever.
All right. Okay, let's go to Dunn and then we'll go to Alan. Go ahead and finish a few seconds too.
Hey Beaver, can I get in when you get a chance? Hold on, I want in the queue though. Hold on.
I'm not going to say anything.
No,
I'm just going to read.
Hold on, Don. Hold on. I'm always very fast. Okay. I just want to point out that no one's ever accused Clarence Thomas of achieving his position because of affirmative action or DEI, because the man is truly brilliant. That's why no one ever accuses him of it.
But he got, hold up. But he got there for affirmative action though, and we can pull that up. Now here, I'm gonna go right here because I don't do emotions and opinions. I got it right here. Hold up. This guy just made a claim about Ketanji. He tried to say Ketanji Brown. Her last name is Jackson, sir. That's her middle name, Brown. Okay, so I don't know what you think you're correcting here. Her name is Ketanji Brown Jackson. Okay, I know who this black woman is. Now, I want you to listen to me. I'm not emotional. Can I read? I just want to read.
No, we all know who he is, and some people just shorten it for that reason. Just go ahead and finish. Done.
No problem. I'm gonna get straight to it for you, Beaver, because I appreciate you being fair, bro. Okay, here. Ketanji Brown Jackson, formal education includes education includes Miami Palmetto High School, a bachelor's of arts from Harvard University.
Yeah, Harvard.
Can I finish reading? I'm trying to get up out of here. Can I finish? Wait, come on, Beaver. Let up be.
Sorry, I don't know if I was on mute and anybody heard me, but just let him finish. Go ahead, Dunn.
Thank you. Ketanji Brown Jackson's formal education includes Miami Palmetto High School, a bachelor's of arts from Harvard University, graduated magna cum laude in 1992, and a Juris Doctorate from Harvard Law School, graduated cum laude in 1996. Can I finish? Can I finish reading?
Let him finish.
Okay, listen. And a Juris Doctorate from Harvard Law School. She has a doctorate from Harvard Law, graduated cum laude 1996. While at Harvard Law, she was supervising editor for the Harvard Law Review. So to say that this woman is qualified, excuse me, I'm landing right here because this woman ain't got no decorum. I'm landing right here. So to say that this woman has no qualifications, sir, that is fucking laughable, dude. You are.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen carefully. He did not deny my claim that she was reprimanded 8-1 by every other Supreme Court justice for being a stone cold fool. And if that's breaking news to you, then you need to break out of your echo chamber because that was actually widely reported. Even Sotomayor said, quote, she needs to stop basing her decisions on her personal approval of Trump and base it on what's legal. That's Sotomayor. Wake up, dude, and quit caping for an embarrassment.
All right, go ahead, Alan. And then we're going to Moscow.
I need a source. I don't just
Don, I waited patiently for you. Thank you. Yeah, so the quick take on Sotomayor is simple. Go back to CRT. Read the thing, I forget, Derek Bell or David Delgado, Critical Race Theory, an introduction, and he talks about how judges, CRT judges, will use critical race theory in their rulings. And the theory there is, we call it restorative justice. That's what she's using. It is not based on law. It is based on a theory entangled with CRT. But the main point I wanted to make is this. First of all, the whole thing about DEI, if it really is benefiting white women the most, why are black people the face of DEI? Again, we look to the Democrats who hold you up like puppets and say, see, you're oppressing black people. Oh, aren't you so mean if you don't do this? When I looked into it, I said that came up. White women are the big majority beneficiaries of DEI. So then I said, okay, Google, AI, what are the percentages? How much do white women benefit? How much do black women, et cetera, et cetera? It came back, it said, well, actually, we can't give those percentages because the way they're collecting the data is unreliable. It's based on people's perceptions. So that whole narrative is false.
No, it is.
So
Not
forget
fully
that.
sourced.
But again, I didn't interrupt you. But here's the thing. DEI, as Leah said, stands for diversity, meaning white people have to put more minorities and traditionally marginalized groups into their corporations and institutions. Inclusions, meaning they have to include them. And equity. I did it in the wrong order. Meaning that it's not just about equal opportunity, it's about equal outcomes. Again, this is all based against the metric that white people are unfairly, their belief, benefiting in these institutions, and they must provide diversity, equity, and inclusion. People see through it. It is against white people, and you can look up. Disney got sued because they overtly stated in a number of their job applications, if you are a white male, do not apply, or we're not going to even consider you. And they have people on camera saying, yeah, they told me I was up for a promotion, and they said, no, you're not going to get it because you're a white male. So DEI is against white people unfairly, and it is another form of affirmative action which was only meant to run so long. So please don't give us your, why are only black people talking about it? Why is the reason why black people are the face of DEI is because they put you up as the face of it. You're the ones talking about it the most, and you're the ones complaining the most that it got removed under Trump.
All right, we got you. Moscow, then King.
Congratulations.
Hey, I appreciate it. You know, this is a great topic, and it's good for building edification. When you look at when DEI came in, I think that was the 1960s. I think that was when that was the equal rights movement, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong. But there was a movement that tried to give Indian women equal rights in their household because they wasn't equal to white men in society. That's when black people joined in on that fight and in that movement. Like the gentleman said before, it was to equal out the ratios or the playing field. But my reason for joining in was, why would there be a reason to provide equality or an act or a right, like civil rights and human rights for a nation of people, if it was an even playing field? There was no need for it as well. So when we look at the institution of the United States, remember, there's a nation of people that was denationalized and their nationality was taken away and replaced with titles of slavery in 1766, which that's when the title of black started coming to describe the so-called enslaved people. So if you look at law, you'll understand that black means civilator mortus, dead in the eyes of the law. So if there's a nation of people with the title of black or going by a title of slavery, then there's definitely a reason or a problem that's going on within that system that gives understanding to systematic racism and other disenfranchising of that nation of people. So if you're looking at race wars and separation, the concept of what nationality versus race, as well as status and jurisdiction, you'll understand that the ball falls short for the so-called black man in the United States and the system. Remember when the Constitution was written, we the people was not for the so-called black man. They wasn't even considered human. And again, still fighting for rights, we're not getting human rights. So there's a lot of things that need to be brought to attention and why these things are being done. And if you're really talking about Harvard, if you look at the charters of the original people that are on the charters, they were slave owners as well as those who benefited from slavery. So we got to look at the whole situation versus the minor part. And I appreciate you, people.
All right, good. Just to piggyback with what you said, okay, affirmative action came about in the 60s or whatever. So my mother, this is just a personal anecdote. My mother worked for the federal government, so of course they have to follow these whatever guidelines. Her best friend when she started there, black woman, they're still best friends to this day. Okay, they both were up for the same position, and my mother, she would never tell me this. I had to read between the lines, but her best friend Emma, black woman, she got the job over her, and it didn't really bother my mom, and she still says this. I think she really probably on merit deserved it over her based on performance, but she says at that time things like that had to happen to make headway with because I mean, like you said, right, people weren't given fair opportunities. It wasn't equal. So the argument for affirmative action, I can buy this argument for a little while. Like the scale has to be artificially tipped. People have to be, put in, get jobs where maybe they shouldn't. And they got sued for this actual job. A white guy that was also put in for it. He sued him, and they had to go to court. And my mom had to testify and say that, yeah, I helped Emma write her application. We helped each other because they were actually good friends, and that settled the whole case. But Emma got the job, and I think those things had to happen. But I just have a hard time swapping now with Asians working their ass off and trying to get into Harvard, and they're handicapped with this all came out in the Supreme Court. Like to me, that's just wrong. And you can't expect equity across the board because people won't like to hear this, but races are different on average. That's just a fact that we have to grapple with. So you can't expect equity. Just like in the NFL and NBA, you can't expect white people to play corner in the NFL at the rate of black people. It's just not going to happen, and that's purely merit. So for a time, things had to happen, but I just think now that I think we're past that point. It's hard to
read the sources I put in the chat showing that DEI is benefiting white women the most. Read those sources in.
Okay, I haven't had time to read anything because I'm trying to make this a fair space, but go ahead, Mafia.
That's so funny.
Real quick.
And then
I got a cookie. It's great to see several of y'all.
If you look at it, was this system created for black people or for black people to benefit in? Because remember, a lot of nations scream nation building, doing for their nation of people. And if you look at it, the Chinese, they come from China. The Germans come from Germany. They have a national name. In the United States, black people, remember in 1766, they went from their national name to black, from black to Negro, from Negro to African American, from African American to Afro American. So black people in the United States never had a nationality to stand on. Everybody else in the world has a nationality, and the goalposts kept being moved in the United States. And to give honest highlighting, remember the Republicans were the ones that were for anti-slavery. They were the ones for the so-called slave people. It was the Ku Klux Klans that were with the Democrats and doing different things like that.
Republican Party.
But I'm just giving reference of how it switched, bro. So if you would, I'll go ahead, brother. You can go ahead, people.
Yeah, so basically, that affirmative action, that and all that, and all those things that come with it, all you guys are doing is showing how jacked up the system is against a certain people group. Because if you're saying the Democrats, and I'm sorry, I know you got some, they're the racists. They're the KKK, okay? They're the ultimate racists. And I'm sorry, you guys have to deal with them as Republicans, okay? But if you got Democrats that hate black people so much that they do all this thing, well, guess what? We know there's racists on the Republican Party, okay? We know that. That's simple. You guys are like the face of racism. So when it comes down to it, what happens is we're getting hit from both sides, okay? We're getting all jacked up, caught in between two monsters. So if you can't just understand that, it doesn't matter if it's just happening to us right now. Because, like, let's say they wipe out all the black people right now, right? And it's just white people. You guys are going to get fucked up by your same government if you don't stop this tyrannical beat.
Hold up, bro. That sounds dumb as shit. Black people like roasting, bro.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the same beast. Hold on, it's the same beast that's been penetrating the whole world since the beginning, which is the ultra rich.
King, I just want to assure you, we'll fight them Democrats for you again, bro. Don't worry.
Hey, which is the ultra rich. The Democrats gonna whoop your ass, because guess what? The only reason black people roll with the Democrats because we just gotta roll with the people who roll with anybody. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, don't serve you well.
You'll accept anybody. Okay, cool. Then we should be good. Like you're picking up whatever kind of soldier, even if you are the wicked beast at the end of the day. And if you had that white people on that KKK side that want to just, they got all the power. Y'all messing with the ones with the blood, with all the stuff. So when it comes down to it, yeah.
What about
that can wipe out the whole
white
race as well.
White people, whatever that's that, bro.
And
what about black on black violence, man? Fuck everything, man. We're good on real shit, man.
What are you here to point out? Are you here to point out the loss of your own people?
All the violence that happens on their own people. It happens all day.
Are y'all here to point out loss of your own people?
Yo, what about a nigga right now rolling up a clip right now to go smoke a black nigga, man? Like, oh God. Hey, fuck y'all talking about motherfucking white people.
Mike, you want to handle this?
That's more gutted.
Hey, let me ask a question to the white folks right quick, because they were like, let me ask a question to the white folks right quick, because you guys are like,
hold on. What is this nigga talking about?
I don't know. I finally moved him because I couldn't understand it. But go ahead.
Oh, okay.
White people. You guys were talking about you're sick of the race question, and the slavery was a long time ago. And Democrats are forcing race, and everything's about race, and then all this stuff. And that was a long time ago. My simple question is this here: if you're so sick of it, explain this to me, because I'm confused. I mean, literally, I'm confused. What I see right now is Republicans, I'm just being honest, going out of their way trying to erect symbols of a foregone era, an era that's gone behind us, that you want to give you're like, we don't want to talk about slavery anymore, guys. That's over with. But yet they're trying to put statues back up of Confederate generals. They want to erect the Confederate flag. They're going out of their way to try to rewrite the history of slavery and retell it. What I'm trying to understand is this here. This is a question I'm asking, and you can answer. If you guys are so sick of talking about race, then why do you keep keeping reminders of it around? When people took them things down, put them back up.
Hold on, I can answer this question. Name one Republican city that has a Civil War statue erected? Just one.
Your president is doing. Your president.
Listen real carefully. Every city that has a Civil War statue erected is owned and controlled by Democrats. Those Civil War statues were erected by Democrats. And Democrats tore down statues of Democrats. Let's just be very clear what the history has been over the last 100 years, 200, 150 years about this. So what you're arguing about, hold on, what you're arguing about is a psyop that's been pulled by Democrats on behalf of Democrats to enrage Democrats at Democrat statues. Let's just be very clear.
Well, if you look at if you say Democrats are tearing down statues of Democrats, remember they switched parties also. So there could be a party leader.
My family were abolitionists. No, my family were abolitionists.
So I can't finish my part.
They never did switch parties. That's a fucking lie.
Making that up.
It's 100%.
So what is that abolition? So what is that?
Rewrite history. I'm trying to rewrite history, man.
We're white Republicans, bro. White Republicans that wanted to get rid of slavery. My family's been Republican for 150 years, dude. What are you talking about?
So your parents didn't switch, but there were other people that was in
the... trust what you said because you didn't provide a source. I'm not going to argue with you on something you don't provide a source for. You just made a claim and now defeat my claim.
This is the biggest lie of the entire Democrat Party. It all hinges on this idea that the Democrats all of a sudden switched and all the racist Democrats became racist Republicans. It's a lie. It's a complete lie.
That's not a lie.
Happened. If that was the case, why did the Democrat South still have Democrats all the way up into the 90s, which goes 20 to 30 years after the Dixiecrats? That's an entire generation.
Simple. Because of the ones who didn't switch.
Think about yourself. 30 years is an entire voting generation that has gone on. It's the children of the Dixiecrats grew up and felt that it was wrong, and that's what changed the South to where it is today.
Did Lyndon B. Johnson, when he signed the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, I believe, what was it, 64, I believe it is, when he's 64, 65, when he signed those two acts, did he not say out his own mouth that we were going to lose the South? He's talking about Dixiecrats. He did say that.
He did not. He said we're going to have them niggers voting for the next 200 years.
Yeah, we're going to lose the South. He said we're going to also lose the South.
Let's be very clear what Lyndon Baines Johnson, a Democrat, said. That's what he said. He said he was going to get all the Democrats to start voting. He was going to get all the black folk to start voting Democrat. That's what he said. Do you want me to pull up the quote?
Oh, now you want to pull up some quotes now. We can pull it up right now.
He called black people the N-word constantly.
That's what LBJ said.
I mean, he did. I mean, that was said. I mean, I'm not even on the white people's side.
Yeah, look, hey, Joe, Beaver, I gotta go. But let me depart with leaving you my wisdom that I've learned over the years. As Mike says, I'm an old man. You know who doesn't care about any of this? Pussy. Now go with me a moment here. Pussy don't care if you suffered 100 years or 400 years of slavery, or if the Dixiecrats did it, or if the Republicans did it, or the Democrats. Pussy cares about that you put her in a nice car, that you put food on her table, that you're in a nice house, and that you help her take care of the kids. And you know what she really hates? Is excuses. And all of that, if you're a man, I guarantee you know what I'm saying is right. She wants you to deliver. She wants those things, and if she doesn't, and let me tell you something about black pussy, if she doesn't get it from you as a black man, she'll go to a white man and get it. And you know what I'm saying is true. Do I have one? Moscow, I'm old, and I've experienced all of the flavors that life has had to offer. And I would be an idiot if I didn't. And I can tell you, pussy works the same no matter what. It doesn't matter what race it is. Take your dick in it, and you're good to go. So that's my wisdom of the day. So thank you very
finally
much.
was cooking, man. That's the first time I've heard you cook.
Well, thank you, Mike. Thank you. And coming from you, I really appreciate it, because you're my harshest critic. And thank you, and good night.
This is from The Guardian. This is Lyndon Baines. This is from The Guardian, a reputable newspaper. This is a reputable paper. This is common knowledge, dude. We may have lost the South. What LBJ really said about Democrats in 1964. Here, I'm just going to read a little bit real quickly now. The Civil Rights Act of 64 was one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in American history, giving protections and rights long denied to Black Americans, like the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and Medicare for senior citizens. It was a pillar of Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. The Civil Rights Act also had a profound effect on the American political landscape, triggering a reshaping that still influenced the fortunes of the Democrats and Republicans, particularly in the South. A brilliant political analyst, Johnson foresaw the consequences of his civil rights legislation on the day he signed it into law. He is said to have remarked, "We have lost the South for a generation." Indeed, the South has become steadily more Republican since the victories of Joe Biden and to the Democrats. Okay, they talk about Joe Biden and all that. Listen, dude, this is not up for discussion. Them dudes switched over because the Democratic Party was becoming more inclusive and they wanted to hold on to their way of life. And remember, you guys are the ones that broke free. You're traitors. You're traitors. Okay, and my whole question again is, if you are saying, look, man, we don't want to keep dealing with this slavery stuff, y'all keep throwing it up in our face, okay, then the question is, why are you fighting hard to keep these Confederate flags out? You people were rioting in the Capitol, and you got Confederate flags all with you. That is a symbol of American oppression. And just one last thing. You know, this is bigger than just Republican, Democrat, because we hear this a lot as Black people. Well, take slave owners off the money then. Every time we use your money, we got to be reminded of people that had our people in bondage, like George Washington, like Thomas Jefferson. We got to be reminded of devils like Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill. That dude was a scumbag. That's only white people that tell you he was a...
I'll answer your question.
Can I provide the sources that done what it asked for?
Well, I just want to point out Andrew Jackson was a Democrat as well.
He was a scumbag.
But you have to understand, that's something that's notable. Hold on. That's something that's notable in American history that we have to understand. There was a great cultural schism between the North and the South, especially given, slave labor or whatever, because the Southern economy ran off of slave labor. So it was a big resource for, their livelihood. That brought them a lot of money, that built the southern sector of this country. With that being said, I learned recently that a lot of these rhetoric that's, in the evangelical church, initially, a long time ago when I was a child, I was told that this was just like a Texas thing. Like, in these deep southern areas, people believe differently, different versions of the Bible. But I'm learning now that there was a schism in the church after slavery because people wanted, Black people integrated into the congregation, and other people feel like it wasn't a good thing, and they feel like we should stay separated. So the church split. Like, it seems like every major institution split because of this, and the upbringing of those beliefs, that's from, that come out of the places where I'm from. It's insane. Like, it's what do Pet Baby saying? Amazing. Shit is amazing. It's amazing. But I have to read more about it. I went to the library. I think 3 books on evangelical Christianity and the schisms and how it started and how it plays out in society today. So I'm gonna report back to y'all. But yeah, a lot of the institutions split based on the idea of owning slaves, and because there is a biblical perspective of slavery too. So.
Okay, go ahead, Alpha. You wanted to provide some sources.
Yeah, done what it asked for sources is that of the statues and who erected them. Well, in fact, we can look at the Southern Poverty Center. That's one. There was an article in August 8th, 2023, published by The Conversation, which is an academic publication. The article is titled "When Confederate Glorifying Monument Went Up in the South, Voting in Black Areas Went Down." Actually talks about how the article explains that after Reconstruction ended in 1877, the Democratic Party gained full control of the South and enacted Jim Crow laws. Counties erecting Confederate monuments, peaking around 911 or 1911, saw a 5.5% point increase in Democratic vote share and a 2.2% point drop in voter turnout, especially in areas with larger Black populations. And also there's the Cato Institute, which talks about the Confederate monuments in the post-Reconstruction South, which was published last year, May 22. And that article shows that the Confederate monument dedications between 1890 and 1920 were linked to a 4 to 6% point increase in Democratic Party vote shares in those counties as the party sought to impose racial segregation. Monuments served as tools to drive social and political change under Democratic dominance. Also, the state court report titled "Confederate Monuments and State Constitutions," published last year, July 18th, also speaks about the fact that in the 1890s, white Democrats overthrew Republican governments via terrorism and fraud, then rewrote state constitutions like South Carolina in 1895, Virginia in 1902, to disenfranchise Black voters and embed white supremacy. This coincided with a wave of monument building to celebrate Confederate ideals and remind Black communities of their subjugation. Also, we can talk about the Mississippi Free Press that published an article in 2023 titled "Confederate Monuments Caused Voting Decline in Black Areas," where the article says something to the effect that echoing how monument erections boosted votes for the quote-unquote then racist Democratic Party by up to 5.5 points while reducing overall turnout, reinforcing Democratic dominance in segregated South. Okay, to provide the links.
Yeah, no problem. Just let me respond to that real quick. I don't think you understand the argument that was being made. My argument isn't that those statues were put up by Democrats. I know they were put up by Democrats. They were put up by Dixiecrats. That's not my argument. I'm not arguing that. So all of those sources you bring in, I'm standing right there with you like that's accurate information. I know about the Daughters of the Confederate, how they come up with the lost cause narrative. I'm very familiar with that. With Democrats, what I'm saying, for the most part, those were Democratic people with Democratic values. What I'm saying is what we see today. I'm talking about today. What I see today is Republicans doing the most, as they say. They're doing the most to keep. Let me land my plane, brother. Let me land. I'm not going on and on. Let me land my plane.
I'm going to read.
I'm not going on and on. Let me land my plane. Before you read some facts, let me land right here. Before you read some facts, let me land. Sir, I'm not spewing. Let me land my plane, sir. Don't be rude. Sir, let me land my plane. Don't be rude. Let me land. Sir, I'm not. Sir, I'm landing. Don't be rude. Let me land. Don't be rude. What I'm saying to you is this here. What I'm saying here. Okay, thank you. You can listen. I'm about to land. You can bring me the facts like he did, and I'll sit there and listen to what you're saying. I want to hear you. I'm just asking you to hear me. What I'm saying to you is what I'm saying today. I'm seeing Republicans, sir. They're doing the most, trying to either get these statues put back up or preserve the ones that are already up. They're the ones doing the most with that. Tell me why I'm incorrect with.
Okay, so yeah. So okay, let's be very clear. There was no party switch, and I'm going to explain how I can link it together. Nancy Pelosi's father was. Wait, hold on. Let me have my opportunity. We all know who Nancy Pelosi is. Nancy Pelosi's father was the mayor of Baltimore. He erected Civil War statues of Democrat heroes of that time. He was a Democrat. Nancy Pelosi went on to be one of the most powerful Democrats in our modern time. It's all in the family. Al Gore's father was a Democrat. He was a Dixiecrat, as it's framed. Al Gore's father held one of the longest filibusters on the Civil Rights Act. He was a Democrat. We all know Al Gore was a Democrat vice president of the United States within our lifetime. What I'm saying is it's all in the family. This connection of where you think this racism is and this switch is, you can link up family members of Democrats today that have been in power, and their parents, their fathers, were the Democrats of the racist Democrat Party only 60, 70, 80 years ago.
Yes, but Joe, one thing y'all have to realize that racism is a bipartisan issue. Like, you know, it wasn't like racism wasn't like what we feel like it is today. We're trying to put it in conservatives and liberals and Republicans and Democrats. But in reality, like the entire country felt like Black people were better off in servitude.
I'm not arguing that racism has never existed.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like this.
What I'm arguing specifically is that there was no party switch.
Okay.
If there was a party switch, why did Nancy Pelosi, why is she a Democrat and her father was a Democrat and he erected Civil War statues? Why did Al Gore, who is a Democrat, his father was a Democrat, and he's the famous Democrat that filibustered the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s and stood there for a day saying that Black folk didn't deserve to have the same rights as every other white person in America. These are the same Democrats.
So I think in this situation we're agreeing. I think we're agreeing that it isn't a partisan thing. Like what happens to Black people in this country had nothing to do with political ideology whatsoever. That we, especially not the ones that we use today. It's not like Republicans or Democrats. But I understand what you're saying. I think we're agreeing that both Democrats and Republicans enslave Black people and contribute.
It definitely. Let me tell you, and I like the dialogue. It definitely has something to do with an ideology. And I'll give you the framework of how the left, the Democrat ideology works today in the same way they thought of it just 150 years ago. Today, Democrats argue, right now, they say, well, who's going to pick our vegetables if we don't have illegals and we have illegal workers? Do you know how much strawberries are going to cost if we don't have illegals picking our strawberries? They have the same mindset. Modern day Democrats today think just like Democrats 150 years ago, arguing, well, who's going to pick our cotton? Do you know how much we'd have to pay for clothing if we didn't have slaves that picked our cotton? They say the same shit today as they did then.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like I spent a year and a half working for a union amongst Caucasian liberals. And I realized quickly that we were never aligned, right? And today it's not the Republican or Democrat thing. Like certain race issues just be straight up race issues. Like they don't understand still. They still don't understand. They still don't represent our best interests. So that's what
I was going to answer Dunn's question. So if people conservative or Confederacy statues that are up, people arguing about those. Like I personally don't care. They can put them in a museum or whatever. But I mean, I think when you start doing stuff like that, if you start taking down, to what end when you take down statues? Okay, then what's next? Okay, you want to take off George Washington. Okay, well he did a lot for this country. It probably wouldn't exist without him. And then, okay, the Lincoln Memorial. Once 10 years from now, when people start arguing about what he said about Black people and how Black people are inferior and all this and that, what are we going to do? Tear down the Lincoln Memorial? And then it'll just, because morality is relative to the time, and it's always going to shift. So, like, if you keep, eventually, everything will come down. I mean, I could give you Andrew Jackson. I could take him off and put on Donald Trump. I mean, I would go for that, for whatever. But you see what I'm saying? Like, it's relative to the time.
Yeah. I hear you, but can I just, because I want to clear this up with this Joe individual who's claiming that they didn't switch. Here, I'm going to read this real quick. It says the primary evidence showing the conservative Southern Democrats and Dixiecrats shifted to the Republican Party includes the passage of the landmark civil rights legislation in the 1960s, the development of the Southern strategy by Republican presidential candidates, and clear shifting in voting patterns and party affiliation in the South over several decades. Civil rights legislation, we've been through that already. The crucial turning point was the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These laws, championed by Democrat President Lyndon Baines Johnson, with strong support from Northern Democrats and Republicans, were strongly opposed by Southern Democrats, including Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrat Rebellion of 1948. The earlier Dixiecrat movement of 1948, led by Strom Thurmond, had already showcased the deep regional divide within the Democrat Party over civil rights. The movement nominated Thurmond for president in opposition to Harry Truman's progressive stand on racial equality. After the election, the Dixiecrats weakened loyalty to the Democratic Party among white Southerners. Though many rejoined the party for a time, Thurmond's party switched. The symbolic culmination of this shift occurred in 1964 when South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond officially switched his party affiliation from Democrat to Republican in response to the Civil Rights Act. The Southern strategy.
Quick question. When you say there was a shift, or do you think? Or I think people get confused and they think like, okay, there was suddenly like. There's a trade, like in sports. Okay, we're going to become the Republicans and you're going to be the Democrats. But instead, there was a gradual shift.
I agree. Yeah, like that. That's what we're talking about here. Here, this is another one, the Southern strategy. Republican strategists, particularly...
Hold on.
I just want to read this last one and you can go.
No, that's not how it works. You stacked a point. You brought up Strom Thurmond.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I don't want to stack them. There you go.
Let's talk about Strom Thurmond, okay?
Go ahead.
You name one national politician switched parties in the 1960s in response to this. Can you name a second one?
They nominated him though. Like,
no, I can't
name a second one right now. Not right off the top.
Hold on. This is my question. If you can, look, you're accusing a party switch that an entire swath of
I didn't say an entire squad. I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
No, that is what you're implying.
That's what you're saying. I'm implying. You don't get to tell me what I'm saying. You don't get to tell me what I'm saying and then tell me I need to.
Was the party switch?
Hold on for a second. Hold on, bro. You're making it more messy than what it is.
No, you're just going on.
Pedro, hold up, man. You're making it more messy than what it is.
You don't want to make things right.
Name one.
Genuine.
Hold on.
If it's a party switch, name a second.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold up for a second.
Read off that article.
Hold on for a second. First off,
you should know.
Wait. First of all,
no, nobody got to wait. You let you read a whole damn article.
Bro, I wasn't done. Don't cut me off, man.
And the only person you named.
Okay, tell you what. Since he's cutting me off right now, I'm gonna let him answer you with another one.
Just settle down, okay? Just finish your point really quick, Don, and then let Pedro go.
Thank you. Because here's the thing: what you're not gonna do is say, this is what I feel you are insinuating. Now you have to account for that. That's not what I'm insinuating. Here, I want to read this one part right here. The Southern strategy. I already gave you Thurmond. Now here, the Southern strategy. Republican strategists, particularly those working for the presidential candidates Barry Goldwater in 1964 and Richard Nixon in 1968, developed the Southern strategy to capitalize on the resentment of white Southern voters toward the Democratic Party support for the civil rights. Goldwater 1964 campaign, Goldwater directly and aggressively courted white segregationists and won 5 deep South states in the 1964 election, the first major Republican victory in the region. What the hell are you talking about,
man? I'll let Joe respond.
Now you're done. Listen, hold on.
Wait, let Joe respond.
Yeah, so Don, what you're reading are talking points because you're not able to actually have a dialogue on this. So we're going to pass it over to Pedro because I asked you a very specific question. You did make the assertion that a party switch occurred. You named one politician. I asked for a second one. Hey, Joe, do you have any thoughts on this subject?
So on this subject, first of all, everybody think they switched and they didn't. The switch was basically about government, right? Democrats wanted to expand government reach. Republicans weren't, and that's what they think it was, a switch or a party switch, or that the Democrats became better than the Republican. That's a lie, right? Because then you want to talk about not Strong Truman, but what's his name, the one that brought in welfare and all that. He basically said we're going to have black people vote Democrat, right? The Democrats were the KKKs, right? Everybody black be talking about 40 acres and a mule, but it was a Republican that gave y'all the 40 acres and a mule, and a year later, it was a Democrat that took it away. The Republicans passed the Civil Rights Act. It was the Republicans that abolished slavery. Everything that black people benefited from came from the Republican Party. Now, will politicians switch based on basis and stuff? Yeah. But it doesn't mean the parties totally just went.
So what you're saying is the Republicans got us into this fucking mess.
Say that again.
So what you're saying is the Republicans.
Hold on. I didn't finish, but everybody's saying a bunch of stuff, so I'm trying to honor somebody's life.
No, go ahead. You were cutting me off when I was talking.
All right. Cool.
Man, quit yapping, bro.
So all I'm saying is that you pull up these bullshit talking points and you read these opinionated articles, but when you really deep dive, you'll realize that everything that black people benefited from came from the Republican Party. You wanted civil rights movements, Republicans that voted for it, right? You wanted to abolish slavery, Republicans voted for it. And that's why you got slavery abolished, right? 40 acres and a mule. You wanted reparations. You got it from the Republican Party. Every opposition black people had actually came from the Democratic Party, the ones that they voted for, right? And I'm going to say this, I'm going to close it out. We could go all the way to today, right? The migrants was to replace your black ass. And you voted for the party that wanted to usher them in and move you out. But I digress.
Okay, so I'm gonna look for the quote, but I'm going to paraphrase. I believe that George Washington said political parties are fucking stupid. Like literally fucking stupid. I don't know. I think that's just a paraphrase, but if he was, alive today and he was, sitting beside Trump, he'll be like, this shit's fucking dumb. Right, because we can all agree on these American values and these American issues, right? And we can all agree that our parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and back in the day we had the Whigs and the Radical Republican and the Dixiecrats, they all exchanged values at different points in history, and the shit just evolved. It evolved. Sometimes the Democrats were the ones who were racist than a motherfucker. Sometimes the Republicans were the ones who are racist than a motherfucker. Because, we have a race issue in this country. I don't know how else to articulate it, but I don't know. I don't think we should just be pointing fingers at each political party, because that's what George Washington said. I'm going to look for the speech that he said that shit was fucking stupid. Get the direct quotes from him.
Argue with Oxford.
And this is why he said political parties are dumb, because we all share we all have the same issues. Like literally, we all have the same issues. And now you're pointing fingers. There's Democrats, Republicans, when y'all Democrats and Republicans have exchanged values for the last fucking 300 years, almost 300 years. God damn.
Well, I just want to say this last thing about party split. Everybody wants to talk about, that, but Trump was originally a Democrat, and he supported the Democrat Party. He funded Jesse Jackson's campaign, right? You know why he left the Democrats? It's because the Democrats wanted to bring in David Duke, who was a known racist and KKK member. And he said specifically that's why he left the party. He realized it was going way too left. And he had to go Republican because his values. And he was like, no, they're selling out the country.
But y'all don't praise him for that. Y'all want to say he racist. Y'all want to say he's this, he's that. But he wasn't racist when he was funding Jesse Jackson, when he was taking pictures with, Al Sharpton. They loved him. They loved his money. Matter of fact, he won the Rosa Parks Award. But nobody
he became racist in 2015 is when he became racist.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. They always want to say he became racist. Bro, man, listen. Folks is confused. Right after help all the black people, you had Judge Joe Brown was talking about, and there was so many people that talk well about Trump, like, yo, he funded so many black businesses and didn't even ask for the money back.
What?
Yeah, look up Joe Brown.
I'm bringing sources, and people come on here talking about some talking points.
This is 20K and PPP loans, man.
Look, so Dunn brought one that switched parties. I'm going to bring one that didn't. Robert Byrd, a famed segregationist, he was a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. He was a Democrat for 50 years. Joe Biden did his eulogy when he passed in 2014. I just wanted to point that out. He never changed parties.
I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, Joe Biden, even when Joe Biden started going into politics, and he was a segregationist as well. He argued for keeping buses segregated. This doesn't go that far back. We have politicians that were Democrats still that never switched parties. So if there was this great party switch, why did so many segregationists still stay in the Democrat Party?
And as a black person right now, a lot of black people are segregationists right up under your nose, and you don't even know it. A lot of African American people believe that we should stay segregated, and they vote Democrat every election.
Do you believe they really think that, though?
Clearly.
Yes, they do. I know people who are part of Nation of Islam. Yes, they do. They really think that, like, generationally. So with that,
they think they'd be better off.
What I'm telling you, these are American issues. These are not partisan issues. Because there's a lot of black people right now voting democratically who don't believe in abortion, gay rights, and believe in segregation. That's normal. And I'm a Texan. I'll tell you that that's normal.
Hold on. I need to say something to Joe.
At least 4 or 5 of them are not going to believe in segregation, and at least 6 of them are not going to believe in gay marriage, and at least 5 of them are not going to believe in abortion, and they vote Democratic. So these are American issues.
Yeah, let me say one thing to Joe real quick. Joe, I don't think you're listening to me, man. I didn't say an entire party. I said the Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats. That's not an entire party. That is part of a party, sir. Let me land my plane, my man. I don't want to hear talking points about Biden. I don't care about Biden. I'm talking about history. I don't know why you dudes feel like every black person who says something negatively in your mind about the Democrats, about the Republicans, that automatically makes us in favor of Biden and that shit. Like, dude, I don't give a fuck about the two parties. Listen, I don't give a fuck. Neither one of them. I didn't vote for each one. Bro. Can I just land my bro? Stop. I don't want to deal with this talking points because that's all you got.
I want to hear people who didn't vote.
All I got, sir. I don't want to deal with talking points. Okay, right here. Because I'm coming from South Carolina Encyclopedia. I'm coming from Liberty University. I'm coming from the Encyclopedia of Alabama. These are the Southern folks telling you this stuff. That the Dixiecrats, like I read you from the sources where they said that these people were upset over the Civil Rights Act being passed. They were dissatisfied, and then it came along that they even nominated a dude for president over their guy. Okay, but the guy was more Truman, who was more receptive to giving black people some rights and things like that. He was more receptive to that. So they're like, you know what? Fuck him. We're gonna go with a dude that's more like traditional, what we like, which is basically fuck them niggas, and they went and got that guy. Okay, and nominated him. This is what they did. This is like history, bro. And you trying to act like it didn't happen. Come on, Joe. Don't be like that, bro.
Look, everything ain't damn racist, right? People don't always think. I don't know why you think people really care about what niggas do, right? Let's just be honest.
No, I'm not
Random shit that he's talking about. He's talking random stuff.
Historically, nigga issues have been the biggest issues in the country.
Right.
Started
Right,
entire
because you would
Man, Pedro, stick to bashing black women, man. Politics ain't your space.
Like, just say something disparaging.
You a clown.
Can I provide some statistics?
You're not representing
What you say,
all I'm saying.
Man, this Pedro dude is a clown.
Yeah,
Him even being, I wouldn't even take his political conversation seriously. But in general, race war, blacks separate from whites. Like, how are we not separate already? Like, what the fuck do that even mean? Like, one day we're gonna wake up, and I'm gonna say this for real, black and white folks. One day we're gonna wake up and realize the vast majority of Americans all face the same basic issues, and we got more in common. But Pedro, I don't want you to agree with me because you can't. Let me say this. We do it just because we have common plights. Just because we have common plights don't mean that we can't have these type of conversations. Because generally, what happens, a lot of like white Americans tend to play like, I don't know if it's a obtuse thing on purpose, but a lot of white Americans, because you guys don't have to really like walk around and worry about whiteness per se. You don't have to answer for everything that white Americans do. Like, you don't have to like answer for whiteness. Like, we sit in spaces all the time where we got to answer for blackness and things that other black people do that we may not do. But now that the shoe is on the other foot in the last few years, a lot of them have I'm not this, I'm not that. When you speak of white people, we might not be speaking about you specifically. We're talking about the general population. And in general, white Americans have shown that they're not willing to stand up for actual American rights. It's not about standing up for us as black folks. We don't need y'all to do shit for us. But if you claim to be the American patriot that you are, and you know that this disparity is real, we shouldn't have all of the what's racist? Can you tell me what's racist about your life? I'll tell you the disparity is what's racism. No, in 2025, you white boys can't literally do shit to me as an individual. Like, it's nothing you can do that I can't do. But when we talk about our communities, when we talk about how schools are funded, when we talk about things like that, that's when you see that it's still disparity. It's still issues because this is how America was created. And in my mind, it's probably going to be like this until the bulk of Americans stand up and say, hey, this isn't fair. It isn't fair that one side of town gets treated poorly. It isn't fair that you can say this side of town's property value is worthless for whatever reason, and this side of town's property value is worth more. And now because this side of town is worth less, their schools are underperforming. There's less resources. There's going to be more room for crime to develop. But y'all don't think about these things in totality. So it's like, until y'all want to start having them type conversations, I'm going to continue to tell white folks that they sorry as fuck on this app, because the bulk of y'all just be saying shit, and it's not based on reality that what the average of most Americans are dealing with every day.
But that's different from the African Americans perspective, caring about African Americans.
Well, listen, this is my take, right? You got to take care of your own community. Oh, sorry. You got to take care of your own community, right? White people got their own problems. Chinese people got their own problems. Mexicans, everybody got their own problems, right? You're not taking care of your community, because the reason why your community is unfunded or lowly funded is because y'all don't even go down to the damn when they talk about it. They always bring budgets to everything. Y'all don't go there. You rather go to the club, you rather do some bullshit than to go down when they be having the I forgot the name. But it's every county does it, right? They go down there and they tell you, hey, we got $10 million or $10 billion and we're gonna fund this and we're gonna fund that. And y'all don't even go down there to have these conversations. But then you want white people to get out their bed that live way across another side of town to worry about.
You so fucking stupid, dog.
No,
you so fucking stupid.
Can y'all think? Because I
yeah, let them finish it.
No, I'm telling you the truth. Y'all not going to these things. They exist. I've been to some, and they sit there and they tell you city planning for where you live, but you won't go there. You'd rather get on Clubhouse and internet to tell somebody white about themselves, but you won't go down to when they have oh man, I cannot.
City council meetings?
City council, yes. When they have city council meetings, they have it for your schools. They have it for everything: housing, development, schools, right? All of that, because everybody gets right. That's why they do the census, because they send money out, and what happens? You're not there to say where this should go. You don't hold your city council members accountable. You don't even know who they are, but you want to sit here and be on this app and get mad at people that ain't thinking about you, right? You want another race of people who gotta pay their bills, feed their family, work hard to develop themselves and whatever, to worry about what you're doing over there because you fail to do it yourself. It's not, y'all be thinking people racist. They not. They just going about their business. And you don't live in within their vicinity. So why are they paying attention to you? You think white people get up every day worrying about what you doing. So why don't we get up and worry, hold on, I'm about to land. You don't even get up to worry about what's being done in your own community. And let's be honest, when y'all get a little bit of money, you get out anyway. So what are you talking about? You don't even live in the community.
I mean, you were obviously a nigga that I don't know what your stance is in life. I don't even know if you're a black man. I don't even know if you're a black man. But I'ma disrespect you every chance I get simply because you had a.
All right, settle down, guys. Let's let Damien speak. Damien.
I ain't taking no advice from a black man on the app saying that black women don't deserve rights. This nigga shouldn't even be in this conversation. Straight up clown.
Rob, I'm gonna add on what you said about the community. One thing's for sure. If you kneeling down behind a donkey or an elephant, the only thing you're guaranteed of is you're gonna get shit on by an animal. We're not taking care of each other in our communities. It's not about the people in Chicago. I live in Louisiana. I need to be taking care of the people next to me in Louisiana. You go to communities that are thriving. You go to Dearborn where them Lebanese people are. You go to Houston where them Chinese people are. You go to California where them Jewish people are. They buying from each other's shops. They going to see each other. Somebody gets sick, they go visit them at the thing. We go to Walmart and buy a damn honey bun wrapped in a plastic wrapper. We don't even go to our local bakery. It's out of business. We don't do business in our community. We don't go hang out with the people next door to us. We so worried about what's going on in Chicago and all these other damn places that got nothing to do with us. We got to take care of our people around us. The federal government's full of shit. They don't take care of you. They just want you and me fighting. They don't care. We got to care about our neighbor next to us. And I'll land the plane.
Boudreaux.
Say, let me ask you a question, Damien. Do you eat boiled peanuts?
Hell no, that's not Georgia people.
Stop doing
that. Y'all do it in Louisiana too. They got the boiled peanuts down there. I seen the guy use iced tea. I'm serious. He put iced tea when he was.
Go ahead,
Louisiana white people, I'm sorry, no shade to you, but they're very culturally close to black people I mean, y'all can do the math.
We are.
They're very culturally close to us for specific reasons, so. I love y'all. I love y'all so much.
One, two, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
When I went down to Louisiana, I was surprised. I'm like, hold on. And then I did the research, and I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah,
our community is everything. We got to get back to taking care of each other. We don't even know our neighbors anymore.
Facts. I agree with that. And I'll be honest, man. Look, I'm just saying this. Everything ain't about race, right? That's the thing that hinders black people, right? Because you have rights today. I get it. Shit happened in the past. Everybody got fucked, right? Other races of people, Irish, Jews, you name it, got fucked. Chinese got fucked at some point in history. We all caught the smoke. Every race has endured some form of slavery, right? We could take it back to...
Stop. Show me where they were enslaved under the United States government. I'm not listening to that argument anymore. Were they enslaved in the United States of America?
Pedro, hold on 1 second. I'm telling you, I travel the world with my best friend. He's dark skinned. We go to Tokyo. They grew up together. I'm telling you, it's different. You're treated different than light skinned.
You don't got that way to downplay.
Black people treated better. You go to other places, black people treated better. At the end of the day, if you're in America, ain't shit stopping you. I don't care what race you are.
No, but where do you niggas get off hearing people saying that they're being stopped when they speak about issues that are related to the collective?
What issues are you talking about?
I mean, I spoke about the funding disparity issue, how property taxes, that's not how you fix it. 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 So you getting on Clubhouse in front of a bunch of white folks, fuck this nigga.
Hold on, guys. We have to have dialogue here. So, look, I'm going to interject. I'm going to respond to what Damien said about Damien, you can't fool me. I lived in Louisiana a long time. If we're going to talk about it, you have to realize that there's been a segregation between light-skinned black folk and dark-skinned black folk for many, many years in the city of New Orleans. They even had clubs that dark-skinned black folk weren't allowed to be part of light-skinned black folks' social clubs, and they had the brown paper bag tests and things like that. So this segregation isn't just white folk and black folk. Black folk have had their own segregation within other black folk. So this has been going on for a very, very long time. It's ingrained in cultures long before just this modern white versus black.
They learned that from you. They learned that from white people.
So it's white people's fault. Black people are racist.
Wait. Hold on for a second. White people created the color. Hold on. White people created the color cast. This is what we're talking about. We could never genuinely get. Let me say this.
Let me say this. Even have a real conversation.
I am having a real conversation, but we can never get to a genuine place if at the end of the day you guys are always deflecting the shit that you created.
You said you're from Chicago, right?
Listen. Let me just say this right quick. White people, listen. This is a fact. White people created the color. Let me land my plane right here, brother. Can I land my plane? This is a fact. I know you want to listen, dude. Stop talking over me. Hey, Beaver, can you stop this guy, bro? Because I didn't talk over him.
We're not hearing anything intelligible. What's going on?
Thank you. I didn't talk over him. Why is he like that, acting like that? Like, for real, bro. You got the mic. Okay, listen. What I'm saying is this is simple. Is that the color caste system in America was created by white people. Okay? The black people learned that behavior from you. Okay? We don't have a history of that. That is a historical fact. That is not obfuscating or trying to absolve black people of like saying we've never done anything wrong. That's not my argument. But if you say something that is historically incorrect, like I'm gonna come and say, no, dude, that is historically incorrect.
Historically incorrect. So what you do is, hold on, I want to just point this out. What you do, Dunn, is every time I make a point, you come over top, and then you gaslight the entire stage here, and you try to diminish the point that I just made by somehow claiming that it's the white person's fault that did it.
Well,
and we can't really ever have a conversation.
Well,
How did you get light-skinned Negroes? How did you get them light-skinned Negroes? How did you get them light-skinned Negroes? How did you get what you call a Creole? How did you end up with Creole?
Nigeria make white babies black.
Wait,
so go look it up.
But let's take responsibility for the fact that we did continue to perpetrate this stereotype. Kamala Harris is a sorority. If you look it up, they are the first, Hellenistic sorority, and they had the largest culture of this all the way up until now, to the point where if you went to HBCU, you understand that this particular sorority is inclined to be colorist because of their history. And, take responsibility for perpetrating it, continuously perpetrating it, but it did come from us being in a racist system and black people trying to find esteem through education and different social constructs to, better themselves. And
some of these organizations adopted the fact that lighter skin was better.
That's
and that was because we were in a racist America.
I wasn't saying that to say that black folks don't have no responsibility in that. I was just simply saying that it came from white people. That's what they.
Yeah, but it didn't come from Joe. And they know, but here's the thing.
Come from Joe, my man. Look at the Captain Saber white man right here. This is Captain Saber white man.
You're muted. Yo, what's up with that? At the end of the day, you're blaming something that happened a long time ago, right? So people today, it has no difference. Here's what I'm trying to say. Meaning, this right. If white people did it in the 19 whatever, we're in 2025. You're not doing it now because white people did it. You're doing it now because you want to do it now. Right. If you know better, why you still? If you know this was a construct of white people, why are you still doing the same shit?
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
Stop, bro. So okay, what I'm saying is the people, right? You want to blame something that happened a long time ago for today. Because black people have their own way to turn around. Once black people have civil rights, right, and they have equal rights, they can stop it. Right? They can stop it, but they ain't stop it. They want to do it.
Sir, my grandmother was still alive. He grew up in slavery. My grandmother was still alive. He grew up in slavery. What are you talking?
Your own black men are attracted to light-skinned women. And they do it for that too. But you don't talk about that. And it wasn't white people that created that shit.
It's for white people. He's like Officer Freedom dude. He's going to defend white
people. Date light-skinned girls. Does that got anything to do with the white man? No, they got everything to do with his sexual needs. It's what he's attracted to. No different than when light-skinned girls said they like dark-skinned.
We know raccoons when we hear them. They're going to defend white people at every turn.
At the end of the day, right? That's your diversion, right? Listen,
raccoon right now. Just a fact.
All right. I got you. I'll be the biggest raccoon ever. That's fine. At the end of the day, that got nothing to do with white people, right? Not today. If you like a light-skinned girl or a dark-skinned girl, you prefer one or the other. That's you. If a light-skinned girl, dark-skinned girl prefer a dark-skinned guy or a light-skinned guy, it got nothing to do with what white people did.
Right, and we can take responsibility for the fact that, and no shade to our organizations, because I have a lot of respect, and I ain't trying to shake and jive in front of white folks about it, because we had to do that shit. You feel me? But the AKAs, they do.
Yes.
We all know. We all
Deltas. Yeah.
No, not the Deltas. Hold on. The Deltas were created because they weren't letting dark-skinned women into the AKAs. The AKAs. No, hold on. The AKAs they believed in esteeming themselves through etiquette and through appearances and through social connections, which was cool. But the Deltas came after the AKAs. They split from the AKAs because they fit the mold of femininity that the AKAs were trying to shape, like the high esteem, high society, bourgeois type of situation they were trying to shape because they were dark skinned, just straight like that. So they created Delta Sigma Theta. Jasmine Crockett, that's her sorority, if y'all are wondering. And Delta Sigma Theta.
Target woman, but
yeah, but Delta Sigma Theta felt like they needed to progress, the black community through service, education, and political advancement. So, in the first women's suffrage march, those ladies out of Seneca Falls, when they did their march to organize it, the Deltas were right behind them, marching. Y'all can look it up. So, with that being said, those are the differences.
I don't know if it's based on colorism, but
it was definitely based on colorism. The Delta Sigma Theta was created because the AKAs. So
they were originally AKAs. They were originally AKAs.
Yeah,
right?
but
so they were led into the organization. That's what I'm saying. If they were already AKAs,
but they would not let most dark skinned women into the organization.
Right, but they did let they let some in. So that means.
There was still a value. There was still a value there that wasn't shared.
So there was the light skinned girls that wanted dark skinned girls, right? Either way, they were originally AKA members, and then they diverted for whatever reason. You say colorism, and then you say levels of activisms in their community. They diverted. They created the other one.
Yeah, they feel like the AKA is more social.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's right. It's just But at the end of the day,
you learn how you act and how pretty you are. That's why they said the AKAs, they want to be the pretty girls. That's why the pretty. All of that is from that history. Like they still do that shit. They literally still do that shit today. And the Deltas are in opposition to them, and the Deltas are always on the yard considered the more vulnerable, the vulgar, like gangster girls, like they, and they're considered to be dark skinned because of the history. And they all know when they join these sororities, they know the history and they lean into it. And they cool with it.
And they cool with it. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And then, but we want to say it's a white folk issue. It ain't. That shit was measured. Here's the thing. That shit was already. White people didn't create it. White people just had their standards, and they felt at that time maybe safer with lighter skin complexion black people. Then maybe again than dark people. But they didn't create it. They didn't say you have to be colorist. They didn't create that. They just had what it was. Now. Did light-skinned people have an advantage? Probably so, but it's not. White people don't come in and say, "Hey, you gotta separate dark and light." It was black people wanting to integrate, but black people didn't have to integrate. They could have stayed segregated, and they still could accomplish the same thing. Because the purpose of Martin Luther King originally was separate but equal. Like, hey, we are separate people. We have our own thing. But we want equal protection of the law. That was really the whole thing. But black people took it as, I want to integrate. And it's like, you have your own culture. Other people have their own culture. You like your food, they like their food. What black people didn't want was that as they're trying to prosper, that no one could just violate them as if they're, that black people weren't protected by the law. That was the original context of it. Then it turned into integration. And all of that, and now we're in agreement.
It wasn't separate. It wasn't equal. It was separate, but it wasn't equal.
I get it, but now, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna land. We are equal now. By and large, we could do the same shit. I keep saying Emmett Till was killed because he blew a kiss at a white woman. Right now, the biggest blackest dude with the biggest dick to fuck the whitest, littlest white woman, and nobody can give two shits about it, or vice versa. Nobody cares. You could do it on 42nd Street and everybody bring their camera. White men won't lynch you. White women won't lynch you. Nobody. The most you got to worry about is police giving you a ticket or putting you in jail for indecent exposure. So all these things of what happened then has nothing to what happens today. Today, you can set your own shit together. You don't even got to go to no white man job. You don't got to go to no black man or Chinese man job. You can actually create your own thing.
Sir, you're lecturing.
And I'm gonna land it with this. With the internet and the way everything is going, people don't even got to see who you are, and they will do business with you based on your skill set. So we're still crying over something that happened a while back that doesn't affect you today. It doesn't. You get up and you have the same abilities as everybody. You can invest in stocks. You can start your own business. You can have your own online.
Sir, you're
Amazon, right, whatever. You could do all of that. So stop crying about all these things that you are not affected by today. Simple.
Sir, hold on for a second. Just because black people are calling out systemic, this is where the disingenuous come in at. Because basically, what you're doing right now, sir, is you're trying to create a climate where even when there's legitimate systemic racial issues within the system, as that brother was talking about, just because I can walk down the street and the average white guy isn't yelling at me nigger or got a sign up in the window saying don't come in the shop, come in his shop. That has nothing to do with if there are systemic issues in the educational system, in the healthcare system, in the financial sector, et cetera, sir. So, you can blindly walk through it like everything is just peachy keen, hunky-dory. Nobody isn't saying that black people don't have opportunity, sir. But let me be clear with you on something. Our sojourn in this country has always been a struggle. That's what it's always been.
And we guess what? Guess what? Black people have never been people sitting around crying, nor are we sitting around crying today. By systemic, this is the problem what I'm talking about, Beaver, why we can't never get anywhere with this, because now I see a lot of these black folks doing the same thing. Just calling out systemic issues that are real things within hiring, within education, we're being told that we're crying. So listen, how is it that you want, on the one hand, you want things like we all need to come together and all this stuff, but you tell black people who are simply calling out issues that they see, instead of trying to say, okay, what are you talking about? Can you break it down? Can you show me? Can you show me the data that supports what you're saying? Let's have a real conversation. Bro, can you stop talking? Bro, can you stop? Can you stop? Brother, can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? Brother, can you stop? What I'm saying is this here. What I'm saying is this here. Hold on. What I'm saying is this here is that this guy didn't ask for any data. He's talking over me because this is what they do.
All right, what's can you name one issue, systemic issue?
Thank you.
Hiring practices. They just recently did a study where, they just recently did a study within the last, I think it was 3 to 4 years, where a black person with a degree versus a white man who just got out of jail, say this guy is getting called back 3 to 4 times more so than the black guy who has the degree. Okay, this is what I'm talking about.
Okay, let's work through this. Hold on a second. Now, this may sound horrible, but let's just put ourselves in the shoes of someone that's starting or they're hiring manager in a department, per se, corporation or whatever. They get resumes sent to them. They get Denarius, Jamal, Richard, Bill, Chad. Okay. So I think you're talking about where resumes are not even looked at. A lot of it's AI now anyway. They go through this, but back when humans were looking at it, they're okay. They are people. I'm going to be honest with you. They probably do look at Denarius and Jamal based on their past interactions, and they're like, "Yeah, I really need somebody good in this position. This is going to be a tough one. We need somebody. Let's interview Chad and let's interview Steven and Bill." I guarantee you that does happen, 100%.
Is that what your point you're making? I said that a black man with a degree is less likely to get called back. Let me land this. Hold up. I said a black. Hold up, man.
But my point is they're less likely to get called back because, and this is just the way it is. People don't. They don't. Even if they have the degree and they look at their degree and they say, okay, they went to the school, they went to Howard or they went here to Tennessee State or whatever. Their past lived experiences is that, when they hire the black guy or the black they've worked with, they're not as strong.
Hey, you're making excuses for it. We want
I'm being honest with you.
We want to change, though. We won't change. We won't change. And we don't want you telling us that we're crying.
Yeah.
No, I'm just, okay, let's do another example where, you're out on the pickups. You're playing pickup basketball and you see a white guy you've never seen play before and you've seen a black guy you've never seen play before. Odds are you're probably going to pick the black dude just based on nothing else.
No.
Tell me,
wait a minute. You can't tell me that it's
show me systemic racism. I just wanted to show me systemic racism. We have it. You take one incident where one white guy get hired and you think that all black people don't get hired. Obviously, when you go to workplaces, black people are there, right? So that's a lie. Systemic racism, and I can tell you where it's at, and I can tell you where it's not. Back in the FHA, because I was in the mortgage industry, when they were building houses, what they were trying to call white flight, that was systemic racism. The FHA protocol was that you could not sell these houses to black people. That's what systemic racism, right? What you calling today is not systemic. That's where you're confused. Just because they did a survey, one white guy got a call here. You know how many
one white guy, my man. It wasn't one white guy. It wasn't one white.
Hold on.
Pedro, you got 30 seconds, Pedro.
All right.
Thank you.
I got you, brother. If no one interrupts, I like my 30 seconds. We are confused on what systemic racism is. Systemic is when the system is racist. Individual racism is something else.
right? There's no system that is there. Jim Crow was systemic racism, right? The FHA laws were systemic racism. But somebody going through your resume, that's not systemic. That's just individual. There's a hiring manager. They're flipping through thousands of resumes, and they go for the ones they like, and it just is what it is. And just because a black man is qualified don't mean that, and didn't get the job doesn't mean the other white man isn't qualified. I've applied for jobs. I didn't get them all, and I got some. So, no. You cannot show one.
Let me read this right quick.
And I know, let me finish my 30 seconds. He gave it to you. At the end of the day, there's nothing you can prove. There's no law that you can show me, because systemic racism, when there's a law, there's no law.
You don't know nothing about
no
the
law.
subject.
Hold on. I finished. Mike, you said I got 30 seconds. Can they be on mute?
You got 30 seconds, bro. You got an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. At the end of the day, systemic racism is one law written that says you can't do this. I had a guy in another room that said this about Philadelphia, because we talking about reparation. He said there were laws that you couldn't vote if you were black. That's systemic racism. But what you're talking about is individual racism. Because I've seen where I got over and other black people got over where white people didn't through the system. So cut the nonsense. Until you can show me a law that says black people can't do certain shit or can't get certain shit, then everything you're saying is bullshit and hot air, because you cannot prove systemic racism.
Okay, I got the evidence right here. Wait, hold up, 3D. I got the information right here, because I don't do talking. I got the studies pulled up right now.
You got 1 minute, man.
I got the studies. That's all I need. I got the studies. Multiple studies have shown evidence. Excuse me.
I said the law, not studies.
Wait. He gets a minute. Nobody interrupt him. Nobody interrupt him.
Thank you. Multiple studies have found evidence that systemic racism and hiring practices lead to black applicants with college degrees receiving fewer jobs, fewer job callbacks than equally or less qualified white applicants, including those with criminal records. Now, just let me run through some of these, because it goes back at least 2 decades. 2003, sociologist Deborah Page's landmark field experiment sent matched pairs of black and white men with equivalent resumes to apply for entry-level jobs. Black men without a criminal record received job callbacks about the same rate as white men with felony convictions. Clear. When white applicants disclosed a criminal record, their callback rate was still twice as high as that for black applicants without a criminal record. Follow-up, 2009. Follow-up study by Pager focused on low-wage jobs and found a similar pattern. Black applicants without a criminal record did not fare better than white applicants recently released from prison. 2014, a report from the CSG Justice Center replicated the findings in a different city, confirming that white men with a criminal record received more positive responses from employees than black men with no criminal record. 2020, a study focusing specifically on college education applicants found that a bachelor's degree did not eliminate the stigma of criminal record. It also confirmed that college-educated black and Latino men with records received fewer callbacks than their college-educated white counterpart. 2023, and I'll stop here. A 2023 meta-analysis of decades of data from 90 field experiments found that white applicants receive on average 36% more callbacks than equally qualified black applicants, and this level of discrimination has shown almost no change over time. So listen, listen, this is why I don't mean to be mean, but when I call people raccoons, particularly my people, and I got that term for other groups too, but when I call my people that, because it seems like no matter what a person brings, you're going to find a black person in this day and time that's going to come out and argue against it, but know nothing about it. And they're going to go out of their way to say, it's not like that, you're lying, that's hot air, that's bullshit, that's all bullshit. That tells me something about you, okay? So don't say one person, sir. That's decades of data. What are you talking?
Let Damien go.
Everything you're saying is exactly true, and it's everywhere in the world. It's not a place that just happens in America. There are some cultures in Asia that if you're a certain height, you don't get attention. If you have a certain face, if your face is round in Singapore and not squared up, you're judged differently. It is called bigotry and judgment, and it is not a racist thing. It is an earthly thing. We judge people on the way they look. And in Australia, if you have a certain body type, you're not well thought of. But if you have a different body type, you're more attractive. But that same person comes to America and they're not judged at all. These things happen all over the world. In China, oh my God. In India, there's a whole caste system based on, my God, their teeth. We are judged. We are treated by bigotry based on the way we sound. This is something that happens all over the world, and it just happens to have something we can blame it on in the United States. But the people in Singapore have the same argument that you do, and it's not systemic. It is
about their problem. I'm talking about here. My problem here. I don't care about Singapore. I'm talking about.
But it's the same thing he's saying. It's not systemic because it doesn't happen all the time.
But y'all let me finish. This world has judgments against you and for you. There are advantages based on the way you look, based on the way you talk, based on the way you're from, based on your family, you have advantages as well. You're just not disadvantaged. You have advantages too. You can tend to just focus on the shit that the world has given you, and that's all you can live with. But you gotta know that within you there is greatness, there is goodness, there is advantages that you have. You need to lean into your advantages. I can find all the reasons why being a dumb backwoods idiot from Louisiana with no education and barely can read, why that should hold me back. But for some dumbass reason, my mama wouldn't let me do that. So you have to find a way. We have to help others find a way to succeed in spite of the bigotry and the judgment all over the world. And I know it's hard here, and I'm sorry for that. But what are we gonna do?
Shit, I'm not sorry. Segregate. We need segregation. I want to segregate from fucking crying ass black people.
Hold on, Pedro.
Well, there's gonna be somebody.
Pedro, you're not healing at all. We got to heal this thing.
Man, I ain't trying
Your
to heal.
experience is different from somebody else.
You don't heal.
You ain't helpful, damn it.
I can't move forward because I gotta hear Negroes cry every day.
You don't have to.
You can talk to me about somebody else.
You don't have to judge people.
Hey, hold on. We heard from both of y'all for the last 30 minutes, man. Go ahead and let the nigga in the bottom corner talk.
Yeah, thanks, man. Well, basically, race was created by definitely this white supremacy, and there's a guy called William Beckley in 1809. He created a race war just because he wanted to separate the slave and from the whites, and he definitely created privilege for more white people and the house Negro, obviously, and that actually impact people today. So if you're going to talk about institutional racism, we see in police, we saw it in when black people are doing better, they always put them down. We saw it on all these innovations, all these creating people that are actually inventing stuff that we're using today. And most of them are black melanated, and some of them have been killed. Their name is not being promoted. They're not credited for their work. So it's still institution based on the privilege for white people. And when you go to court, most of these people are favored by when they do so much crime, and they say, they justify because you have a mental issue. But if it's a black person, he's going to die in prison. So all this thing is still there. And if we're going to say there's no race institution, then you're a liar. Why you're a liar? Because everything is still based on the slave master still getting paid. In some certain time, in some country, even in UK, they still get them paid. So just for them, for the slave to end. So that is institutional racism and a superior ways of dominating other race. So if you've done slavery and killed people so much time and do all this evil act to them, they still have right to have their say. They have right to say there's racism
When you go to UK or apply some job to some places, they will tell you to change your African name and just use an English name. That's institutional racism. So all these things, your experience will be different because of your color.
America, we don't have that here. They don't tell people.
Well, you have so much of what I mentioned. You have police racism there. And I mentioned court racism, institutional racism. So if people are denying all this true, why you have to interrupt me when I'm talking? I didn't interrupt nobody.
I'm correcting you because we don't.
No, you can't correct me. You have to bring your evidence or based on what I said. Put your evidence in the chat. You don't have to interrupt me.
There are enough black men here.
You can't give me without not reading something that will relate to what I said.
Let him know that in America they can't tell you to.
You're so defensive because you know it triggers you, or your experience is different from somebody else's experience. It doesn't matter what is American. Who gave you the name American? Who names you American? I just asked you a question, woman. Who names you American?
You literally just said in UK they tell you to change your name. Seriously?
He just called you.
All right then. Since you can answer my question, I think I'm done with this conversation. This is when they get triggered. When you tell the truth, they get triggered.
You want me to just call you stupid? I'll do that.
All right, let's hear from one, man. Go ahead, bro.
Good morning, everyone. I'm flabbergasted.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning. I'm flabbergasted that
Brother Noom said,
Pedro, you heard one of the guys on the stage that say to you that if you look at resumes and you have what quote unquote might turn out to be a black name, you're likely to pick what possibly is a white person's name based on your past experience. That prejudice is then racism. You also said that you worked in a industry where you were told not to sell to black people. That is
I didn't say that. That's a lie. Whoa. I ain't gonna let you lie on me.
Okay, correct me while we're here. What did you say specifically?
So what I said specifically, what the difference of systemic racism is basically it's by law and by construct, right? So there was a law with FHA loans that said black people couldn't buy those houses. That is systemic racism. I agree with that. But what
you said systemic racism is because of our law. What was the law behind it?
Right, there's a law today that says black people can't do shit.
Yeah, but
and if black people worry about white people hiring, why don't they create their own companies? Then
No,
you can hire
don't
all
go
the
further.
malls
Just correct me.
and the chromes that
Don't
they
go
want
any
to
further.
hire.
Don't go any further. That was my question. Because the point is, when you were told not to sell to black people, what was the law behind that? There was no law, right?
It was a law. It was in the FAA guidelines. It's some.
Yeah, but the guideline isn't a law.
Yeah, and some of it is still there. It's not that you can't do it. It's just old. It's on the deeds or whatever. It was based on those. It's still there. It's not that it is applicable. It's just that the data is still there, like it's on certain deeds.
Right. So it's not a law, right?
But it's not enforceable.
Right. So it's not a law.
It's not. It used to be a law. That's systemic racism.
Well, okay. What law? When was it repealed?
Once like civil rights came and the EEOC and all that, so probably in the 1960s, 70s. That's when they that's when discrimination laws and all that came in effect. So it was like 60s, 70s, civil rights. It was all part of that. So what I'm trying to say is that systemic racism did exist. I agree, but it no longer exists. Once we had Magic Johnson and Bird play in the 80s, that's when racism pretty much died, or systemic racism, and everybody just moved forward. But complaining today about it is.
I was asking you so I could carry on my point.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I appreciate you've got a lot to say. But, I mean, are you at an understanding that systemic racism does not have to be underpinned by a law? It's just about the general consensus. Because if you've got someone who's putting themselves in the shoes of a recruiter and they're not a recruiter, and the consensus is when they see a name that's likely to be a black person, they'll skip it and look at a name that's likely to be a white person. If you then spread that according to the stats especially, if you extrapolate that, then you will see that you have a systemic issue because everyone has the same general consensus towards hiring. The fact that also...
I disagree with that. And
okay, you can disagree. Let me finish. You can disagree, but let me finish. No, you can disagree, but let me finish. You are free to disagree, Pedro, but let me finish my point. You're free to disagree, but let me finish my point. Hold that thought. Thank you. On top of the fact that it's then being compared to someone walking onto a basketball court and picking a black guy over a white guy is absolutely asinine.
No, it's not asinine. It's true.
But it's absolutely asinine.
I'm gonna tell you why.
That's the same.
No,
Pedro, Pedro, you are interrupting me, and I don't know why. In fact, we do know why, but why are you interrupting me, Pedro?
And I'm trying to tell you that it's
Come
not
on, Pedro.
asinine.
Pedro, you can make a note of your point. Pedro, make a note of your rebuttal, and then come back.
And then you got 10
Make a note of your rebuttal.
No, right.
Man, all y'all need to shut the fuck up, man. That's not motherfuckers about to be talking to each other. We do one at a time.
Bro, you don't have to interrupt me, right? Make a note of your point, and then you can come after. It's fine, right? So, nevertheless, the point is, you've got white people on the stage who are actually justifying prejudice on the fact that it happens elsewhere in the world. That's absolutely crazy. Ask them if it's okay for them to get robbed on the street because someone else in China gets robbed. It doesn't make it okay. That's ridiculous.
What? Yeah, they're so lying and denying that there's nothing existed. When the people wrote a book about it, superior bullshit again. Now you've been talking a lot, and we all know you're a house Negro, so keep kissing your white ass, all right?
Right, and you want to be white. So at the end of the day, no, you want to be white, right? Because especially you find black African.
When you hear my voice for black African,
and you cry about it.
You need to buy bleaching cream cockroach and bleach your cockroach skin, yeah, so you can enter the white hat too. You're like, are you coming here with no fucking thought? What are you fixing country? Check my PTR and tell me who came here first. Check my PTR and tell me who came here first.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter, but yours matters as a brown fake ass cockroach. You want to bleach yourself to a white cockroach. You're a cockroach, man. You're a white one too. You're trying to paint yourself a brown cockroach, right? Faking that shit. And why you hijack somebody else's car? You're a racist. You can't put a fucking lemon on your voice, man. You're smoking too much, you dumbass.
I don't smoke.
Yeah, he trolling.
You eating your calita then. Stop eating calita.
Get that African booty scratching. Now he's a poverty African booty
scratcher.
Yeah,
all you lost are racist mindset.
He got an antenna with a wire.
We pull up a receipt, we pull up a link, people wrote a book about what they did, the evil racist superiors, and you're lying. Stop lying, boy.
Get running water first before you come over here. And talk about what we're doing. Don't fight me, fight Ebola.
Oh, yeah. You need to keep cockroach in your kitchen. Stop breeding cockroach in your kitchen, man. Stop breeding cockroach, man. And stop bleaching cockroach too. The fake ass fucking house Negro.
Man. You're not from the United States of America. Why are you all up in their business, bro?
Right.
Why do you sound like a root too, man? Why you sound like a fucking...
Who said Ebola? Who said Ebola?
Why you sound like a fucking... Alright. You ain't got shit to say. You ain't got no proof. You ain't got receipt. You're denying the truth. You're lying against your own people and your piece of house Negro. Yeah, you're done.
I can't be talking over you.
You ain't got no luck, man. Shut your mouth.
Nigerian Prince is not listening here, mate.
Sorry,
on mic, man, before I boot y'all to the...
Yeah, we trying to
let's go,
let them take over. You don't mind.
Who was in Africa first, the Afarensis or the Australopithecus? I'd like to know.
Africans ain't nothing but pieces of shit.
So at the
See,
end of the
your
day,
true self is coming out, Mr. Cockroach.
Can we move to a conversation now?
Now you're coming out, Mr. Cockroach.
No, done with the
How many white toilets have you fucking kissed?
I'm sorry,
right?
can we have a conversation where we can all engage?
Yeah, we're gonna have
one mic on.
Kayla, we're not gonna have no one serious here.
Hey guys,
Yeah, if you're not moving them, they're gonna
let's
just.
have
I know you want the numbers, man.
who's talking right now? Shut up. Paula, you can go, and then Kayla, if you want to go for it. Go ahead.
All right, let me finish.
Okay, cool.
Pedro.
Paula,
You got just said Pedro. I could speak.
Pedro, 10 seconds, and then the
he
girls
said
are gonna
Paula.
go.
He said Paula.
Yeah, I said Paula. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Pedro.
No, sorry about that. Yeah.
First, you said one mic on Pedro, then you said Paula. You could speak next. That's what I heard.
Just go with Paula real quick.
Mute your mic.
Yeah, I'm not trying to derail the room anymore, but I kind of just got here not too long ago. So I just want to know what you guys were speaking about so I can speak on it, if that's okay.
Paula was gonna say
Room topic.
All right, can I speak now? Because at the end of the day, y'all confused about
She was just
immigration.
trying to speak. What are you doing?
No, she said she was.
I asked a question and I was waiting for an answer. Thank
And
you.
that's what I was trying to give her.
Yeah, you too.
All right.
Give her the answer then, bro.
Race wars, black separate from whites. What we've been kind of discussing. Right. Well, with the last conversation about systemic racism, and the argument was, is it, still prevalent, whatever, it's not. And then we were saying some things which you think is racism, it's just bigotry, and everybody across the world deal with it, irregardless, So that's what it was about. And my argument was that it no longer exists. It used to exist. But do you have bigotry? Yes, that will always exist, but it exists on both sides. It's no different than what Damien said. Who you gonna pick, black person or white person when you're playing basketball? Not knowing how they play, you're gonna do that. The only problem is that black people are not in the position to be as racist as they think white people are. And that's where the frustration comes in, because they do practice it. Because I know the dude that will sell a black man a nickel bag of weed will see the white boy coming and want to sell it to him for $20. Right? Wherever black people can be racist or bigoted, they will do that. And the problem is they limit themselves. And then they cry about systemically, but they don't build their own shit and hire their own people.
Okay, thank you.
Matt,
did you want to say something, brother?
Yeah, I land.
Yeah, thanks, Pedro. Well, I think Kayla, you want to respond to that now that you know what the topic is?
I'm not trying to be rude, but I didn't really understand anything that he was saying. It just sounded like a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo type shit. It just sounded like nothing. I mean, it didn't really sound like, I don't know, is that really what y'all were talking about, or was that his summary of it? Because that just sounded stupid.
Exactly. Talking
Can
about
I just say something?
bullshit.
Ryan, are you there, brother?
Mike, can I say something?
Hold on, Matt. You want to explain it?
Well, now I'm all confused too. I guess we'll just go. I don't know who just said they wanted to speak.
Yeah, that was me.
All right.
I'll speak after you anyway.
Well, maybe
So the moms don't know the topic.
maybe Kayla will know or will understand better after the guy goes. That maybe she could tag along.
Yeah, I just needed the argument to stop. I appreciate you, Matt.
Yeah,
Just go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I think people need to be very clear on the definition of terms. I think, Pedro, you need to maybe understand what racism is, as opposed
Dear
to...
God, I think he understands.
I don't think so, because saying a black person can be racist to a white person is actually incorrect. If you're part of the minority, you can't actually be racist to the majority. You can be prejudiced, but you can't be racist. You need to actually look that up, because you can't inflict any unfairness on a whole on the other race. You can be prejudiced towards someone based on their race, but you can't be racist. So you need to understand that. Number two is systemic racism can occur from one of two ways. The first being the fact that one race isn't given the same rights when it's codified, when it's put down in law, in practice. The second
is the one that's more covert, which is where there is a belief and there's a culture, something that is unsaid, which is why when one of the mods said, when you see a black person's name, you're more likely to pick a white person's name. That's not written down anywhere. That's not part of the code of practice, but it's an understanding and it's a belief that's ingrained in everyone. Still makes it systemic. Does not have to be by law. So you need to get up to speed with these terms so you can actually understand what's going on before you speak on these topics.
But I do, and I'm telling you.
Did you understand? Would you like to respond now?
Yeah, I'm gonna respond.
That was for Pedro. He was talking to Pedro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm responding, and what he's saying is a lie. Black people practice the same shit. They just don't have the leverage because they don't own shit. They keep trying to get a job at a white man's place and cry when the white man don't pick them. If you don't want your kid to go through it, don't name him Jamal. Don't Tom and whatever, so he can get a job. But no, you want to keep him to his roots, and his roots don't own shit. You can create your own company, right? There's no one company. Everybody has competition. Even Google competition is Bing and other search engines, right? You could create your own shit, but you won't do that, and then you bet the white person to give you shit. That's a pussy move. That's a punk move. And you deserve to be fucking put to the bottom because you won't fight for your position. Power has to be taken. It doesn't have to be given. And you sitting here begging white people to give you shit, and when they don't give it to you, you fucking cry. And my thing is, go back to England, go back to Africa, fix your fucking countries before you talk about what's happening here in America. You motherfuckers don't ever fix your shit, but want to come here and talk about our shit. Like Africa needs running water. Niggas don't do shit about it. They do Nigerian scams, asking for people for money, and always scamming. And then you English people want to be fucking fake ass proper, but y'all sitting running around getting your guns taken from you and don't fight for your fucking rights. So cut the bullshit. You want power, you want privilege, you want leverage, you gotta fucking take it. And you're mad because white people took their shit and they maintain it.
So you don't think Africa has running water? Like what?
Yeah, a lot of
There's some parts of the United States that doesn't have running like water that you can drink out of either, like where you should take baths in. I don't think that you should. Well, you've been talking for a while. I think you should be done now. I think you're close. Yeah.
Right. Let the
You've been speaking. You heard that? I'm sorry. Did you hear that?
Can I finish?
He said Kayla. He said Kayla.
No, you cannot finish. One mic on Kayla.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I'm sick of hearing those type of things. Like they go through the same things that we go through in the United States. Outside of the United States, they go through the same shit we go through. They have certain names that they can't put down. I'm sorry. They can't put down certain names because they'll get judged as well. Because that's what we're talking about. I don't understand why the running water is a thing. I mean, Africa is so advanced now. That just shows me that you guys have never been. If you tell me that all of the people in Africa are poor, I know that you're a broke dusty that just sits on TV. And watches TV. So yeah, y'all gotta come with better talking points than that because that's not true. Africans are living better than you. Would you figure that? Africans look better than you. At least they have their parents, you know what I'm saying? At least their parents work together. Their families stick together. They are one band, one sound. You niggas don't even, oops, I'm so sorry. You men don't even like your parents. So, there's that.
Well, that's actually excellent for that one because this guy doesn't know what kind of he doesn't know what kind of a situation.
You have the same rights in Africa and the Middle East and Asia the way you have it in the United States.
And then instead of just speaking to me, you're screaming, hooting, yelling. Like I can't even say it right. Like this is just out of control. So to the title where it says "Black separate from whites," white people don't do this. When we have conversations, we speak to one another. So we are different from you guys. You see how you just came off the mic screeching? I didn't hear anything that you said.
Yeah, whatever.
You came off.
one mic on Kayla. If y'all interrupt her, I'm moving you down, babe. Okay.
I appreciate that, Mike. You're so kind. Mike and Matt, I heard that. Yeah, like, you guys are such bitches. Like, for you to come off the mic and just start screaming at me instead of speaking to me and maybe helping me understand you guys, then maybe we could get somewhere. You came off the mic screeching like a little girl. That's all I heard. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of you men acting like we owe you anything. Nobody owes you shit, right? And blacks are separate from whites because we would never do that. My friends and my uncles, they talk to me so I can understand. They don't talk at me. The way you were just speaking to me was disrespectful and rude, and there's no way that I would even listen to the shit that you're saying.
Well said. Respond to that dumb shit. All right.
Oh, you sound like a muppet from Sesame Street, bro.
Hold on, Sirius. Hold on. You prince of, I don't know, Zimbabwe. Hold on. First of all, it's
Can we
not
leave
about...
Zimbabwe out of this, please?
Yes, and their shitty dollar. First of all, it's not about, oh, you sound like a little girl. What's wrong with sounding like a little girl? Well,
What's wrong with sounding like a little girl? Are you serious?
I'll let you speak my turn.
Excuse me, mother.
You're excused.
Excuse me, mother.
Right?
But you are right.
Hold on.
Clearly, you are right.
Don't come around here, right?
Why you are talking to so strong, rowdy tone?
Are you done?
Mother.
One mic on Alpha, man. We're going to let him talk. Once Alpha done talking, you can talk next, whoever was speaking. You got a pink ticket, cash your shit in, or you can't talk.
Thank you for carrying me.
Go after Alpha, you got 1 minute.
First and foremost, when you try to sound like you're such a top feminist and you stand up for women, then you imply that somebody sounds like a little girl as if that's an inferior thing. You contradict yourself in principle. Read a book, right? And you are so stupid for calling people N-words. Do you listen to yourself, Miss Uncouth? It's unbelievable. See, I don't take you as a representative of all females. You know why? Because I've seen so many intelligent females, and so many intelligent females have been my professors in university. You stand in no shape or form in their caliber. That's for sure. And second, you don't know anything about Asia or anything about Africa. I don't even know why you guys went to Africa, a different continent, and Asia, a different continent. We're talking about the United States of America, which is one country in the American continent. Simple. And it has nothing to do with your uncles and aunties. I don't want to know what goes on in your domestic life. I'm not interested. Okay?
Well, Alpha, it wasn't me that brought up the different countries. It was someone else. So I think that you should probably listen and maybe ask questions before you just say anything else, because you sound stupid, right? The dude that was up here, I don't even recall his name, but he brought up Africa. Yes, Pedro brought up Africa, you dumb bitch. I want you to know that. I didn't bring up Africa, Asia, or any of those. All I did was comment on the dumb shit that he said. And you are right here, right now, commenting on what the fuck I said as if I started this. I didn't start this. I actually politely asked what the fuck the conversation was about. That's what the fuck you should have done. But you just came in here, screeched like a little bitch, right? And then, no, bitch, I'm not talking to you, right? Because I don't even know who you are, right? I'm talking to Alpha. Because you came in here screeching like a little bitch, and any real man would at least say, hey, guys, what's the conversation about? You know?
I've been here for hours, Kayla.
Oh, so you've been here for hours, and so you're just picking. You're just picking at me because, I'm sorry. What do you mean by women of my caliber? You would never be in the same vicinity as me, right? Your professors, they were stupid.
No, don't read African.
You're talking about your professors and the women that taught you. Do you hear the way that you speak and the way that you sound?
You've been calling women bitches and little girls.
Nation Brack.
Read a book.
Please imagine me talking about how beautiful, how great my instructors were, my professors, how smart they were. and I sound like I'm under a fucking pillow, and I can't fucking speak with my right lip, and it just sounds all bunched up. Nobody can understand anything that you're saying. You're screeching like a little, and then you're telling me to read a book. You're telling me to read a book. If I put a passage up here,
more than you.
if I were to put a passage in my PTR, would you read it?
All right.
Expand your vocabulary too, because you sound very unintelligent.
Hold on, you heard that nigga say, hold on, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, what's going on, folks? All right, Marco, I think you've been trying to jump in. Go for it.
To where?
Wherever you were talking, I don't know, you came off mic.
But you need to explain to
this stupid bitch can't even talk for herself. She
Why?
only wants to talk when other people are speaking.
Why
This is
African
another
and
AI.
American only?
This is a Temu AI on the state talking bullshit. How far I've been you full of shit? You sound like a fucking Sesame Street.
You can understand my English?
Go ahead.
My pronunciation is wrong.
Hey, let the Nigerians friends talk, okay? Let him talk.
Nice to meet you.
Who is this Elmo?
Are you? That's Elmo, bro.
Is that Elmo? Are you gonna pick the Sesame Street from Alpha? I'm fucking, what's her name again? This girl with petrol. Oh, is that the girl, Pedro or petrol? Is he run out of petrol yet? Or is it begging Africa to help him to supply petrol?
Are you done?
No, you ain't done. I ain't done. I'm trying to see what planet you're from, because you don't sound like you're from this Earth anyway.
Planet Earth. Where are you?
Well,
the planet where fucking Ebola doesn't exist.
I think this guy got shit out by alien, and we're seeing the pool. Like that guy in Prana right now. I think that is the same guy right now. Is that from the alien?
Mr. Odumbe. Mr. Odumbe, shut the fuck up now.
Well, everyone has said that before. Can you say something more intelligent?
So seriously, where are you from?
I'm not from your planet. You're a macro and microcosm. What about that?
We don't need to care about your planet.
All right then. Since you sound like a fucking Temu AI, I don't want to listen to you. The fucking topics is actually interesting until this show coming here to trying to divide us from the real topic. We do know the oppressor book, but this guy was crying. You don't read the book. You don't read the book.
I have a question.
Should we go and read all your superiors' book or your racist books?
Go eat a fart, you cunt. Go eat a fart, you cunt.
How many races in your planet?
Well, race means I love my own race, and I don't really discriminate for that race.
I'm asking you a correct name of your race. Only that.
Oh, my race. What's my name? Say Sirius Star. That is my people.
What's your planet? What's your planet?
You see these domologists as well. All you laws are domologists. Elmo, you're the most domologist on the stage.
Writing on the room.
Check my name. My name
Listen, you Timu Twat. Listen. Oi, Timu Twat. Enough.
Alright then, now you turn to rush.
Can you write the alphabet?
Can we say on topic, Mods?
We need to rush your teeth out of your mouth. Are you not going to face the topic or not?
Alright. Does anybody want to speak on the topic?
Please write.
Okay. Does anybody want to speak on the topic?
Professor Doolittle, I think you haven't speak a lot. Maybe you can do your little on the stage since you want to mix with Michael Jackson and
don't talk to that woman. Okay.
Yes, Mike. Actually, look, the topic was interesting in the beginning when Pedro and what's his name? Something with what we're going at it, and I think the voting in the poll really does speak to the topic. Though there are people who believe that there are systemic impediments that prevent people of color from going ahead, and there are people who don't. There are people on the quote-unquote white side and quote-unquote black side who feel that, yes, there is systemic racism, and there are people on both sides that say no. Pedro was one of those who said, no, there isn't, and Watt was one of those who said there is, and that's the topic. And they both were speaking points. I think they both were saying things that need to be heard. The problem is when you involve your emotions to the point where you don't consider the other person's point and you are invested so much in convincing the other, regardless of what they say, then you're not really going to get anywhere. You're not going to build any common ground. So if anybody that to engage in the topic, from what I know, the topic, is there a race war? Okay, and if there is, who's winning the race war? And that's why the poll says that.
Well, who is winning based on who have a soul that don't have a genocidal mind or racist mind or actually killing people for their resources? And we do know that there are people like that in Africa and actually in America.
Vote for the poll, man. Are you gonna vote?
Well, who is who I'm gonna vote for? Is it you or somebody else I have to vote for?
Who's winning? Black, whites, or neither? I need you to vote.
Well, you mean your poll you put on your stage on your that poll. If you want me to vote, you have to take me to court of meanings of black and white, and you have to define what white means and black means for me to actually participate in your vote. Did I have right for that? All right then. Since you ain't gonna answer no dictionary to explain your black and white concept, I don't have right to vote.
So do you not know what black or white is?
All right. If you're gonna talk about, if I do know, I know black is a color. I know white is a color. I know Williams Bakley in 1809 have a, for the supremacy of his mind, he changes black and white color to slaves meaning. And we do know the dictionaries, or maybe the court dictionary, explain black as a dead if you go to the court. So if you're going to take me to all this explanation, I won't represent that is black. I have my own definitions of my melanin people, my Afro-Aficionate, or my black American.
All right, then you can get your bitch ass down there, nigga.
Okay, but for all intents and purposes of this apparent vote, how is this even a question when you've got black people at just over 12% of the entire country? How can you even question who is winning a race war? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you could just answer the question.
I mean, fair enough, I could, but I think it's a defeat.
I mean, because nobody's answer is like a true answer, right? These are all just our opinions, and we're just here to share them. And that's why I clicked on the app today, is because I wanted to share my opinions. So actually, I'll share my opinion. I think black people are winning the race war. I think black people are winning the race war because black people are way more united than there have ever been before. They're sticking together. They're helping one another out. And I'm only saying that from the outside looking in. And, black people, they care about other people. They definitely care about everybody. I know a lot of the times white people will say, like, hey, we don't see color. It's really black people that don't see color, because white people, they do see color. They are definitely looking out. If you are black, then they're not going to accept you as well. But when it comes to black people and the black people that I grew up around, they took me in, you understand? And I've been nothing but grateful for that. And I can't do anything but just say that I think black people are definitely winning the race war. Whew, that's all.
In their dreams.
So when you say in their dreams, why do you not think that black people are winning a race war? I mean, because I think that we're on the same side.
I'm just kidding. I'm not even lying.
Oh, okay. See, that's problematic. That's a lot of things that, like, white people do. They'll do something and they'll be like, well, I was just kidding. It's just a joke.
Say that one more time and I'll tell you that you're not black either.
I'm not black. I'm sorry. Who told you I was black?
Nobody is black. Black is something that's some old ass racist Europeans in there. That's what the fuck black is.
I definitely identify as a banana, for sure.
White.
Man, shout out to you and the banana. You seen the Savannah bananas? You seen that shit?
Progressive lefty.
Bitch, I'm black. Motherfucker, sit up here talking your bullshit. We're black. Stupid ass.
Who's stupid? Oh, she's talking about him. Yeah.
But black a construct.
So what, motherfucker? We're black.
So when you go, they ask your race, do you put brown? Do you put light brown, dark brown? Is that what you put down? I mean, I'm confused here because I could have swore it says Black, African, non-Hispanic or Hispanic, and a few others, Asian, non-Pacific. Sometimes I forget all. It definitely does not say light brown, dark brown, chocolate brown. There's none of that. So which one do you check?
Watch this. Why do you have so much aggression in your voice?
Because we can have that.
Do you think that I have aggression, or do you think? Why do you not know how to debate? Right? Because I'm trying to figure out. I'm not aggressive. I'm not upset or anything. This is just how I speak. I'm sorry that your parents didn't teach you to elevate your voice, but this is how I speak. I just want you to know for sure that when can you answer that question though? Don't ask me about my tone or anything. Answer that question. When you fill out a job application or you go somewhere, which box do you check? Shut the fuck up. Which box do you check? Do you check the black? Like black? Because that's the only, there's no non-black. I mean, like there's no brown, light brown, orange.
Why do you talk like you're black and say X?
I don't know, but first of all, they have
I don't think I talk like I'm black. I just talk like how
you're black.
Oh, well, this is just how I speak. This is how I speak. I don't know if you missed a point in the conversation earlier. I'm not trying to disrespect you, Pascal, or anything. I don't think I was raised around a lot of black people. Like that's just how I speak. So sometimes I do have a little twang in my voice, but it's not to try to sound black. It's just how I am. I don't want you guys to think that I want to be black. No, I love. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me jump in. So I checked the other box since you asked. No, I'm not black.
And when you check other,
that's what Jesse Jackson and a bunch of misguided motherfuckers.
Jesse Jackson said African Americans, motherfucker. Get your shit straight, stupid bastard.
First of all, she said black and African American, so I was addressing both of them. So maybe you want to get your heritage.
Came up with African American. Get your shit
this
straight.
Is what I know. That's why I said black and African American. We're talking about both of the box. We're talking about both of them in the box.
We've been black. We've been black, and you're not gonna sit up here and fucking spec me and tell me what the fuck I am.
My parents' birth certificate says Negro, man.
I don't give a fuck what your parents' birth certificate say. I don't give a fuck.
So when you choose other, and then you walk into the place that you think that you're gonna get hired at, do they look at you like you're different?
After I check other, I put Negro next to it.
Picking other on that application. Stop lying.
I actually do, brother. I press other.
You need to put liar.
Do you have how about this? Do you have okay, so outside of the jobs, do you have a passport? Do you have a passport?
Yes.
And on your passport, does it say other?
Yeah, I check other and I put Negro. Yes, ma'am.
Come on, bro. You know that's not.
He's a fucking liar. Anyway, we were niggers.
Fuck, I got a lie about what I put on.
Black.
Okay.
Application. Are y'all all right? Y'all well? These constructs that fuck y'all mind up. Y'all run around with a bunch of prejudice thoughts. Hey, bro, y'all run around with a bunch of malice, a bunch of hatred, and a bunch of prejudice thoughts that rule your minds and keep y'all stuck in ruts, brother. That's why a lot of y'all in the positions y'all in. Because y'all had a mind state.
We're not in no fucking
What position are you? Hold on. What position are you in to be a other? What position are others in? Maybe I should join that committee. What position are you in? Maybe I'll start checking other.
A wonderful one sitting in one of the most concentrated areas of melanated wealth in the country.
Where is that?
Yeah, where's that?
In the DMV area.
So you live in Washington, D.C.?
No, that's where I was born, though. I currently live in the Southern Maryland area.
He's such a fucking liar.
You live in Montgomery County?
No, I live in Prince George's, bro.
Oh, so you live in PG County. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what does other have to do with you living in PG County?
Other has to do with me not being ruled by a construct that was created by...
No. I'm trying to figure out the great life that I'll get when I choose other, because you said that you're living a great life. PG County is all right. It's cool.
It's all right.
Would you say, Pascal? Would you say, Frank?
Did you? So you live in
But you're white. Like, why would you?
I mean, because I'm white doesn't mean that, white people don't always get the best of the best. I mean, I'm not a white girl that gets the best of the best. I can fully admit that. So if someone has better things, then I want to learn about them so I can get there as well. I told you I was raised around. I have children. I let you know, and I keep saying out loud that I was raised by, Black people, and I really enjoyed the way that I was raised, but it just wasn't like I wasn't raised with my white counterparts, so I don't reap those benefits, if that makes sense. They don't just look at my color and skin and be like, oh, here's $50,000. No, they're not doing that. It's not happening. They hear the twang in my voice, like you guys just said, and said, she's not really one of us. That's what they do to me, and it's okay.
Are you from the DC area too?
No, I am not. I am not from the DC area.
No, but if y'all love melanation, you may want to come here.
I am familiar with PG County. Yeah, but I'm not.
We're one of the few areas where people of melanation can make over six figures, have homes, $1 million.
When I visited out there and I saw so many melanated people bummed out, dude.
No, to be fair, there are a lot of successful Black people in PG County. Most of the successful people in PG County are Black. To be fair, I'm very familiar with PG County. But what I'm trying to figure out is, did you become wealthy because you chose other, or did you work for it? Like that was how you became wealthy because
I became wealthy because I had parents that raised me right now. They didn't raise me to be struck. They didn't raise me to be a prejudiced piece of shit. They didn't raise me to be engulfed in the mentalities of.
Oh, they raised you up there with all the white people, right? Okay, good.
No,
actuality, I actually was born in South people's assholes way back.
Yeah, no clue what talking about.
She's a little heightened right now.
I think she's a little drunk.
I'm not drunk at all, motherfucker. I'm not drunk at all.
I think she's a little inebriated.
I don't drink or smoke. You damn right I'm old. I'm old enough to beat your motherfucking ass.
I do think as an elder, that was kind of insane. I do think as an elder, you need to you need to chill out. Like, you telling that little boy you're gonna whip his ass. What are we talking about here? That is a man. That is a man. He'll whoop your ass.
No, I wouldn't, sister. No, I would not do that. I was raised with that.
Okay, I don't think you would, but I'm just saying, like, any woman, you raising your hand to a grown ass man is crazy to me. Are you not afraid? Like, you bitches are so
Yeah, that's the other thing we gotta do. As people, we gotta. I know y'all said y'all are European, but us Black, we get niggas and bitches. Just for the record, that's another thing.
Everybody's a bitch. It's okay.
Yeah. No, it's not. No, I was raised by a woman. You know.
And sometimes your mom can be a bitch.
Yeah, and guess what? My mother.
I bet your father has called your mother a bitch 1 or 2 times.
Guess what? My father has tremendous respect for my mother. And guess what? My dad doesn't go around calling himself a nigger, and neither do I.
I can't say that word, so nice try.
That's why I said I'm not talking to the Europeans. I was talking to the melanated people in the room. That's one thing.
You guys, you're not melanated. You're other. So I'm confused. Why are you speaking to me? You should go find the others.
I said I wasn't black.
You're not melanated.
There you go. Other. I'm not black. I'm not African American. Black.
So you should go
black is merely a construct, right? And it isn't used right. Black is worldwide. That's for the worldwide melanated diaspora, and it should be a sword and shield against white people.
You can be a finger and melanated to tell you right now that they're not black. Okay? Them motherfuckers say they are not black.
Well, instead of saying it's not a hard way to spell, you would have just spelt it, huh?
Did somebody say carpet?
Melanated. Really? Come on, man.
Now you're Googling it. You're literally saying
ma'am,
it so you
first
can Google it.
first and foremost,
I'm just
ma'am,
saying,
no.
I think a lot of the times you guys learn.
No, I'm not here to put on a dispute.
Okay.
Melanated is a new word. Someone
no, it's not new, right? Because even construct and all these things that you're saying, I think that these are new words, new terms that you may have just learned. Because I think at the end of the day, you were raised as a black boy. You were not raised as an other boy. So I think at some point, like you are delusional. Like this is delusion at its fine.
I'm just curious.
She mad because I don't call myself black. Or a nigga, or African American. Ma'am, I graduated past that shit. That's some shit that people
heard I graduated past that. He's learned new terms and now he's using them on us. That's all he's just saying. It's okay. It's okay. What? Just say that you're learning and you're using the new terms that you're learning. It's okay, bro. It's fine.
First and foremost, I'm not learning anything, and I can teach you, apparently.
And plus, it's a total lie that the whole
I'm sorry, you cannot teach me anything if you call yourself a other and you know that you're a black man. There's no way. I date black men. I don't date other men.
I'm an indigenous turtle islander, and fuck these constructs and these terms.
Did you just say that you're a digital turtle islander? Come on now, what the fuck are you talking about?
Terms and these fucking constructs that these European colonizers have clouded your mind and everybody else.
Get money, get women, right?
And I said indigenous turtle islander, sister. What you say, brother?
I said get money, get women, right? That's the motto.
No, I'm a married man, brother, and it's about building wealth and sustaining legacy.
And I actually think that you can change something in this little room.
My man.
You're crazy.
I'm just really trying to
change what? What do I need to change? I'm not trying to
indigenous turtle islander doesn't change.
I'm not trying to change anything in you narrow-minded people.
I'm really just trying to figure out No, I don't want you to change, right? I want you to stay the same because there are some people out there in the world that need to be like just like this. And I appreciate people like you, right? But I'm really trying to figure out the benefit that I'll gain tomorrow. I'm gonna fill out a few job applications. And I'm gonna check other. And hopefully I get the job. Is there any other benefits that'll happen? Like
if you were white, I personally would pick you over the others. And I think
that normally happens, yeah.
And I think if you're black, how do I put it? So if you're like an octoroon, I think you should put that. Because if you're only like 6'8" black, that's better than being like quarter black, and which is better than being half black, which is better than being not black.
Really, Pascal? Really?
I mean, we are so far.
I'm just trying to.
Why are we the only race of people that every other race anybody else emulates y'all on, unless they're taking a business phone?
I'm sorry. What do you mean nobody emulates us? They do. Hold on. Can I say something? Okay. Let me say this.
That's what I just said. Man, sister, stop listening and respond and actually listen to hear. The fuck wrong with your head?
I did.
Yeah, she just wants to be mad at you. I just want you to know right now, and I don't want this to go up into an uproar, right? Because I just want to have the conversation, and I don't want anybody to take this as me being rude before I say what I say. It's the honest truth, right? You said that nobody's taken anything from white people. Is that what you're saying? Except business ideas and things of that such? Is that what you're stating? I just need a yes or no.
No, what I said was nobody in the whole world gets emulated the way that we do. That's what I said, man.
Okay, so I'm going to pause you right there because our hair is emulated every day. What are you talking about here?
Whose hair?
A white girl's hair. A white girl's hair is emulated every day. What are we talking about here?
First and foremost, white people was putting on wigs to emulate other people.
I'm just being honest. I'm really being honest, right? I can't walk down the street without seeing a girl's hair just as long as mine and it's not her hair.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, but Kayla, that's Indian.
First and foremost, right? That's not European. Man, shut up, bro. They can be saying shit. That shit Brazilian. That shit ain't Brazilian, bro. They don't even know what the fuck they be talking about. Man, shut the fuck up. Y'all sound dumb as shit. Ain't nobody looking around people hair. They don't want that shit full of lights and shit, bro. The fuck on this stuff. You
know, white hair is a epitome of beauty.
I'm sorry, did that make you mad that that's really happening in this world? I mean, I can't walk down the street without a girl without seeing a girl with blonde hair like me doing damn well she wasn't born with blonde hair. What are we talking about here? Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
I mean, with Kay,
so you're saying that these people are not emulating.
But you can do doggy style. You can do K doggy style and pull it, and you won't be snatching off a weave or a wig.
Right. It'll still be in my hair. Right.
What's so crazy is she's so feeble-minded that she believes that Europeans are the only ones who are naturally born with blonde hair. That's not what I
think, and that's not what I said. And I prefaced my statement before I said it because I knew that some of you, or just you, would get up in an uproar, right?
I'm not in an uproar. I'm just here to speak facts.
Screaming hootering just now. I don't know if it was just me, but I heard that. A little uptight when I said that their hair, that they want hair down. What about the Brazilians? That's what
I just corrected
that's what you did.
I said that's where the hair comes from.
All over. But here's all I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
the bulk of the hair comes from India and it comes from Brazil.
I mean, all I'm saying is, I just wanted to prove your point and saying that we are emulated, daily.
Brazilians and Indians.
You can't even get it out because you're a triggered individual.
I mean, they have straight hair like white people, though. That's the difference with Indians, okay? So
yeah, the Indians have straight hair like us.
Yeah, but Indians are also dark like us.
But the Indians don't matter, right? I mean, we're just talking about the race war. And honestly, right now, you're losing, doctor, because you just said that you're pretty much saying that nobody imitates people, like, daily, besides jobs. They do, bro. They imitate the way that we speak. They imitate the things that we do. They imitate the clothes that we wear. Take the hair. They imitate a lot of shit. Like, let's just be fucking for real. But there's a lot to imitate from Black people as well. And I'm grateful to speak on it. We imitate y'all's dance. We imitate y'all's rhythm. That's the same thing, but it's a little different. We imitate the food that y'all eat, because we don't eat like that. We literally learning how to season food day by day. You understand what I'm saying? It's shit like that. We are literally learning as we go by. And I think it's okay to learn from one another, but I just want you to know, if this was a real race war right now, we would be winning and you would be losing based off of what you just said because it was stupid.
No, because in actuality, that was an incorrect statement. Go ahead, bro.
Did you know that the tanning
Kayla, who's we? Because you said Black people already before.
Yo, just give me you guys.
What do you mean?
Kayla said something that I think we should reinforce. The global self-tanning product sector, including lotions, sprays, and beds, is valued at approximately $1.2 to $1.3 billion in 2005. Now, the skin lightening and bleaching product market is at $9.7 to $21.6 billion, projected to grow to $16 to $44 billion by 2035. Damn.
Wow. So they want to be white a whole lot more. What's funny too, though, is that we get white people. If you can tan, some white people are so pale they just get red. But some white people can tan and they often look a little bit better, but they certainly don't look black. But you do see people look at Beyonce. She will bleach her skin and get a blonde wig, and you get so many of these Black women that will get their little button nose surgeries. Wow, who wants to look like you? Is there any surgery where white women are getting a bell pepper shaped nose where they want to make it look like it was smushed in by an airbag?
Pascal, there's BBLs, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but hold on a second. The beautiful African nose. Is there anybody are there white people that get surgery to make their nose look super wide?
Nah, they just put a bunch of fillers in their face to get lips because they got bird lips.
Yeah, we don't do the nose thing, but we definitely do. We definitely do. I'm trying to have a real conversation, and this dude is not. I'm sorry. Is this a room where we can have a real conversation?
Yeah.
What, the bird lips triggered you? I don't know.
No,
who was it?
Yeah, because we don't do the nose thing, but we definitely do lip fillers. That is something major that we do. And we definitely, besides lip fillers, we do other things to our face. And it's definitely given the structure of a Black woman. You understand what I'm saying? And I think, yeah.
Well, interestingly, tanning users, 10.4% of adults, roughly 500 to 600 million people, based on a 5.3 billion adult population engaged in some form of indoor or self-tanning. In the U.S. alone, 7.8 million adults use tanning beds annually. 65% of them are women. At least they tan at least once. Now, bleaching usage is even higher in regions influenced by colorism, with 77% of Nigerian women, 66% of Togolese women, 52% of Senegalese women, and 39% of Ghanaian women, and 54% of Indian respondents reporting the use of bleaching. Extrapolating across high prevalence areas like Africa, Asia, Middle East, this equates to 200 to 400 million regular users worldwide. So there's about a 300 million gap of more people tanning than people bleaching. But more people spend money on bleaching than tanning. So
now look up the numbers of skin-related, sun-related skin diseases, and
with that you get that. And so if you look at the highest rate of skin cancer, you'll see that Scandinavians, the lightest people, have the highest rate, despite them living in areas with the least amount of sun. And you get, I believe Australia is number one. There's a lot of those people that are fair-skinned and they live, close to the equator.
All of those people who are where they shouldn't be. They went to somebody else's shore, took the land, and now they're suffering consequences. And guess what? That's the vast majority.
Scandinavians live close to the equator, and they have the highest rate.
Okay, all right. I'm going to finish. That's all you got to do is look at it right there. She talking about who's winning the race war. The sun shows you who's winning the race war. Right? These motherfuckers can't even stand the sun.
Why do we have higher IQs than you people?
They can't even stand the sun. Who's winning the race war?
To be fair,
the sun is going to take you motherfuckers out in a little bit.
Do you know what's crazy? That is very true, and I agree with that. But also, Black people can't stay on the sun either. Sometimes they can, but sometimes they can't. A lot of the times they don't get it. They don't know what they are, but they get these little tiny bumps, and they just think it's like a rash. It's a heat rash, though. It's from you staying outside in the sun for too long, and I think a lot of the times that's forgotten about. I'm just being honest. I'm not being rude. I'm just being blatantly honest. They just look at them like they're just patches on their skin, and it's like, no, babe, those are heat bumps. Those are heat bumps because you've been standing in the sun for so long. Let's get you a visor, maybe get you an umbrella. Nobody's, but I'm definitely going to burn for sure. For sure. Me, my skin's going to be burning hot. Ooh, child, I hate burning in this.
Well, I mean,
that's mostly,
when your guys are standing outside, with your guys,
that's what our melanin is for, because it transmutes.
Yeah, but when you stand out in the sun, you still have to take medication for your sickle cell anemia and your high blood pressure. Amazing.
Well, I'll say this.
Well, that's just because of the fucked up food and aluminum and all types of chemicals and shit that a lot of you demons in the forefronts of these industries put into the food. Oh, go ahead, brother.
According to the American Academy of Dermatology, reports 200,000 new cases in the U.S. annually, with tanning beds used before age of 35, increasing in melanoma risk by 75%. Globally, approximately 325,000 new cases occurred in 2020, according to the World Health Organization. Now, in the skin disease department related to bleaching, chemical burns, bleaching agents can cause dermatitis, redness, or burns similar to UV-induced photodermatitis. Studies show 25 to 70% of users in Africa report skin irritation from bleaching creams, and this is also backed by studies in Nigeria. So basically, it's about the same, not really the same rate, but about the same rate. So 75% of people globally suffer from melanoma risk or developing skin cancer due to tanning, and about 70% from bleaching. So it's amazing what humans do to themselves.
Yeah, but Alpha, with all these facts that you are referencing, one caveat that you're not placing is that with Black people, bleaching is also used as a form of medication in terms of hyperpigmentation and scarring that comes from acne. So you need to put that into context. Someone who is white, when they're tanning, they're not solving anything. It's purely for aesthetics.
Wait, are you saying that people bleach their skin because of acne? No way. No way you're saying.
Well, I mean, I'm Black. I'm telling you that.
No way you're saying. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm the Black person who experiences it.
I'll tell you something. You are correct. Yes, if we do
There you go, Kayla.
Yes, if we do factor
You think I care about someone saying that you're correct? That sounds stupid. That is very stupid to say that you're bleaching your skin because you have acne. That's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, do you have
let me qualify the statement. Well, let me go over this. Yes, if we factor in that, then the statistic will differ. But what I talked about was simply related to skin bleaching for whitening and tanning for darkening the skin. That's all. So I have not looked at studies that deal with bleaching or tanning for other health purposes. So that's why I didn't factor in that factor.
Yeah, I mean, Kayla, you said you grew up with black people. You ain't never seen them with like.
No, they don't do that in America. They don't really bleach their skin like they do in Africa. They don't do that here.
The irony is the products come from America, Kayla.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine that the products come from America. Do you understand that a lot of American products come from China? It doesn't matter where it comes from. They're selling it to people that'll actually buy it.
No,
do you understand that?
There's a lot of bleaching in America. Asians do it. Middle Eastern.
But they're not American. To say that Asians do it is crazy.
Asian
when you're saying,
Americans are not.
Girl, shut the fuck up. You sound fucking stupid.
Go back to Africa, bitch.
Why would I go back to Africa?
1 second. I want to answer this question.
Hold on, guys. We got to be an African man up here. Real booty scratcher.
I want to answer the question, man. Just cool.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen. White people are the walking dead. Nature has rejected them. Floundering birth rates. The sun, the giver of life, is killing them via skin cancer. Can't you see the war is won? White people are the walking dead. You've lost already. You took a fight against nature, and now you will pay the price. Well done, black people. One love. And we was here at the beginning, and we will be here at the end. White people, you just here for a period of time. We will write books about when you used to walk the earth.
Well, more life.
History classes. Yeah, there'll be a time you'll be like the Neanderthal. Goodbye, white people. Goodbye.
I'll say this for all the males in the room.
The truth hurts, man. The truth hurts.
Males will not be around in the next 1.5 million, and the females will evolve to something greater. So you know what, more life? I don't know what you're celebrating, bro. You're a male. I'm a male. In 1.5 million years, we're done.
Well, I'm just curious, more life. So, like, you'll write about us when we disappear, and are you gonna? And what will it say? Like, white people were able to be, build everything, be the successful people. Come.
You ain't build shit.
Hold on. Wow, you people need to be nice. We went into your continent where the big, strong black man was, and we literally hold on, and we subjugate. Wow, hold on.
Carry on. I've got your.
I know. Shush. Okay, now, and then, so we were able to go into this nice big continent and subjugate all of you guys, strip you of your resources, relegate you to being second-class citizens, and basically dominate you people. And even at one point in time, put your brothers in chains.
Now, you see, this is the thing about white people. Look at the things he's bragging about. All the atrocities they've committed on the planet. He wears it as a badge of honor. That is why nature has rejected it.
No. Okay, well,
yes,
let's look at it like this. Yes, when we look at the history, you're gonna see pot-bellied Africans swatting flies off their faces, living in their grass huts. Okay, chucking spears, while you have the white man, they're flying airplanes. They have modern cities and skylines, advanced medicine.
Well, you
guys have malaria. You guys have malaria and starvation.
Malaria
and
shows their dominance.
About it. This is how dumb white people are. They got all their technology planet that brought life to them, and they bragged about it. You guys are so retarded.
No wonder nature rejects.
If we're so retarded, why do we do so much better than the black man?
Because
what have you done apart from commit atrocities and corrupt and pollute the planet that gives us all life? What have you done better? What have you done
I'd say
better?
white people have done everything better.
Yeah, that's why you have cancer.
You'll be extinct.
Oh, you get cancer. You guys like to say, "Oh, you get cancer. You get cancer." But but then let's look at this. Why is it that okay, hold on. Why is it that the age? Hold on a second. Why is it that the age, the average age or I should say, life expectancy of whites in the West is higher than that of blacks? And of course, if we were to look at the continent of Africa, their life expectancy is quite a bit lower than Black Americans. But if us mean naughty white men took away modern medicine and drugs that we have to always send over there, your guys' life expectancy would be super low. So I don't know. You can say skin cancer, but you guys still die earlier than us. Why is that? I think the world hates you. No, you say that the sun hates us, but I would say Mother Nature as a whole hates you guys. That's why you guys die. In fact, you guys hate each other. That is why you guys kill each other at a higher rate than everybody else kills each other. Amazing.
You lying piece of shit. You white on white killers. Stop it.
Give the
People kill each other every day. White on white crime is the biggest crime there is.
Listen, black people, we don't have to argue with the dead. We don't.
You're right.
Well, live as long as white people do, and then you'd be just fine.
Hold on. So you do believe in social Darwinism? Is that it, more life?
Kill the nigga.
Pardon?
I said, so you believe implicitly, you believe in social Darwinism, right?
It's not from Darwinism. What's that got to do with white people dying?
Well, it's got a lot to do.
No, belief in Darwinism has nothing at all to do with white people dying.
But white people live longer.
Evolution and natural selection and nature doing its work, so.
And we don't look like
But
monkeys.
you do know that nature can also be induced to do the work the other way around. There's something called selective pressure.
And those selective pressures have made it so that white people are more successful, and we're the best warriors on the planet Earth, and we live longer. So why is that? Why is it that Darwinism and these selective pressures have made it so that we live longer? Mr. Monkey Man More Life.
Only a white man would think he can control the forces of nature that regulate his very existence. You're so retarded as a people. That's why you won't be here.
Darwin was a white guy. He was doing
He thinks he can manipulate nature now. No wonder you think men are women are men, and you're running up people's asses.
No, you don't get to. No, you get to make use of nature. Is what you get to do. That is why, literally, how you survive is literally how you interact with nature. Like without water, without food, without shelter, all of this stuff requires you taking or using nature to get by. That is quite literally. If you can't do that, that is Darwinism.
All right, listen here. Let me educate you. You are a part of nature. You're a part of it. You're not separate from it. You're a part of it. That is why you will be extinct, because you haven't realized who you truly are. You're dumb fucks. Goodbye.
Did you hear that, Pascal?
Yeah, he's a very angry black man.
You dumb fuck. You don't know who you are.
Go back to eating your jerk chicken and doing whatever stuff that probably includes rape on your cruise. That survives off of tourism.
Nothing named a carcass goes in my mouth. Nothing named a carcass.
So you don't eat your carcass
because it will rot in your stomach and cause the rot.
Are you a vegetarian?
That's why you're going extinct.
Are you a vegetarian? Are you an autotroph? What are you? Are you a vegetarian? More life. No, I'm asking a legitimate question. Are you vegetarian?
I don't eat nothing named a carcass.
Okay, so you don't eat meat.
Nothing named a carcass. Are you dumb?
No, wait. What do you mean?
Well, you don't know what. Go read the dictionary. What a carcass is.
I know what a carcass is, but what do you mean by carcass exactly? Like, what do you mean? Nobody would consume carcass.
You eat carcass, man. Shut up.
No, I don't. Fried chicken is not carcass.
It's a carcass.
Okay, so you don't eat meat. By carcass, you mean you don't eat meat, except for vagina. Is that it?
I'm not debauched like you. As I said, no wonder you're running up people's asses. You dumb fuck. Bocat.
Come on, Marlon. You know you eat that pussy.
Look at this dirty bocat. In my nyam pum pum. Bocat.
You know.
Dirty boy.
Come on, bro. You know you eat meat. You know you eat meat.
Well, as I've said, I only came to answer the question.
Go fuck you,
nature stands on my side, so I know I'm on the winning side. I've won already. You're the walking dead. You just don't realize you're dead yet. Bye.
All right, dude, leave for once. Like, Jesus Christ. You keep on announcing you're going to leave, but you won't leave. God damn.
You will not leave until you are all carcasses, Pascal. And you're not supposed to be speaking, Pascal, you carcass.
Speak on. Pascal, I appreciate the room, bro. This was all about, man. Talk about it. There's only really one. In my opinion, y'all might be winning it, but look, me as Black, Indigenous, Choctaw, right? America, period, we at the top of the food chain, right? So, but I gotta stand on my feet.
Yeah, we will. Right? Yeah, we are.
Yeah. And but to me, the only reason why y'all might be winning it, and I don't want to see y'all extinct because, and that's me being traveling and everything like that, is because right now to me, white women are the hottest thing on this planet. I done seen some white women, dog. I'm talking about, bro. I mean, I was in Madison, Wisconsin, man. Oh, my brother, listen. I can't deny it. I'm serious, bro. All that past, I'm dead ass, man. I'm dead serious, bro. White women is the finest thing on this planet, bro. You feel me? Yeah, I mean, you get what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to see y'all go extinct. Right? No, we can get, but I have to stand with my race, right? You feel me? I'm not married to none of that. If y'all can understand what I'm saying, but yeah, it's cool, but we can, the freedom of people in America, right? You know what I'm saying? We already, because Blacks, outsiders, they don't even, black and white, but when black and white over here, we're going to continue the war, but I don't want to, we humanitarian there, but I can't deny it, dog. Y'all might be winning only because what I seen, bro, I see some Amish girls. Hey, bro, dog. Hey, I'm telling you, it got me. Listen, let me tell you something, man. Because they hop out with guns and shit, like they real gangsters, like, you know what I'm saying? And somebody told me one time, they was like, bro, they only give, like the Blacks, or I don't care if you're LeBron James, the white women they want you to see. And I thought it was kind of a game, dog, and still, like, you know what I'm saying? But when you travel a lot, right? Hey, man, I seen a couple Amish girls, but there's one, bro. Hey, man. So I'm just saying the white women, bro. I can't. Oh, no. I want to end up one of them, but I understand what it is. You know what I'm saying? But even just the eye candy part of it, you know what I'm saying? The art. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I couldn't have been without a painter or something, but it was too much. I can understand, you know what I'm saying? I understand the rules, but I got to stand with my race. But I ain't going to keep the room going, but I appreciate it, but y'all, but I want the white woman to continue living on this planet. So I could deal with you, all of that jazz.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, brother.
Mo, shut up.
It's not going to happen.
Man, you look at
the white woman is not going to continue living. Listen, What does it mean when the sun,
like, but I'm saying,
that
what I respect it.
all life on the planet, you know. The sun
that's all I got,
sustains all life on the planet, yet it is destroying a certain element. What is the conclusion? It's natural.
Man, I'm telling, bro, listen, we are not.
You'll have to say goodbye to that white woman. They were here for a temporary part of time.
There you go, man. You don't make the.
You'll have to say goodbye to her. Seriously, you won't see her no more.
Boy, that man.
We'll be right in season like when they used to walk the earth.
He's just a nigga. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, boss. Don't worry about it. You know, we're gonna continue, but I guarantee you, white women, oh my God.
Man, you don't shut your punk ass up in here shucking and jiving for these motherfucking pale face people. The fuck is wrong with y'all, bro? What the fuck am I hearing right now? Y'all just saying I'm sorry, boss. Are you serious?
But brother, I'm gonna stand with my race.
Y'all can boss their ass. He said, I'm sorry, boss. Boss, I'm sorry. I love white women, boss. The fuck?
Oh, hey, because you married to a black woman. That's why you the way you is.
That's because you below the Mason-Dixon line and the poverty line.
I'm out.
That's what the fuck you think like that. You too far below the Mason-Dixon and the poverty line. That's why you're fucked up over there.
So does anybody want to speak on the title?
Yes. Before I go, I just want to tell everybody, I am a smut for a southern white blood. I don't know. Yo, Mike, thanks for the mic, bro. I'm out of here.
Yes, sir. Does anybody else have anything to say?
The sun's up. The white people are all hiding now. They've gone undercover.
Alright, man. This room been running for hella long. At least 10, damn near 8 hours, 10 hours. So motherfuckers got they shit off, man. It looked like the poll is saying the blacks gonna beat the whites. You feel me? So good for the black folks. You feel me? Other than that, shit, shout out to the Crips. You feel me? Got awfully quiet, so I feel like, the work has been done. So